morning, everyone. Good morning. Today is September 22nd, 2020. I'm Barbara Mann-Fraley, Assistant Attorney General. We are here with the Jefferson County Grand Jury, and we have Detective Jeff Hall. Who has been previously sworn. That's why he's still on the road.
Good morning. We're going to, as we begin, we're going to listen to some police officer biometric footage from 4 different officers. And then after that, we're going to listen to an interview with the applicants. Take over the house.
So, beginning with let's just explain the grand. The body camera videos that were shown were obtained from various officers who were on scene on March 14th. So what we're going to hear is excerpts from those officers' body cameras.
Yes, ma'am. The first one we're going to listen to is from Officer Breonna Taylor. Officer with the second division.
Detective, the voice we heard in, that was Detective Hankinson.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next one.
He was taking the hallway fire to the door. So all three monitors are at play. Sunglass one, window better than
Yeah, at the beginning of that footage, we heard the words, "Those are my rounds," in that window.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that with?
That was Detective Breonna Taylor's voice. That was off of right now going to Taylor Rogers.
Was it third?
Third audio we're going to hear from is from Sergeant Michael Burns' body camera.
What's this address? Check my address. What's the address here?
3030 Springfield, apartment 3.
And the fourth?
And this is from body camera audio footage with from Sergeant Brandon Hogan and his wife.
Secretary Station, you're on stations,
So on this area?
yeah, right there.
That's theirs?
That's all it looks like. There's this one there. But I haven't backed out until they get TIU in here. So,
Isn't there any guys visible?
we don't see it.
Long. Is there any windows on the map?
The only casing look like 9 mils.
He said she was shooting. The suspect said that his girlfriend was shooting me after that. Hey, this room right here, this one here.
I'm not.
Now, Detective, did you hear in here that Detective Hankinson asked about the window?
Yes, ma'am.
Asked Sergeant Hogan, who was in the apartment, if they found the bomb.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next we're going to listen to an interview with Detective Brent Hankinson, who was conducted.
Hold on, what did you say you were?
He was asking about if they had found a loan inside the apartment. He was asking Sergeant Hogan, member of SWAT, if anyone had found a long gun inside of the long gun. And you will hear more about that. But this is,
You're going to play an audio recording of an interview with Detective Breonna.
yes, ma'am.
And who conducted that interview?
Louisville Metro Police Department's one local paper unit,
And when was it conducted?
March the 25th. It was conducted by
Sergeant Magnus Healy, the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit. Today is Wednesday, March 23rd, 2020. The time is 15:16. We are present at 3672 Taylor Boulevard, Public Integrity Office. This will be a recorded statement from Detective Brett Hankinson. This statement is in reference to PIU case number 20-019. Present with me are Detective Brett Hankinson and Attorney Steve Shoring and Sergeant Jason Vance of the Public Integrity Unit. Detective, are you aware that this statement is being video and audio recorded?
Yes.
To speak with your approval.
Yes.
Please say your full name and spell your last name.
Brett Hankison, Hankison.
What is your code number?
6150.
Where are you currently assigned?
The Criminal Interdiction Division.
How long have you been with that unit?
Since they were created maybe a few months ago.
How long have you been with the department?
Since 2003.
Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicants at this time?
No.
Are you taking any kind of medication that would affect your judgment or ability to think clearly?
No.
The next several statements will be in reference to the incident that you're here for, March the 13th. That's from that Springfield arrest. Did you sustain any injuries during this situation?
No.
Did you receive any medical treatment?
No.
What type of uniform or clothing were you wearing at the time of this incident?
I was wearing an LMPD tactical vest, and I believe on the front of it says Police K9, and I believe it says Police at the end. It's the heavy duty ones that we're issued.
Do you have on the same uniform or clothing right now?
I do not.
Because of the statutory requirements of KRS 67C326, I'm obligated to advise you of the constitutional rights prior to making any further questions.
One of the back questions, sorry, but I also had a full gun belt on too, with like my taser, all that equipment. Just, it doesn't have any other identifiers on it. It's a gun belt.
Okay. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer prior to any questioning or making of any statements. And you have no present with you while you're being questioned. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer who will be appointed by the court to represent you before any questioning you desire one. You may stop the questioning or making of any statements at any time by refusing to answer further or by requesting to consult with an attorney prior to continuing with questioning or making the statements. The bottom line, you sign this, you've read the statement, you have the right, you understand what your rights are, you're willing to make a statement and answer questions. You have a lawyer with you present at this time, you understand what you're doing, no promises or threats have been made to you, and no pressure or coercion of any kind have been used against you. So like I said, this is about the incident that occurred on March 13th, 2020 at 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment number 4. Like in our words, just let us know what happened, what kind of police action that you took, and you did.
Sure. March 13th is actually my regular day off. We were advised earlier in the week by, I think, the place-based platoon sergeant that they were planning an execution for at least 4 search warrants on that night. The sergeant was requesting bodies, but he was also requesting canine, narcotics canine dogs, one for each location, and whoever was available to respond to him by email. I believe I responded to him, and I don't even know, a day or so after that, saying I was available, it was my day off anyway back then. to do the dog stuff, make the entry for the bodies. So that's how initially I was advised, because working in different platoons were really not so much involved in other platoons investigations, I guess. So I didn't know anything about the specifics of the investigation other than they just needed a dog, which I have, and being a narcotics canine handler, and then I knew they were short on bodies, so they needed that. Met at the division that night, and I want to say it was around 10 or 11 at our office at Ormsby in the large conference room. We were briefed on the specifics, targets, guns, just the normal stuff. On the board was already written out for us, the address, that type of stuff, and what locations they had broken each location had the specific people that were assigned to search, to make entry to search that were responsible for that residence. I think the place-based platoon had like one detective at least assigned to each place, and they were going to be the lead detective at each of those spots. So I was already on the board for the Springfield address, along with the other detectives I'm sure you're aware of, and we proceeded from the office to St. Andrews and St. Anthony. I believe it's a church that's near the corner there, and we sat up there. Somebody had already advised, had already notified EMS rather, to have an EMS wagon standing by. And I was actually, I think, the last one to arrive in the parking lot there at the church. EMS was already there, the wagon was already there, and then I think Lieutenant Hoover and all the rest of the detectives were there. They had told us previously that we were going to execute the warrant simultaneously or just after the execution of the warrants on Elliott. So we basically just listened to the radio, and SWAT was getting ready to hit those locations on Elliott, and we were to move up and do the location on Springfield. We proceeded up the hill, parked. I parked in just a regular parking spot. Some other officers had parked in the middle of the parking lot. And I parked just, I guess, north of the building, maybe 5 or 10 spots. Left my dog in the car. My dog was never out of the car. He was in his kennel. And that's commonplace. Our dogs are single-purpose dogs. They're not patrol duties. They're responsible for narcotics detection only. So they're not trained to make entry or to chase people or anything like that. The dog is in his kennel the whole time. We line up and head towards the building, and I believe Officer Detective Campbell, I think he was the DO for the location, because I had never been there. So he showed us the building and the door. We made entry, or we made our way through the common area, I guess, of the fourplex, and past a stairwell, and then the stack kind of lined up there. I don't remember who was in front of me, but there was a few detectives in front of me. I was kind of towards the back, but it was banging on the wall or the door, both. Yelling police, search warrant. I actually yelled police, search warrant myself. I don't know if I yelled Metro Police or if I just yelled police, search warrant numerous times. And he was actually banging, I think, on the side of the door, because I think the whole building was like, it was a loud percussion. In that time, and I don't know who the gentleman's name was, I came out from an apartment directly above him. It was an African-American gentleman, maybe in his 50s. And he wondered what was going on. I addressed him because I was kind of farther back in the stack, so I could still see up the stairway to him. I spoke with him and explained, we were police and to go back in his apartment. He kind of like wanted to argue, I think, like, what is this about? I think he wanted a bigger, more in-depth explanation, but we were obviously still banging on the door. Whoever was up front was knocking on the door of the wall, and I think he went back in, but Sergeant Bagley actually said, just forget it, or don't talk to him, or just leave him alone, or whatever, ignore him, something of that nature. I don't remember his exact word. And so then continued knocking, yelling police search warrant, and this went on for probably 30, 45 seconds of banging and announcing, knocking and announcing. And reason for this, I believe when we were briefed, at the top of the board there was it says no knock warrants. I think that was because of the propensity for violence. I think that the other locations, the guns that were found prior, I think of the violent history. I think this address was also a no knock. However, we were told this would be a female was there. They knew of a female suspect. Somebody said she was heavy set. I don't recall her name, but she resided at that location. And that's all I know. Didn't know anything about kids or dogs or anything like that. Back to knocking, continued knocking and announce. Detective Nobles had the ram, and I was actually behind him. Sergeant, so the doors where you were at, I was to the right. Sergeant Manley, Tony James, I believe, and Lieutenant Hoover were here. I was stacked up kind of behind them back towards Detective Campbell. Detective Cosgrove, I don't recall where that. I know he was beside of me, sort of, somewhere, but I don't remember the exact how, because it was really weird, because when you go into the door or the common area, you can't, it's not a breezeway that goes all the way through, it just goes up, so we're kind of stuck in this. The people on this side of the door that usually stand, we'll have a cover 1, cover 2 on each side of the door, and then we'll have our entry 2 people that will come 1 and 2 after. We couldn't really do that because there's nowhere for them to stand on the left side of the door like we would at any other place, or at a normal, say, a regular standing run dwelling. So we were just kind of bunched up there in that little corner of the, I guess it's not really a breezeway, but that area, the common area. Detective Nobles, hitting the door with the ram, hit it at least 2 times, and I want to say the 3rd or 4th time, he hit it. You could tell it was starting to buckle, or it was buckling near the hinges, and then the 3rd time it went all the way through. The door came open, and I don't recall if the door came left or right, but I guess that's relevant. The point I'm making, he made entry. The guy with the ram will always immediately come back out. That way he's not in the way, holding the ram with nothing to protect himself, no shield, no firearm out or anything like that, because he literally is committed to the ram. So he hit the ram the 3rd or 4th time, and then he spun back towards the parking lot away so we could funnel in. And I kind of came around him. I remember coming around him like a clockwise direction, and I already had my gun out, ready, and had it raised, on the ready position rather, here, like I guess 45-degree angle. And that's when I saw darkness in the apartment, but then I saw immediate illumination of fire come, and what I saw at the time was a figure in a shooting stance, and it looked as if he or she was holding an AR-15 or a long gun, a rifle type of gun. And a couple of things, I guess, my brain processed to understand that was that the large muzzle flash looked like a large muzzle flash on a rifle. The loud percussion I got from it, and then the way he was holding the gun, or it appeared to be the way he was holding the gun, like we would if we were at the range, or where the best way to describe it is, to me, I guess how my mind process it was we were at the range shooting targets, and you know how they will literally have the targets turn, and it's either a bad guy or a good guy, you don't know, and they'll threat. And it was literally, I saw that threat, target, and then the muzzle flash from the gun. I don't recall if I fired as I was going back, but I knew where we were at was the worst place you could be, period. There was no other, and it's described, I guess, as a fatal fight on the academy, but that's exactly what it was. There was nowhere really for us. We were all kind of trapped in that common area, because you have an apartment door behind us, and then a wall here, door in front of us, where the threat's at, and the only way to exit is back towards the parking lot. So in my mind, I need to get out of there as quickly as possible. So I spun out and ran directly back towards where we came from the parking lot area, that I guess pathway or sidewalk, past the doorway, or I'm sorry, past the stairwell, the common stairwell. As I made the corner to my left, because I never looked back, which may have been a mistake, but I never looked back to Sergeant Mattingly or Lieutenant Hoover. I just heard John say he was hit, or maybe someone said I'm hit or he's hit. I don't recall exactly which. And then the firing had gone back and forth. I guess I skipped all that. I can hear the firing as I'm making the corner. Now, I can see, as I now have a better view, I can hear them say he's down or John's down. Almost at the same time, I guess, as I'm rounding that corner. So John said he was down or said I'm hit. And then it almost is like the firing went from boom, 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 boom at the door, or when I'm clearing that hallway, to it sounded like rapid fire from like an AR-15, which in my mind at the time aligned perfectly with what I had seen. I thought I saw a rifle. I thought I saw someone in a shooting stance with a rifle, with the left hand on the gun and bracing it on their shoulder, and squatted down like in a military style shooting stance. When I made the corner, the firing as it starts to increase, I can see the sliding glass doors, the sliding glass doors, the blinds or curtains or whatever it was closed. But I can see, because of the darkness inside the apartment, I can see the flashes, the muzzle flashes. So at that time, Sergeant Mattingly's down. I believe they're either pulling or dragging him, but it sounded like a lot of commotion, like they couldn't get... I didn't know if they were getting John. I didn't know if John was down and they couldn't get his body out, or if he was... But all I could hear was the firing, and I saw the flashes. I thought they were just being executed because I knew they were helping John. Because John said, I'm hit, I'm down. And the gunfire intensified. So I was almost under the impression at the time that they were either all getting sprayed with bullets, or as they were trying to move him out of that breezeway, he was shooting at us through the wall, or them, because I now had a shot, or I now had my only option was to turn fire, and I did that to the muzzle flashes. And I want to be specific about this. I had already seen where the threat was. I saw where he was positioned in the hallway. He was at the end of the hallway, and I never went in the apartment other than I stepped a couple feet in with SWAT later, and we'll get to that, but he was straight ahead as that door came open. He was all the way back in that hallway, as if his back was to he couldn't go any farther in the hallway, and there would have to be a branch off to the bedrooms. So when I made that corner and I heard and saw what I just described, the muzzle flashes, I returned fire at the angle that I believed him to still be shooting from, because I could still see those muzzle flashes and hear it, and the fire increased like almost like an automatic type weapon, or what in my mind was an automatic weapon, was the AR-15. I was certain at that time it was an AR-15. I was returned fire through at that, where the target was, through the sliding glass doors, and it did not stop. I could still see the flashes. I continued to move to my left, and I don't remember if I shot moving or stopped and shot, but I returned fire, and then I continued moving away from the breezeway, and I could now see the bedroom. I don't know if it's a bedroom. The room, the next room over, which would be now, I would be in perfect alignment. I could see the muzzle flash, or I could see the intense fire flashing through, and the curtains or blinds I think were closed in that room also, but I could see it lighting up the room. That when I returned fire through that window, whatever room it is, then it stopped immediately. It was almost like whatever the target had stopped firing. So I could see, I guess, in my peripheral, now that I'm positioned outside looking at the sliding glass doors, they have gotten John out, or they doing something between some cars. I don't know if they fell or what was going on, but it sounded like a big old commotion, like people wrestling around on the ground. So I knew there was plenty of people. There was nobody trapped back in the hallway now. I knew there was plenty of people to tend to John. I went to the primary channel. I think I might have got on the wrong channel, because I think I might have got on 3 and it was supposed to be 2, but I got on the primary channel and said a car number, and I said I need some cars to Springdale, officer has been shot. And I specifically remember that I asked for the B cars that come with, because I knew we were done, all busy tending to John, whether it be getting him out or treating him. I knew Tony had a tourniquet, or yelled that he had a tourniquet. I mean, I think Lieutenant Hoover might have said that. But I remember hearing somebody. I never even turned around, I don't think, at any point to look at them, because my attention was addressed on these 2 windows and the breezeway. I thought the guy was actually advancing, but by the way, the sound of the last shots I had heard from inside the apartment, he was advancing out toward us. I was afraid, and I had a super helpless feeling, knowing that I had a handgun, and even though I had my attack vest on, and this guy had an AR-15, and he was I felt pretty helpless. Like, there's no way we can challenge this guy with an assault rifle. So I watched the windows as the B cars started to approach. There's some weird fence in the middle of the parking lot. I don't know how or why, but there's a fence across the parking lot gate. And I could see the B car, hear the B car come up, and I could see his lights. And I think his name's Officer Combs, which I didn't know before this, but I told him to ram the gate. I wanted a car to come down to get to John so he could take him farther out, maybe to the ambulance. And I was super frustrated because EMS was there with us, but EMS was nowhere to be found. And so I called on the radio and said, please tell EMS to come up the hill. An officer's been shot at 10:30, and I think I said that multiple times. And then I repeated on the radio maybe a couple times that we need B cars with long guns. This guy has an AR-15. So I took off, or had the new flashlights we were just issued. I actually sat it on top of one of the cars and kept it illuminated on just a random car in the parking lot towards the sliding glass door, and then I moved over to cover some the other room windows. Because if that guy comes out or starts shooting back at us, I wanted him to shoot at that flashlight that didn't have me behind it, and I wanted to kind of stay hidden behind cover. It seemed like forever. I know it wasn't, but it seemed like forever. And that officer ended up ramming the gate like I told him to, and got to John. And I think I don't know, they took him farther away, or to EMS, maybe to a safer location. But I just maintained a visual on the apartment, and then kind of delegated spots to the B cars that were showing up with rifles. Everybody was spaced out really good, did a really good job. A couple of guys had like tripods on their guns, and everybody got behind cover. And I told them what windows were in play, or what was in play, what apartment we were looking at. I think SWAT here came over the radio. I think it was my sergeant actually, because Lieutenant Fon is in SWAT. But I think he is the one that came up on the radio and said to me, Brett, can you send me we're on the way, can you send me pictures of the apartment, like what you have? And so I took, I think, 2 pictures and texted it to my sergeant, so because he was coming with the rest of the SWAT guys there, so they would know what they were encountering. They were briefed separately from us. They were briefed at SWAT in reference to those 3 warrants on Elliott in the same block. I don't know if their knowledge, if any, of our of our briefing or logistics at that location. So that's what he asked for, and I texted him that picture. We did a call out for anybody left in the apartment or anybody who was in the apartment, and that's when a gentleman I've never seen, an African American male subject, came out. I think he had his cell phone in his hand. Came out and we did like a felony walk back, traffic stop type thing where I had him walk back. Canine officer Nemo arrived with his dog, and I think that kind of, the guy was not very, he just wasn't listening. He wasn't doing things that were the opposite. He just was like, it's hard to walk backwards or that kind of thing. And I don't recall exactly what he said, but I think when the dog got there, it really actually started to listen because the dog was barking or whatever. I put him on his knees in between two cars, and I handcuffed him along with another beat officer, if I don't know another name. We handcuffed him. I asked him if he was injured. He said it was not. If he needed medical attention, he did not. And I asked him who else was left in the apartment. He said his girlfriend, and I believe he said she was dead inside the apartment. And he's asked me what was going on or whatever. And I'll refer that conversation to body cam because I think that's all on the patrol was. And I don't remember exactly what I said. It was that conversation where you heard needing medical assistance, who's dead, and he said my girlfriend is dead inside the apartment. And immediately my mind was like, did we come to something that already happened? That's what flickered in my mind. Did him and his girlfriend have it? Did he kill his girlfriend prior to us getting it? That's what I kind of, in my mind at the time, thought. And he said, no, she was shooting at you with her 9 or her 9mm. I don't remember his exact words, but I'll refer to the body cam. But he said that she was the one that shot at us, and that she was dead in the apartment. The B car, whoever it was, then transported him away. SWAT team arrived. I don't want to say at times that time's kind of blurred, but within maybe five minutes, the SWAT team arrived and they made entry and cleared the rest of the apartment. And I kind of followed in behind them, but I only went maybe just a breezeway, a couple of steps into the breezeway, and they said it was clear, and they started to back out or come back out of the apartment.
So, let's start off where you left off. You said that you came into the breezeway with SWAT security department. Did you enter the apartment?
I think I took like 2 steps maybe into the apartment.
Okay, were you given information related to, the apartment or occupants of the apartment?
I believe somebody said there's a deceased subject here, and I could see directly where I had been prior, where I'd seen the shooter standing. There now was a female laying kind of in a slumped position, and she appeared deceased, and that was the location. But I never went up to her or made contact with her.
At that point, what did you do? Just kind of go through that as far as where you went out?
I maybe took 2 steps in, I believe, like where, you would wipe your feet off, and then I think the SWAT guy said it's clear or something. That conversation happened, and I turned back around and came back out. But I never went through the apartment or anything like that.
Where'd you go after you left the apartment?
Back out to the parking lot.
Where did you go from there?
I think still remained in the parking lot. I didn't get my car or anything. I was kind of maybe wandering back and forth. I think they had already had John either in the EMS or he was gone at that point.
Did you take any more police action after that?
No.
Did you ultimately end up in the VIU office? Where did you go before the VIU office?
It's awesome.
Did you go by yourself, or did you ever make contact with your support?
Yeah.
And at the VIU office?
I believe, and I don't know if it's in peer support, but I believe there was one person at the hospital that was from peer support, and then the chief was there, and I shook hands with the chief. He said, we're glad you're okay. John looks good, or John's going to make it, that type of thing. Because the chief was there prior to me getting there. And I spoke with him there right outside John's room. I went in, John's family was there, I think Detective McKinney. And John was conscious. I think he was probably medicated of some sort, but gave him a hug, told him he was good, and that was kind of relieving. Good office.
We have a couple photos here, and they're both in the same area. The first photo is labeled for the record, photo number 1. It is a photo of the entire area, where the incident location took place. So we labeled the actual apartment building where the incident occurred as apartment or building A or A, and then the gate for reference B. As you see, there's I wouldn't say considerable distance, but it is a little ways from the gate. It separates the two different apartment communities. Prior to the incident, when you all were making your approach in your vehicles, how would you characterize the apartment living community to get to this point? Is it easily accessed, or is it?
It's extremely difficult and confusing. I personally we had done a search warrant when I was in a major case a couple years prior on the street here, and I do not remember the name of it, but I remember passing, like, hey, we've done a warrant at the dead end district, and I think there's a church or something down there that's dead end. And I remember passing that, and I said, that looks familiar. And we came actually up this hill, and I'm not here with directions here, I think that's north. East, okay. We came, I guess, south, up St. Anthony maybe, and I'm not here with 3rd Division at all. Up St. Anthony, and up a hill, and then we actually came up here and came all the way across, and then we winded down through. It's kind of like, where this could not be the quickest way. That's why I was thinking that was maybe the last or second to last car in the stack of cars, or the caravan. But we ended up, so building A is here. I parked maybe right near the end of the building. There's a dumpster here, and I parked in just a regular parking place here. But we came from, to answer your question, I guess.
No, you are.
Okay.
It's a hard place to get to.
Right. We were in this kind of south, and this is where I unloaded from, and they kind of pulled up more, just parked in the middle of the parking lot, like police do, just kind of parked there. But I found an open parking place and parked in that spot.
You talked about a rendezvous point beforehand, and to your knowledge, you said this, Mike Campbell was the eyes, he had eyes on the target location.
Right. He was the one that was familiar with the case. Like I said, we were kind of summoned because they just needed bodies, and they specifically needed a dog for each location. So that's why. But he was the point of contact, and I believe in the VO for that address.
And this photo here, photo number 2, is just a closer up of the actual building where the incident took place. This is just so I'll identify. For the record, this opening here is the breezeway that leads into the apartments in question, particularly the apartment 4. And to describe the apartment building, it's a 2-story apartment building, and there's 4 apartments upstairs, there's 4 apartments downstairs. Totaling a number of 8 apartments. And this building is split in half. If you looked at the building at the top, there'd be, because of the layout, as you saw that night, Apartment 4 was on the east side of that opening, and then Apartment 5 would be on the west side, and then there's 2 apartments on the north side, 3 and 2. Right. I didn't mean to say 5. So it's 1, 2. I know what you're at. So there's dwellings behind on the one side of the apartment, and there's dwellings on the south side, so north and south, that's dwellings, apartment dwellings. So you guys are approaching the target location, and you will enter this breezeway or opening to access, to get to where the door is. Right. So as you said, you're not completely in the very back of the stack, but you're in the rear of the stack, if you will. And for simplicity purposes, we're going to talk about the door in question, apartment 4. We'll look at it as we're looking at the door, so the left and right side. So before we ever get to the injury, you have a verbal exchange with a resident on the 2nd floor. Can you go into detail about that exchange? As much as you remember.
I remember he came out and he wanted to know kind of aggressively or not friendly like. It wasn't like a nosy neighbor, it was more of a, I guess, questioning us as to why we were there, or I don't remember the exact conversation, except I told him personally to go back in his department numerous times, police, and I feel like he shut the door and then opened it right back up. And I told him again to go back in the apartment. That's when Sergeant Mattingly said, just ignore him, or whatever the case was, because he came out and he wasn't out over top of us. He was more, I could see him in his doorway, but he had taken a couple of steps out of the apartment.
Can you describe him as a black man in his 50s? Probably an older guy. And when you meant older, did you mean like gray hair older, or
just he facial looked older? I don't remember if he had any hair.
So were you looking up at the top of, like, pretty further down by these steps, or were you looking?
I was maybe, as the steps go up, I was maybe halfway back the steps and looking up at him, so we can see each other and address each other. They were kind of under that part of the stack was under, so they couldn't even seem to address him. I think it was maybe me and Detective Campbell were the only ones that I kind of could see.
So you have your verbal exchange with the second floor resident at some point, Mattingly or whoever decides, this is drawing too much attention away from what we're supposed to be focused on. And then how long do you think you guys knocked around some of the door as far as you're verbalizing, your pleas, legal authority to be there, search warrant?
I kept, some other people had said, I believe, or announced also, but I remember saying it at least 5 to 6, 7 times. And in that time frame, it probably took, because of the exchange or interruption, I guess, from this guy, we waited maybe 30 to 45 seconds for somebody to come to the door, and nobody came to the door.
So there was a decision made by the commander on the scene that you guys weren't going to wait longer this year.
Correct. And I don't know if Sergeant Mattingly made that call or Lieutenant Hoover made that call, but they were further up in the stack than I was.
So the time of entry, or the time of force is put on the door. What I'd like to do is, I'd like to the best of your knowledge. So if this is the door, okay, and left, you have to.
I think Sergeant Mattingly, Lieutenant Hoover, Tony James. Now I remember Tony James. I forgot to say this in the other part. I think it's relevant. Tony James, when we were walking up, I believe Tony James had a bunker or a shield that's a ballistic shield, which we rarely, if ever, carried. I don't even know who has one, except people that are assigned to SWAT teams. But I remember Tony had one when we were walking up to the apartment after we got out of our cars. They're all to my left that I can remember. I don't remember where Miles was at the time, or Detective Cosgrove, if he's to my right or left. But I feel like he was behind Nobles, closer to where I was. And Nobles is the one with the door to his right is ramming from his left side to the right side.
So would you be in front of Miles Cosgrove or behind? Because we're talking about 30. We'll just give it. I don't know the exact measurement, but we'll do the max, 36-inch door. So it's basically about maybe if not the exact width of this table. And we know Mattingly was on the left-hand side because he had first light, right? And Nobles had already breached the door. And the door for the door handle was on the right-hand side, therefore the hinge to swing back next time was on the left-hand side, so it opened right up. Is that correct?
I do not remember.
So yeah, we'll just say that's the way that goes. So at that point, we have Sergeant Mattingly, Tony James, or Lieutenant Hoover in somewhat unknown order. Now on the right side of the door, we have Knowles, who has the breaching tool, who's not armed because he has a breaching tool. Is it you then, Cosgrove, or is it Cosgrove?
I don't know if we were standing beside each other or we switched or we moved when when Nobles came back and if we moved around him. I can't say the miles on my right or left because I don't know.
Okay. So when this door's breached and it's opened, you know, tell us about that again.
Sure. As soon as the doors breached, I came either from the ready or down up to the ready, and that's like I described with the targets at the range. So it was like an immediate threat, and I saw a large figure and hunched down with what appeared to be a long rifle, and I saw the large muzzle blast and got the percussion from the gun. I think that's a combination of a bunch of things. The sound had nowhere to go, and the fact that it was a direct on shot to us.
So, help me understand this. So I want to stand up just for a visual. So this is a door opening. We know Madden is somewhere on the left-hand side. Remember, always referring to it as looking at the door.
Okay.
Nobles has now done his job. He's out of the way. Are you right here next to Madden, or is it Cosgrove and then you? Remember, we basically have just enough room for my two.
I knew John was to my left. That's all I remember. And when I came around, I don't know if he came in as I did or he was already standing in that light or the opening of the door. So I don't remember if much, if any, from this edge of the door to that wall, if there's hardly any room at all. Maybe there was, I don't know if it's flat or there's some room for them, for Tony and John to stand off the side so there at least a little offset from the door. I don't know.
So at the point that entry is beginning, you see muzzle flash and what you think is a long rifle pointed at you.
A large figure in the shooting stance with a rifle.
And could you tell, who or what that figure was? Or did you assume that it was a person? Or?
It appeared to be a person, but like I said before, it was dark in the apartment. So I think when I got that muzzle flash, it illuminated maybe the silhouette of all I could see was a fire from the muzzle, and I could see a large figure, but it appeared to be in a military style, like shooting stance. Like it was just, they were waiting on us to get that last few hits in and get the door up to fire.
So at that point, and again, I want you to correct me if I'm saying something that's not right. At that point, you said you referenced in what you said earlier. Are you aware or not aware that Madden has been shot? You just know the threat's being used against you.
I saw the threat and heard it, but like I told you, I knew we were in a crappy position where we were at because we could not get off the sides or get out of the line of fire easily. So that's when I immediately, I do not remember if I addressed the threat with gunfire or if I just spun around and get out of there when I felt the, because I knew that was where I was going to stay in that spot much longer, being for obvious reasons. And as I'm coming down the breezeway, I either hear mention of, like I referred to earlier, somebody where John said I've been hit and they were down.
So at that point, you know that a threat has been used against you, and now that an officer has been shot.
Correct. I knew both of those things prior to making this corner, I guess, on the packet.
So you come out, and then, for a visual, and for me, you have the stairwell that's open, and what I mean by open is that there's metal steps that you see through, and you now come up to this point, which you can't see it from the shadow in the picture, but the staircase comes down, and are you standing right here? I'm not let you.
I made this corner, and I don't even know what this thing is right here, but
it's kind of hard to see because it's a satellite picture, but this is like a handicap. And there's not much, maybe a single step down, but you can see right here, and then this is the sidewalk. And this is just like a void area, like maybe they had some like decorative rock or some landscape rock or whatever. So, again, this is just on memory. Are you more like right here as this is after you you know, what you just stated. And then I wish to go back through again, you know, what you did once you got to that point.
Sure, I came out, I hooked this in, and I don't remember how far I came out. I wouldn't think I would have came far enough into the lot, like to the actual paved portion, like
Right.
the blacktop. And I returned, because I knew my threat was here, we were here. I returned my threat through at the muzzle flashes that were coming, that were illuminating this sliding glass door right in front of me.
So when you're standing, you're literally, I mean, when you say right in front of you, it is literally right in front of you, like it's the sidewalk is attached to the patio that we're speaking about.
Okay.
So as you're standing right here, glass door, you see obvious muzzle flash inside the car.
Right. I see muzzle flash still, and this is the point where I think it actually increased, where I kind of got caught up a minute ago, because I don't think they had gotten him out of this breezeway yet, and it actually intensified. It went from, you know, I don't even want to estimate how many shots, but it was a volley of shots, and then it was a boom, 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 and I was, you know, like I said, I thought they were taking fire here down, because I knew they were on this shady spot, and whether he was shooting at them through this wall, I didn't know at the time, but I kind of felt like they were sitting ducks. So that's when I returned fire, like I said, through here. And I don't know if I stopped to return fire or if I was shot. I feel like I shot from two different locations. I shot a volley of shots here, and then when I moved over to closer to here, those red cars parked at, I can still see this light lighting up in the hallway or bed, whatever room this is. This window lighting up, flashes and gunfire. And that's when I decided to put additional rounds through here, because I knew the threat was straight on from this door and straight across from this window. That's the last place I saw the guy shooting with the gun. And that's where I felt at that time to protect myself, to protect my partners that had already been shot. I returned fire through the window. And as soon as I returned fire through that window, the threat stopped. The gunfire stopped. Ceased.
So at that point, you just, you know, back out to position to cover, and then as you stated, you know, you just kind of fill a job. Other guys were, you know, treating Sergeant Madeline for his injury, and you just provided cover.
Correct. They triaged him here. I think there was some cars parked here in these spots. They triaged him somewhere out here, and I think once the beat burned, I think they moved him that way. But I never paid much. And not that I didn't care, obviously, but because I knew they had their job to do was take care of him, get him out of there. I also knew none of them were talking on their radio. I didn't hear anybody, so I wanted to know why EMS was still down here at the church, and we needed them up here, obviously, because it was kind of confusing, I know, for everybody, the directions to get up there. And then I dispatched, you know, as the officers there, I kind of gave them a job or told them what was in play. I also, what I kind of skipped over earlier is that I was also afraid we were going to have, I wasn't familiar with this complex. Had I ever been there, I don't think, this is my recollection, I've never been to this complex. I did not know that this apartment didn't end here, somewhere in the middle. I was afraid this guy or whoever, girl or guy, whoever the shooter was going to go out, because I know for a fact we didn't have the back covered, which I thought was weird. Why didn't we have the back covered? I might have sent somebody around back or yelled at them on the radio, we need the back covered. But that was my concern. The guy was going to be gone out the back window because I did not know where that complex is on that side.
Would you say you had very little information, really, at all?
Just what I gave the briefing.
I mean, what was the briefing detail? Other than, you know, the obvious, the target, you know, the location itself.
I feel like we had more information about the LA address. Those are pretty detailed. But honestly, I didn't, other than the names, which I knew none of the names they mentioned, I think they had their names or pictures up on the board. But I was not familiar with any of them. I never been in contact with them.
And during that briefing, maybe not the briefing, but did you all, from the briefing on, how did you all consider this location? I've heard it referred to as a soft location, a soft target.
That's what it was referred to a couple times. And I think the reason for that is that SWAT was not going to do this. They knew that she had been getting packages delivered here. And I believe they had followed a target or two to or from this place. I was given that at the briefing, but I didn't know any further anything about that. The guys I was with, we were all we're all in CID, we're all Metro Narcotics, but we were all kind of the older guys were put with it because this was going to be the easy location. I felt that's my opinion.
Right, so the CID is broken into smaller little groups,
Right.
And you're not in a group that had the investigation pertaining to this target.
And neither was anybody there. We were just kind of a hodgepodge of people thrown together, but the place-based contact was detected.
And this location was, even the lead considered not a real, high priority.
Right, I think there was if I remember correctly, they either said the score out loud or the score on the matrix was minimal, which doesn't require a SWAT consultation or a brief or a SWAT to do it. So, yes, approaching that, or especially when we were down here at the church, I guess your question is, did I anticipate it as a soft entry? Yes. And we don't use that term very often because usually it's an unknown,
Right.
And then there's a high risk, and then the SWAT does that. But it was a female, little or no record, and I don't believe she had a history of any guns or firearms or anything like that at all.
Did you get much information about the apartment itself, like the little picture, the parking lot, and the building?
I believe there was a picture of it on the board it may have been in front of the board, maybe it's a Google photo, I don't know. But we knew it was a fourplex. I knew it was the door to the right. I knew we had a video. I don't remember anything out of the ordinary that would make me believe there was a reason this would have been a problematic or a tactical situation would have arisen from the briefing.
And the other guys that you were with, do you normally work with them?
I do not. They were all in. They're all in different units for me. I think you're probably where I name it, but everybody's kind of sprinkled around from the airport unit to crew to DCS to command center.
And just so I'm correct here, and I understand this, is that, you base the information you forwarded on to the patrol, and when the patrolman showed up, the rifle information based off something you visually saw, which is why you disseminated that information for officer safety and told officers when they responded. Is that correct?
Yes, and the reason I did that was, like you said, what I saw. 100% sure that guy had at that time. 100% sure he had a long gun. And I knew it wasn't a shotgun. I'm kind of familiar with shotguns from hunting as a kid, and I knew it was not a shotgun. One, because shotguns don't shoot that fast and don't shoot with the same percussion. And with the B cars were coming out, I did not want the B cars to pull up here and start taking long rifle rounds. I wanted them to come up mentally prepared to be able to challenge from a distance with a long gun. Obviously, you don't want the pea shooter like I had behind a car taking cover. I didn't want to put them in danger. I wanted them tactically be safe because I knew all my guys were gone, or I felt like they had moved from here that way, either with the B car or right. Because that was, and I felt like I was the only one left. I don't know who else stayed with me at the time. I think maybe Miles was still there, but he was off, maybe kind of giving directions to the guys coming in, because obviously the B car, you come up, you're coming to 10:30, officer's been shot, you don't have any idea, it's chaos, but I wanted them to know what threat, I knew this was a threat, this was a threat, this was a threat in the hallway, because I really thought the guy was advancing either at us as we were leaving or as they were getting drawn out of that hallway, and I was fearful he would just come out with the rifle.
Do you know if anything was moved around the scene when you were out there? Just, while you guys were out walking around for safety, was the scene altered at all?
I know that I did not know how many shots. I did not count, and I think some people actually count when they're shooting, but I did not count, or no, that wasn't even a priority, obviously. But when I moved back, after I fired, when I moved back from cover, I wanted to reload. So on one of these car trunks or hoods, I don't remember which it was or what exactly it was, kept my eyes up and kept reloaded, and then I put my, well, I just didn't drop it, I don't know, but I put my magazine from my gun back into one of my pouches, so the empty well in my magazine well on my gun belt, and so I had a full mag if he continues to come out and advance toward us.
And this is after you completed your fire.
Correct.
When you said you went from there to the hospital, did you secure your dog? Did you take him home or?
He stays with me. He can stay back there for hours. He's used to sometimes riding home for 5 hours, not get a break. So we didn't stop and take a restroom break or anything.
So when you come back to PA, you just drive your dog?
Correct. Yeah.
Did you review the findings that was related to this at all?
Not you, but like, were you able to review it in any form of action?
I don't know how to pull up I guess you can pull up other people's body cam, but I'm not real good about that, like how to do it.
Is there any questions they might ask you or any other information you have that may be beneficial in this case?
I think we have to talk about it.
Is there anything you want to state for the record before we end? Is there everything you told me the truth to the best of your knowledge? It's 1612.
Detective Fogg, from what we just heard there, from the interview with Detective Hankerson, to reiterate, Detective Hankerson said that he saw the figure at the end of the hallway with an AR-15.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was one figure he said he saw. He also, did he say that he didn't know whether the door opened to the left or to the right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then he moved around, he said, to in front of the sliding glass door, where he said that he saw muzzle flashes through that sliding glass door
Yes, ma'am.
with the vertical lines and curtains
Yes.
that we saw yesterday. And then did he say that he returned fire through that sliding glass door at the angle where he had seen the shooter at the end of the hallway with the AR-15?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did he say then that the flashes continued and that he moved down to in front of the bedroom window and fired and saw flashes through that bedroom window?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he kept firing through that bedroom window, again at the angle where he thought the person with the AR-15 was.
Yes.
And then is that the bedroom window we saw yesterday with the black curtain in front of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say that when he started shooting through that bedroom window, that then the flashes stopped?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
You will have questions?
Did you say both of the sliding glass door and the window in the back had black curtains over it?
The curtain inside on the sliding glass door,
That's black.
sliding glass door, it has a curtain, a full-length curtain, and vertical lines behind the curtain. In the bedroom window, there is.
No, I'm trying to see the color, so, because, like, because I work nights, so that black window, that black curtain that she has in the back is specifically so you can't get in the light.
I said the curtain in the window is black. The curtain in
The front is,
sliding glass door is not black.
yeah, but that's, I mean, he said he's in the flash store.
That's inside the south
That's the bad.
bedroom. Which is United Farmers.
You said that you saw the flashes from the muzzle in the living room area, straight across the side door. And you turned the car toward the muzzle flash that you saw. And then you said you thought that the muzzle flashes were coming from the south bedroom. So you turned fire in that bedroom window, and that's when the shooting stopped. So, he also said that he aimed his fire outside, but it angled toward the figure that went far into the hall, which is far into the hall. The configuration of the walls of the house did not have gotten to far into that hall with that projector standing outside. I'm saying that's what he said. He could have been standing out here, firing at the sliding glass door, there was a muzzle flash. And he said, aim toward the end of the hall, and you just can't get there.
Yes, sir.
She might not be.
I'm sorry,
He said it was the south bedroom, if he was firing outside through the south bedroom, looking for the muzzle flash that he could see through there. He still couldn't have gotten to the end of the hall. I mean, I'm talking about far into the hall, not just totally, because he still can't get through walls. He couldn't. The trajectory doesn't go there.
You said you saw the shooter at the end of the hall.
Say it, sir.
You said that you saw the shooter in the skates at the very end of the hall.
That's correct.
But when he was shooting from outside here through the sliding door, aiming for the muzzle flash, that's great. If he saw it, that would work. But then he said he saw the muzzle flash through the bedroom window here, and he shot there. But he also said both times that the figure was at the end of the hall, and he didn't shot from out here and got here. Nor could he have shot from here and got here.
Well, that was his statement.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm kind of right, right?
Yes, your understanding is correct.
I was understanding. Another thing, why was he read his Miranda rights with such intensity? Nobody else would have their Miranda rights read to him with such intensity.
Yes, it is confident.
I can't see that.
All of them had their record.
They worked on his Miranda rights over and over.
Questions?
Are there any bullet holes in the living area wall between the bedrooms and the common wall between the living area and the first bedroom? Yeah, I know there's.
I'm talking about this one.
The dining room wall.
Are you talking about this wall here?
Yes.
Yes, it
Yeah, I guess it was.
But they could have, yeah, but trajectory wise, if he was standing outside of that balcony area, the trajectory would have been, and he was shooting into the hall, they would have been. Yeah, there would have been, there would have been long furrows, I guess.
Remember, he says he was here. He was over here.
Yeah.
At some point, we still got earlier, at some point, this is part of the big picture. Yes, I remember at some point, higher for this general area, taking the cost.
So what I'm saying is, if he was shooting from right here, when he was shooting that way, there were the holes in the wall in this direction.
At this point, we don't want to get too much into
There will
this.
be another detective testifying that
You'll hear some more specific information on trajectories and locations. Go ahead and take a look. Yes, sir.
Do I understand that this is the first account with him being at the market? All other,
I believe you're correct for that point, yes.
all other accounts, it's just your Manning and Oscar.
I believe you're correct, yes.
Yeah.
And that's just, you are hearing several accounts of what happened. And so that's the challenge here, is trying to keep everything as part of the entire picture. Yes, sir.
I don't think I ever heard in kind of a real resolved answer. They asked him where he went after the incident. He said he went to the hospital. And they kind of asked him to speak to anyone, and I think he said he spoke to his chief. Is that about the extent of it? He mentioned that there was some like a peer person.
I believe after the shooting incident, Louisville provides a peer support group to talk to the officers involved in this.
Right, but it didn't sound like he did he
He doesn't reference that.
yeah, that's what I was just he spoke to his chief.
Yes, sir.
According to him, he's standing next to a hospital. And Crossroad says this guy's kind of standing next to him. They don't know they're standing next to each other, whether on the left or the right. The problem I have is Cosgrove and this guy right here said that they saw a shooter in his stance at the end of the hallway. How did they see things happening?
You feel that would be a question for deliberation.
Some of these questions that you have for us, we just can't answer. That is part of, you have to listen to the statements by the officers and kind of put it together in your mind.
Okay, well then, that's on part of the question. The next question, the same question is, one of them said that they were the first person in the door right behind Maggie. Well, this guy says he was the first person right behind Maggie. If everybody just be like this and look down through the door, because ain't no two people gonna be able to get through that door at the same time. I'm not saying that they doesn't both see it, but one or the other would have to be right behind Maggie to be able to see the shooter's stance. And both of them said that.
Well,
You have to judge the credibility of these interviews, of these statements made, these interviews. Part of your job to judge the credibility.
yes, ma'am.
Sorry, last question I have about the stack, because we've heard this come up several times. And when they get to it later, is there, in any of the evidence that you're presenting, is there ever an official stack that was laid out in their plan that will be provided, or is it all based on their accounts?
Their accounts. Yes,
We hear from the boyfriend.
we will hear from Mr. Walker later.
One other thing I want to tell you about the shield, he mentions that, he said it was unusual for
Yeah, for
the
the
shield
shield.
to be there when there wasn't SWAT there. Is that normal?
Is that his own personal shit?
Detective James carried it that day. I don't know what's normal for LOPD, but what we do know now is, from what we've heard, is Detective James had that shield. He was, and you know this, he was over, he was here.
He's in the back.
Nah, he was right, that's what he
This is
said.
Detective James here.
The dude with the shit.
He was in the skin over there. He was here.
Well, Mary Williams, who were
He was second. He was
It was
the
sick,
second.
but that goes back to the different accounts of the staff. But the shield was not put in place specifically from what we've heard so far.
It was just that he had stated that he didn't, it was, he thought it unusual that there be somebody got a shield there. And that's what he said, just a SWAT.
And I don't know, we don't have this information, I don't know if Yeah, we won't do that.
It's the thing.
We're ready for the next interview. Did you obtain a copy of the audio recording of the interview with Detective Mike Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted on March the 13th this year.
The night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And who conducted that?
That interview was conducted by Sergeant Anthony Wilder and Sergeant Omar Lee of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit.
This is Sergeant Anthony Wilder of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit. Today's date is 3/13/2020. The time is 06:05 hours. We are present at 3672 Taylor Boulevard at the Public Integrity Office. This will be a recorded statement from Detective Mike Campbell. This statement is in reference to PIN case 20-019. Present with me are Detective Campbell and Sergeant Omar Lee of the Public Integrity Unit. Detective, are you aware this statement is being video and audio taped?
Yes.
Does this meet with your approval?
Yes.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Michael Campbell, Campbell.
What is your code number?
2186.
And where are you currently assigned?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Interdiction Division, the Place-Based Investigation Squad, PBI Squad.
Place-based?
Yeah.
You said PBI?
Yeah, that's what they call it, the PBI Squad.
I know this unit, the division was recently created. How long have you been in that unit?
Since January 2020.
And before the reorganization, how long had you been in narcotics?
For about 2 years.
How long have you been on the department?
For over 22 years. Between 22 and 23 years.
Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicants at this time?
No.
Are you taking any kind of medication that would affect your judgment or your ability to think clearly?
No.
Did you sustain any injuries during this situation?
No.
Did you receive medical treatment?
No.
What type of uniform or clothing were you wearing at the time of this incident?
I was wearing this black t-shirt, some green cargo pants, and a black tack vest with police across the front.
And with the exception of the tack vest, are you wearing the same clothing right now?
Yes.
Because of the statutory requirements of KRS 15.520, I'm obligated to advise you that this is a criminal investigation, not an administrative investigation. However, you are not the subject of this investigation. Knowing this, are you willing to give us a statement at this time?
Yes.
All right. Earlier this morning, members of the CID unit were, I believe, executing a search warrant, and you were present.
Yes.
Just in your own words, if you just start where you think the logical starting point is, and to describe everything that happened tonight, and just kind of walk us through what you witnessed.
We were executing a narcotic search warrant at 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment 4. I was going to be the verification officer, so prior to the other
other detectives getting to the location to execute the search warrant. We were attempting to do simultaneous search warrants on Springfield Drive and on Elliott Avenue. So I was watching the location prior to the search warrant, the other units getting there. As they executed the search warrant on Elliott Avenue, they came down the hill on Springfield Drive. I pulled in behind the train of cars. We exited the cars. We walked up to apartment 4, the door of apartment 4. One of the targets of the search warrant, the main initial target of the investigation, and the main target of the search warrant, I believe, was at Elliott Avenue. We knocked on this door repeatedly. It was dark. We knocked on the door. You can see there was a light on, like a television or something on it. You could see it from the outside window, sliding over. We knocked on the door. We announced police multiple times. And we paused at the door. Everyone was paused at the door. Then when they decided to breach the door, they hit it. I believe Mike Nobles was on the ram. He hit the door 2 or 3 times. I believe it was 3 times, and the door popped open. And as the door popped open, we began to receive shots from the inside the apartment. I was the last person back. I was the last person in line. I couldn't see the person shooting, but I could hear the gunshots, and I could see the reaction of Sergeant Magny. And so we started to pull back. I moved to between the 2 parked cars facing the breezeway, where I could see the door and both the sliding glass door that faces the parking lot and the opening of the door to the apartment. Everybody else starts running back, trying to get to better cover. Lieutenant Hoover was dragging madly back. There were several gunshots. Lieutenant Hoover was dragging madly back because he had suffered a gunshot into the upper leg. We stopped briefly between the cars. They tried to get a tourniquet on Sergeant Magny. Then we moved when there was a white SUV parked in the center of the parking lot. That wasn't ours, but it was parked there. And Lieutenant Hoover and I believe Tony James, Detective James, and Nobles, Detective Nobles, moved Sergeant Magny behind the vehicle. The truck that's parked in the middle of it. It was better covered. They applied the tourniquet. I held my attention on the window and the door. You could hear somebody in there, but we were trying to get medical attention to Sergeant Magny. Somebody brought up a car. They put Sergeant Magny in the trunk of the car, and they drove him out the front to the ambulance that was waiting at the end of the street. At that point, Mouse Cosgrove and Mouse Cosgrove or Hankinson had called for the SWAT team to come up and help clear it, but they were all on Elliott Avenue, that's on the other side of town. So we could hear people moving around. You could hear a person moving around inside the apartment. So we started calling to him, and he came out the front door. Detective Hankinson gave him commands. He walked back. By that time, as he was exiting the apartment, several patrol uniform officers were on the scene by that time. They got him back, handcuffed him, and they moved him to a marked car that was waiting on him.
Okay. From your position, were you able to observe which officers, if any, returned fire?
No. I was on the back edge of the building, as in the breezeway. I didn't see when the sheriff. I could see what I thought were rounds coming out. I was in a bad position, so I backed up between the cars, so I don't know for sure who actually returned fire or not.
Do you know any of the targets of that were supposed to be in that apartment?
It was a Breonna Taylor, a Jamarcus Glover. They were supposed to be in that.
So what was the first name from
Jamarcus. During the course of our investigation, which was a narcotics investigation, we saw Jamarcus was observed picking up packages from that location. He used that location as his address on some other documentation. So we thought he lived there. It was one of the places he was living there and getting drugs.
Approximately how many shots do you think maybe were fired from inside the apartment?
I have no idea. Several. It was just a lot of gunfire. I can't give you a number for sure. It seemed like more than 5 gunshots I heard. But I mean, there was a lot of gunfire. And I'm sure some of it was return fire, so I couldn't determine the difference. I couldn't tell the difference.
Do you know where Sergeant Madden was positioned at in the stack when they were breaching?
As he was like in the one spot. He was going to be the first person through. So when the door popped open, Madden was in the doorway.
When the subject came out, did he make any statements that you heard?
He made a statement about his girlfriend shooting out, and he said they heard us knock. But I was focused on the door and if there was anybody else coming out of that door. So I didn't talk to him really. I know he was talking to some of the other detectives briefly, and some of the officers that were out there.
And once this kind of situation calmed down and the scene was considered safe, was there any discussion or did you hear other people talking about, did anybody see who actually fired the shots or anything?
No, we didn't. I didn't discuss that with anyone. And I was not in a position to see who fired shots. See the person that was shooting out.
Sergeant Lee?
Yeah. I'm a little slow, so I apologize, but on the stack we are going in, how many was in the stack?
There were 7 of us total.
7 total out there, okay. So 7 total. And there was 4 in the stack to make entry. And you're talking about door, so when I got to see it was door number 4.
Door number 4.
And it's under the staircase?
It's under the staircase. As you walk into the breezeway, it's on
So
the
that's
right.
the breezeway, the staircase is to your right, it's underneath that, okay. So you're under the stairs. Were all 7 of you kind of in the stack, or was it a few in the stack, a few in the back, a few in the front?
Yeah, I was walking up, and we had stopped in the breezeway. So we weren't bunched up real tight.
Okay.
We were spread out. We knocked on the door. We were doing several warrants tonight. This one was going to be, we didn't think the target was there. This one was going to be the easy one.
Gotcha. So who knocked at the door?
Sergeant manually knocked, not repeatedly. And we announced police. Other detectives were saying police. Not, and we were really loud. So we had not been announced that we were the police multiple times.
And then do you call who was number 2 in the stack?
So the person with the ram was Nobles. Hoover was up close, so he's probably the 3rd or 4th person back. Magnley was at the door. And then I was the last person, I believe. So in there had to be Tony James and
James is in front of you.
yeah, and closer to Magnley had to be Miles Cosgrove. Also Cosgrove. He was probably 3. If Hoover was 4, Cosgrove was 3. But I was the last person. Not completely. I can't.
I got you.
Right down.
Yeah. Been in some of those stacks, can't remember them all, but just kind of trying to paint a better picture.
Hoover was kind of close up there. I was almost to the edge of the building. I was just in the breezeway.
And then, so you're basically at the end of the steps.
I'm at the end of I was just inside, like at the end of the steps, where I can just see in.
And you could, so when you said you did your shooting once,
The door.
so the door pops, so they hit with the ram, so it takes 2 hits.
2, maybe 3 hits.
Okay.
Door pops up.
Door pops open, and you can distinctively tell that there was going to
Coming from the inside.
And then you don't really know how many here.
No, I started to move back because we weren't going in, and I wanted to move to better cover. And there's a big sliding window there.
With the little patio in the front there. So you slid to avoid that window.
To avoid that window, move to the engine of one of those cars parked in the driveway, the parking lot.
To cover behind the car.
Actually, I slipped. I think Hankinson and Tyler, we slipped and Magnley's being pulled back.
Do you know where Hankinson was? Front, middle, back of the stack?
He was probably in the middle somewhere. He was in front of me, so when we all started pulling back, I thought he was in front of me. Back, headed back there.
So then you kind of maintain there, using the vehicle's cover, you kind of maintain there as the guy gets called out, and then they're rendering first aid to Sergeant Mattingly.
Right, by the time that guy was coming out,
They've already, okay, so they've already moved him out of the scene. Guy comes out. You don't hear him say, you do hear him say a couple things.
Yeah, he's talking to some of the detectives briefly. I mean, nobody's interviewing him.
Right, just
they just
spontaneous statements.
Yeah, and so the patrol person took him and secured him.
And you're kind of just still maintaining cover on the house in case anybody else is in, you don't know who else is there. And you don't see anybody else come out?
I don't see anybody else come out. SWAT, by that time SWAT gets there.
They clear, okay. So you never actually made entry into the apartment?
No. After they cleared it, I went up and tried to make contact with all the apartments to make sure they were okay. There's a lot of gunshots.
In checking the other residents to make sure they were okay, did any of them hear anything or say anything that we need to go back and follow up on that you can recall?
No, they just said they heard shots, a bunch of shots. I talked to the people on the second floor. I believe Luke Vaughn talked to people. Sergeant Vaughn talked to people on the first floor. Because he had gotten there by that time.
So you got there as SWAT commander, the sergeant on SWAT?
No, he's sergeant on the box.
Oh, is he? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he was in SWAT.
He is.
Oh.
But he was.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
2 rows.
Yeah, but I think he was on the other ones. And he had gotten out there about the same time as SWAT team got there.
So this was kind of trying to hit 4 different targets?
5 different targets.
Kind of simultaneously? Or?
Yeah, close together. There was 4 spots on Elliott Avenue and this spot on Springfield Drive.
And I'm assuming because you're trying to hit them all simultaneously, they're all kind of connected within the drug trade.
Yes.
The subject that did come out, did you see him by chance? Like at all? Could you identify who it was? Or do you know who it was?
I don't know.
Once the door popped open, was there an opportunity, and you may not fully know this, the way I'm going to ask it, but was there an opportunity, or did you hear anybody give any verbal commands to anybody as far as to, show your hands or anything like that?
As soon as the door popped open around.
Okay.
It was like pop, and then pop. It was like boom, pop, 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 pop.
So, just to kind of paraphrase and make sure I've got everything, you were part of the team that went to 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment number 4. That was one location of multiple search warrants that were being served tonight. You were there prior to doing surveillance, and then the rest of the team showed up. You fell in at the rear of the vehicles and at the rear of the stack. You all approached the door, knocked and announced several times, gave opportunity to enter the door. The decision was made to breach. I think you said Mike Nobles, you think, had the ram, struck the door. Once the door flew open, Sergeant Mattingly was the first one in the stack and in the doorway. As soon as the door popped open, shots were being fired from inside. And then at that point, there was multiple shots being fired, and you're not able to determine how many total shots or how many from each specific person.
Correct.
At that point, officers began to scramble for cover, and I think you said it was Lieutenant Hoover was pulling and batting them back to cover. Once everybody kind of got to cover, you provided cover on the house. Other officers began treating Sergeant Mattingly, eventually putting him on the trunk trunk of a car that was brought in to kind of lift and carry him out of the scene to EMS. Additional police uniformed officers responded, assisted with setting the perimeter. You all began hailing, and the subject came out, was taken into custody. At some point, you overheard him saying that his girlfriend had shot, and he had heard you all knocking, and then SWAT had showed up and cleared the rest of the house.
That's accurate.
The gentleman that came out, were you able to give a description of him?
A tall black male, looked to be in his late 30s, late 40s.
Do you recall anything about his clothing?
No, I mean, he was clothed, he was fully clothed, but I don't recall anything in particular.
Sergeant Liz, are you
I thought I had a follow-up, but it slipped my mind, so I'm gonna say,
Are there any other questions that we have not asked you, or any other information that you have that you believe may be beneficial to this case?
No.
Is there anything you want to state for the record before we end?
No.
Is everything you told me the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right, we will conclude with the statement. The time is now 06:30 hours.
Do y'all have any questions for Detective Fogg about this?
Yes.
I'm right, and I understood this detective's account of the situation. He was in the back of the staff, and Dickinson, the one you heard incident, and you heard who. Argo, who was supposed to be next to him, actually had moved over on the left side of the staff, and was fairly not behind Maggie. So when the door breached, and now he was the first one through that door, Argo rushed up behind him, that was a fired shot. Argo was saying that he saw a person in a shooter stage and in his heart. He was saying he had no time to get to that door to see the shooter because he fell back behind this detective, this Campbell, moved over there to the patio door. There's no way he could have made up to that door to see the shooter stage according to this account. And I don't know why we did.
That's what he said.
I just want to make sure that you can get what, man?
No, I got one more. I got a question.
Yes.
He said that he heard he said that the boyfriend stated that he heard them knock.
That's what Detective Campbell said, yes.
Several times.
Yes, that's what I was getting ready to say. It's time for a break. So we'll go off record. Okay, we're back on record at 11:04 a.m. Detective Fogg, you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you obtain a copy of an interview that had been conducted with Lieutenant Sean Hoover?
Yes, we did.
And when was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted on March the 13th.
And who conducted that?
Officers with the Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit.
So we'll go ahead and play that interview.
in narcotics. So then 3 years. I don't remember the exact dates.
We'll just say 3 years.
All right.
How long have you been with the department?
17 and a half years.
Like you don't know. Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicants at this time? Are you taking any kind of medication that would affect your judgment or your ability to think clearly?
No.
Did you sustain any injuries during this situation?
No.
Did you receive any medical treatment?
No.
What type of uniform or clothing were you wearing at the time of this incident?
I was wearing plain clothes, but I had the black, I guess, the standard typical police vest, this, black vest and white letters with police across the front of it, with my plain clothes attire.
Okay. So, plain clothes. You've got on green pants and like a camouflage Under Armour shirt.
Yes.
It's like a blue camouflage with orange stitching, I guess. And it's a black vest.
Yeah, just like your standard black tactical vest.
Okay. All right. Do you have the same clothing on right now?
Yes, minus the vest, yes.
Minus the vest, right? Because of the statutory requirements of 15.520, I'm obligated to advise you that this is a criminal investigation, not an administrative investigation. Okay? However, you are not the target of this investigation. Actually, I tell you what, I think I'm going to switch to a different form, and I think I'm listening. Just because of the nature of the situation, I'm going to go ahead and just read you your rights, so that way it's all covered. And there aren't any problems. I'm not trying to.
Okay, yeah, no. Just with that, I would like to talk to Steve, I guess, because I was just understanding it was just a regular statement, so.
Yeah.
Nothing against you guys, it's just.
I apologize. I realized I grabbed the wrong form.
No worries.
My game is off tonight.
No worries.
That's not. Yeah, we got to do it.
Yeah, like this morning or something, like,
I apologize. Before I even got any further, I was like, oh, I'm going to be ready. So, Steve?
Yeah, if he's something, I can just ask him outside if it's good. If he don't have to be here, then I'm cool with it,
Yeah.
but I just.
No. I grabbed the wrong form, and I'm completely sure that we have to actually do it.
Okay. Fair enough. But he didn't say nothing about plus, so it's kind of.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Sit tight.
Okay, thank you.
I'm wrong. I apologize. But it's up to you. You know, just say this stuff if you don't want to. But no, I don't have to read because I wasn't aware of our particular situation. This would still apply. I apologize for any confusion. You still got to do what's best for you and what's best for you.
Yeah. No, I don't have an issue with it at all. It just seems different than what being talked about.
Okay. Yeah, well, and that's why I was going to clarify with starting out. I was like, I'm getting ready to screw this up. So let me go ask him.
Okay.
So, we'll go back to where we were because the statutory requirements carry us 15.52. I'm obligated to advise you this is a criminal investigation, not an administrative investigation. However, you are not the subject of this investigation. Knowing this, are you going to give me something that this is? Okay. Again, I apologize.
That's okay. That's why it's a little clarification.
Yeah.
It sounds a little different. So.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to, as I got into it, I was like, hold on a second. I I want to treat you the way that I want to treat you. I'll tell you, here's kind of how I like to do it. It's your story. I'll listen to it. Give me as much information as you can. Basically from the very beginning. Use as many names as you can, as much detail as you can. To cover your brief.
Yeah. You're saying this, the briefing and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, basically, it was the new place-based investigations. They were doing 4 to 5 total. I think they were doing 3 with contingency on the 4th downtown. I'm trying to remember this. They're wrong, but I just remember contingency one was like 2605 Mile Valley, but they were waiting to see how the other warrants went before they messed with that. But the one we were at in Springdale, that is an associated address with this gentleman. I said, this is not our investigation, but we were assisting them on that. So, but he had been using that address and apparently getting mail and stuff shipped there, sent there, and recently, if I remember correctly, he said, this is his new permanent address. So their assumption that he's going to have dough or money or something he's storing there. So the brief, Wes Barton went over the brief. He briefed all of them at the same time. And I guess Josh James was a SWAT going into more detail, I guess, with the other ones. We didn't do a whole lot of briefing on the other warrants since SWAT was executing those, but it was still had a list of people who were going where and doing what. So the plan was when one SWAT was on unload. We're trying to do it somewhat close to simultaneous. So once they were unloading to go up to do their approach, we were going to drive over. We met I can remember the name of the church. It's right there, I guess half a block south of St. Anthony's, right by the liquor store. We parked and met up, and then EMS was staged there. So we met up there. Once time got close, we were just waiting until they started protesting. We all got together and drove over there. I think we had, 5 vehicles, if I remember correctly. Let me see. John was leading, he was driving, I believe it was a Chrysler full car, I'm not really for sure what it was. Brett Hankerson, he has this green Suburban, or Tahoe, I think Suburban, not one of those two. Tony James had his Explorer. Mike Campbell was driving a Fusion. I don't know if I think it's a 4 car. It's 4. And I rode in Miles Cosgrove's Nissan Altima. So it seems like I'm listening to car. There were 7 of them. Okay. Well, there were 7 of us total.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So, John, you, right?
Yes.
So that would be 2. Hankinson, 3. James, 4. Campbell, 5.
Oh, no, had this. Toilet was under. There's the other.
Okay.
So we followed John then. I think we were towards the back. We were second last, I believe, but we went up. You had to go up because of that gate you all saw. So we went up to the next entrance, come around, parked out at the end of it towards, I guess it's more towards the front of that building. We all exited our vehicles, got lined up, our stick, and we went right up to the door. Once we got to the door, I'm trying to remember where everybody was. I think Tony James was on the other side of the door. He had the bunker. And John was over there.
So Tony James had
a shield, yeah.
So as you guys approach, you made a stack?
Yeah, we were getting together right as we were getting to the front of the apartment. It was just a terrible layout for us to make an approach, to make the best we could.
Now, I haven't been there. Is it an apartment building?
It's an apartment, yeah, there's, hang on, there's 8 total. There's 4 on the bottom, 4 on the top. I guess there's 2 on the side and 2 in the back, same with the above. I'm trying to, the best way to explain it to you. I don't have a picture of it, it shows the back.
Okay, what apartment?
4, I believe. I can look, I'm almost positive it's 4. Should have been 3003, number 4.
Okay.
I'm almost positive it's the right address. But once you go in, like I said, it's an open, this common area outdoors, and there's steps on the right-hand side to go up, but we were on the first floor. Like I say, John and Tony were on the other side of the door. Mike Nobles was on, everybody else was on my side.
Okay.
And Mike Nobles was, the rank, he was on his side. I think, if I remember right, I think Brett was covering, there's patio doors on the outside. On very front of one side of the building, or with the.
So did you guys have to breach the main door?
Yeah, well, yes, the regular entry door, not the glass doors.
So is that what you're describing to me now?
Yes, when you go in, there was the main door to enter, and out front they had like glass sliding doors. And if I remember right, Brett was covering those while we were at the door doing our knocking. So we were set up ready. It was actually no knock warrant. We didn't execute it that way. We knocked on the door, said police, waited, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Knocked again, said police, waited even longer. So it was the third time that we were approaching at a minimum 45 seconds, if not a minute. And then I said, let's go, let's breach it. So knocked again, yelled police, search warrant, Nobles hit the door 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And once the door went open, and I'm trying to think this, how, if you don't work there, I'm trying to think the best way to describe how, I mean, basically they were on the other, I think we'll take it, so you can have an idea of what I'm explaining. Well, basically, they were on the left side of the door, everybody else on the right-hand side. I'm trying to think of a way to explain it to you. And the mic ran from this right side of the door, so it went out. Yeah, I guess that'd probably be easier. I'm just trying to look on video. I'm trying to think of the best way to. So this is Springfield. So parking spaces, and then there's like a sidewalk. And then this common area is just like a square, and this is like the bigger, I think the apartment's basically split like that. So there's 1 apartment here, 2 and 3 and 4. Well, the numbers aren't right, but that's kind of central layout. And the door to this one was right here. So there was Tony and John were on this side. And I know Mike was there. I was here, I believe Brett was up here. There's glass sliding doors at the front, and Brett was covering that. And everybody else, I guess, Campbell and Coster, they were on that side as well.
So it's an inward open. Right?
Yes, I believe it swung that way. I believe that's the way. I believe it swung in the left. Yes, the inward swing.
Do you think it opened inward to the?
I believe so, yeah. So Mike, once after the third hit, it opens up, and John steps over and into the doorway. Well, I mean, he's still probably 5 foot away, but steps into it to try to get to see what you can see. I mean, it was dark in there. As soon as he leaned over, you hear gunshots coming out of that apartment. I don't know how many, because during that time, I heard the shots, John goes down, and he said something like, fuck, I've been hit or something like that. I couldn't tell, and I could see he'd been hit in the leg. So at that time, Tony, I think this is how it happened, because I don't know how I got into that doorway and got him out without getting shot. I believe Tony stepped in with the bunker, the shield. Well, when John went down, I saw that he did return some rounds. I don't know how many. I just knew John Mack. When he went down, he was going down, he was returning fire while he was laying on the ground. And at that time, Miles come in front of me, and that's the last thing I grabbed John, and he's stumbling, trying to get, I'm dragging him, but he's used his legs kind of, so we're getting him out of there, and basically getting out to the parking lot and getting behind the first car we can get to. I don't remember what it was. So we were just basically pulling parking space and bike out of the vehicle. I can tell you anything about it. But we got him there trying to assess his injuries. And I knew I had a tourniquet, and I guess I was in somewhat panic mode. I just took my belt off and did that and held that until somebody got over there, and Tony James had a tourniquet put on his leg. Because all he tells, he had one bullet wound in the upper thigh. And he was bleeding, I thought, a substantial amount, but I mean, of course I had all over me, but it was also in puddled water slimy, and it could have made it look even worse. But I mean, he was definitely losing blood either way. So we tried to figure out the best way to try to stop the bleeding. So after that, we were able to move him again to the back side of another vehicle, which I believe was a civilian vehicle. I think it was a white Toyota big SUV, I believe is what it was. And also, I wanted to go back to something I forgot. When we were knocking the first two times, neighbor from above us come out and was like, "What are y'all doing?" Like looking down at us. So he heard us upstairs either knocking, and and told him to go back in the apartment. He kind of wanted to argue. He said, "Get back in the apartment." So the guy finally went back in the apartment. That was his white SUV is out front. He was dropping something off and he was trying to leave when all that happened. So, trying to think anything in between there. It's just such a blur. Got him out. I said to the behind one of these vehicles, it was part, I believe, was a other private citizen vehicle. I believe that may actually be where we got the tourniquet on. Was out there. I think I had the belt at first just to get him away from everything. Sure. We got him back there. That time, patrol officers were showing up. Whichever one got to me first, I don't know which. It may be the other kid that's here when we ran to get him, not for sure. But they gave me a knife, so started cutting John's pants to try to see if he had any more injuries or if he had a pass through, because he kept saying, turn up here, I think it's good to tourniquet. After that, it seemed like forever, I don't know. EMS, they come back. It seems like they left, because I don't know if they were blocked by that gate to go around and come in another way, and I think we got hold of them to come back. Miles Cosgrove, his Nissan Altima was right there, or somebody got him pulled up. I don't know who was driving it. Me and another officer, it was, I'm not right there, I can't think of his name. Ran the gate. We got John up onto the back of the Altima, and I held on to him and yelled whoever was driving to take off, and I just held on to John and kept him on there and drove all the way down where the gate was broken. At that time, Tony James was down there. I don't know if I got down there and tracked out. Either way, he was in there. So I just grabbed John off the trunk and just got through the gate and put him in the ambulance, and Tony helped me get him in the just something that I can't think right now. Then after that, I believe Mike and Tony, don't know if they both were paying attention. to go back to the scene while they were trying to take care of John and get him to the hospital. When I get back there, at that time there's a lot of other officers that are showing up. People are covering doors with rifles and whatever. And I would say, I guess, probably 10 minutes later, roughly, something like that, the guy, there's a male gentleman there who decides to come out. So they talk him out, Breonna Taylor talked him out, got him all the way back up to the cars, and K-9 also assisted as well, because the guy was really slow walking, didn't want to come out. So K-9 assisted with that. And he makes some statements. I can't remember much of them. I'm sure with all the body cameras that the officers there, they should be able to pull them up. But he said something about there's a woman down inside. He said she was the one shooting. He said she had a 9mm. He believed a 9mm. And he was taken into custody and put in a patrol car. I don't know where he was transported or whatever. They were just getting him out of there. And then during while this is going on, we were also calling for SWAT to come back because we did have, there was an armed suspect in there. This is before the guy gave himself up. I'm sorry, I'm back a little bit. So we started calling for them to leave the warrants they were doing down on the magazine to come back and help us, because with, given the situation, we weren't going to walk back in there, so we were waiting for SWAT to come back and check the apartment cleared. And they found, so there was a female down inside, but that was it. I didn't ask for no weapons or anything like that. I just asked that, what casings in there, because I was assumption it was a rifle, like somebody was shooting. I mean, I know we're in close quarters, but it was so loud, and I don't know who said it. Somebody, rifle, so I think he's got a rifle. So I don't know if it was AR-15 or what, but somebody said rifle. It may have been John, I'm not for sure. But as far as none of us stepped foot in that apartment with the incident. SWAT was the only one to go in there.
So you guys never actually made an entry?
We never made it in. We were, in my opinion, we were ambushed. They knew we were there. I mean, all the neighbors knew we were there upstairs. They were coming out to see what was going on, and they were waiting.
So I'm not just kind of running back through this, okay?
Yeah, I jumped around a little bit.
You're fine. Yeah, you're doing a great job. You really are. So I'll just run you back through it, and then we'll kind of, anything I miss or whatever, feel free to jump in at any point in time that you want to or whatever. I just want to make sure I fully understand it. So I guess this whole thing is you guys were doing place-based. It sounds like a bunch of search warrants at the time. As a result of some investigation.
It was all one investigation, multiple search warrants.
So you're not the lieutenant in charge of that unit, correct?
No. We were assisting they needed bodies because they had so much going on.
And because you're in narcotics, you guys search warrants all the time, right? So this team that you work with today, do they work for you?
Some do, some used to. Well, let me think. They could fall. I think every one of them, other than Mike Noble, either works for me or worked for me before we did the reorganization.
Okay. So is it just kind of a hodgepodge team, I guess?
Yes, it was. They needed bodies. We showed up and kind of just.
Was that a volunteer thing?
Yes. Yeah.
So you guys volunteered to show up. Where did you guys do the briefs at?
CIA 701 West Louisville, or our office.
The narcotics office?
Yes.
So you guys do the brief at the narcotics office. Were these supposed to be simultaneous?
Trying to keep it reasonably close. Not necessarily. We were one, and we're waiting on SWAT to make their approach. And So we knew by the time we drove from there, parked, and there approached it, they were already in there. They wanted reasonably close, but not, super silent.
Okay, I got you. Not like some big secret.
Right, and being the other end of town.
So what did you guys know about that target that you guys were going to?
All that we knew is it was a female in the apartment, I believe it was an ex-girlfriend. Like I said, I guess you gotta assume anything when you're, in search warrants, but it was for a search warrant, it was considered a low risk one. I mean, as far as, it was mainly looking for, any kind of documentation within that address and also any narcotics. So cash, I mean, he was connected to that address, but it wasn't there.
Who's he?
I cannot remember his name right now.
No, it's fine. Was he the main target?
There was 5 associated with that case, and I believe it was the main one, the associate of the main guy.
Okay.
Like I said, there were 5, meant the whole network type.
I'm assuming there was an actress now?
I believe. I say that, but I did not see one. So, I mean, I guess that could be an error on me for not asking that question.
Okay.
I guess under the assumption that it was low risk, they knew the history. I assume they did.
But based on what you were briefed on, you felt like it was low risk. Is this something?
Yes, I felt it's something easily capable. Yeah, nothing outside our capability.
How long have you been doing
that? Well, I've been in narcotics, I guess, about 3 years, around 3 years, and then I also did 6 years, 5 years at the flex unit, and then also sergeant of the First Division Halo for a year.
So you've served 15 warrants.
Yeah, quite a few.
So you probably have a pretty good idea of what's high risk, what's low risk. When to make the appropriate call to who.
Correct.
And given your position, you're probably very, I would assume, and that's just purely an assumption on my part, that that's something that you do quite often, and the fact what goes on a matrix, what's considered telling us who to call appropriate. So you guys get briefed up at the CID office, you guys roll out and you meet basically like a staging area.
Yeah, church. I can't think of the name of it. It's just south of that liquor store at St. Anthony's. I can't think of what the name of the church is.
But in close proximity?
Yes.
Okay, it's St. Anthony's, and what's the closest?
It runs off of St. Andrews, which, you know where St. Andrews and Blanton is? You know where Blanton CA is off of, that's okay. Say Dixie and Greenwood? Okay. Well, I guess it would be St. Andrews there. Just, if you go, you drive right past the first is there, I'd say it's probably a mile and a half tops up there. St. Anthony's will be on your right if you're coming from Dixie.
So you guys stage, say, okay, these are the people we're going to take. Before you guys stage, have positions already been assigned as far as?
Yeah, we had, there's a list on the board, yeah, we kind of went with.
Is that all still on the board?
I would assume.
Okay.
I would assume that hasn't been touched since we left.
Okay. All right. So everybody kind of gets us basically in the assigned position.
Yeah.
To breacher.
Yeah, and for that, the first 3 were the main ones, and after that, it's kind of fluid. You just kind of, we're getting up there together, but if the back few right at work wasn't a big deal. The main 3 were the first 3. So.
Okay. Was John's position, was he to provide security for Tony, or what was kind of his role?
I guess we were, essentially probably, I wasn't where Tony had the bunker when he saw it, just reasonably working on Tony in. So I didn't know he had it with him. So essentially John, I think, was just stepping over and trying to clear and was I believe he was actually shouting search warrant, if I remember correctly, and immediately, was gunfire. So he was trying, I believe, just to clear what he could, and then Tony would have come in and we would just all got in behind and just followed over through.
So you guys get into the apartment building itself, and then you're outside on a door.
Yeah, the common, well, I say the common area, that it's still outside. We never made it to it. It's not an interior.
Oh, okay. Like I said,
once you see it, you'll understand what I'm saying.
Okay, sure. So you guys stack up on the door, and you said you guys knocked in and out. How many times?
3 times.
3 times you knocked in and out. And then were you, so as you did that, how long would you say you waited in between knocking and announcing?
I mean, it was probably 10 to 15 seconds at least.
Okay.
Like I said, for the 3, it was at least 45 seconds, if not a minute. I mean, we were there for a little bit, and, hindsight, but, so it wasn't no knock warrant, but because with it, we considered it going to be more of a low risk, we're like, we'll just give them a chance to open the door.
Okay.
So that was kind of our thought process, but is we were going to give them a chance to open the door,
And why?
because like I said, it was low risk, and with that, we didn't, obviously there's the concern of destruction of evidence, but we felt with her, she made me like, what's this, if he was there, it'd be a different story, but with her, that's why we knocked the first 2 times, it just said police. We didn't, police search warrant, we just said police, and waited, delayed, whatever 10, 15 seconds was, repeated the same thing. And then the last time, I said, let's just hit it, they're not going to answer. So then that's when they did the search warrant, police search warrant announcement.
Okay. So the first 3 times that you knocked, or the first 2 times that you knocked, you just said police?
Yes.
Hoping to draw her to the
Yes. And it was, like I said, it was loud enough that the neighbor above them would come out to see what was going on.
So the 3rd time that you knocked, that's when you guys say search warrant?
He said bang, and said police search warrant, and then Mike rang it.
Okay, and then Mike rang it.
Yeah.
And then, for whatever reason, John steps out. And I guess is his gun up at this point?
Yes, I can't go from memory and remember him actually stepping out, but I know he did that because of where he got shot.
Okay.
He had to step right into that front of that door, trying to, just looking in to clear, I guess, to see if there's any threats, immediate threats there.
Okay, and you felt like, and then he gets shot, like
Immediately,
like
immediately. As soon as that door flew open on that last hit, I said, everybody's probably yelling it, but I remember somebody yelling search warrant. So I can't say specifically who it was, but, and immediately, there was, gunfire coming at us.
Okay. So, you feel like at some point, then possibly Tony James steps in front of the door with the shield?
I'm assuming that to get John out of there and he not get shot, that probably had to happen because John was kind of in the open and Miles in the open.
Okay.
And like I said, Miles stepped in front of me trying to address a target and I grabbed John and and after that I was just dragging him out of there. I heard a bunch of gunshots. I couldn't tell you, where they're coming from, but they were very loud, so.
Did you see anybody else shoot? Because
I did not see
John
anybody.
shoot, right?
Yeah, John. I'm sorry. John was the only person I saw shoot.
He's the only person that you saw shoot. Okay. Anybody else tell you that they shot?
I believe Brett and Miles did, but like I said, that's...
Brett Hankinson?
Yes.
Miles
Cosgrove, yeah. But I didn't see anyone shoot, because at that point, I'm dealing with John and dragging, so... Like I said, I'm just hearing gunfire everywhere.
But as a lieutenant, at some point in time, you asked that, I'm guessing that would be a guess.
Yes, I was checking to make sure they were okay, and make sure they were fine, and you can tell they were a little more shook up, and that's why,
It's completely understandable.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, completely understandable. So, you guys, after that happens, it sounds like it kind of settles down a little bit, maybe. As far as like that initial burst of wind.
Yes, once we got out into cover, it was quiet.
And then, so you immediately start trying to render aid. You do all that. Once John gets down to EMS, you then turn your attention back towards
Go back to
the
the
scene.
scene, yeah.
When you get back to the scene, I believe you said that you saw people have rifles on windows and the doors.
Yeah, those were, the patrol officers that showed up. Sometimes they're in Spain, I don't know, there were quite a few, obviously, in that situation.
So obviously, it sounds like they're trying to contain it.
Yes.
And so as that is happening, a male comes out from the inside.
Yeah, it was, in that situation, it's so hard to determine time with everything's going on, but I would say it was a minimum 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
A guy decided to come out. I was down the way and I heard him, I believe it was Brent Hankinson that was addressing him.
Okay.
And he was like, something to the effect of, there's a male coming out, and then basically talking about him. The guy walked extremely slow, just small. So it took forever for the guy to get back there.
Okay.
And then I said canine study, and I can't remember that officer's name for nothing, but he had his dog there and was like, come back, to me, or at least the dog, and he picked up the pace after that. He got back a little quicker, but he was being covered by multiple fires definitely.
Do you remember any of the faces or names of anybody else that you saw out there?
No, the bad thing is, they're also new, like, during that incident, no, I talked to Major Shai and Lieutenant Randall afterwards, but I don't know if they were there when the guy come out. Other than, the group of guys out there.
Okay.
I remember, there was a bunch.
Okay, but you remember the canine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember his name for nothing.
Okay.
It may come back to me in a second.
Can you describe it for me?
He's white male. I want to say his hair is kind of a little spiky in the front. I know who the guy is. I recognize him. It's not somebody I've ever talked to, but I recognize who he is.
Kirk?
It wasn't Kirk.
Nemo, Jeremiah Nemo.
It may have been Nemo. Is he kind of taller? Like 6'1", 2-ish, something like that, maybe? Yes.
Possibly
I believe that's who it was.
He was out there when I went to the scene.
And
Then, if he was the ones out there, that's more than likely.
His name was Jeremiah.
So you turn your attention back towards the apartment. You see it's now covered down, and this guy ends up getting talked out by Brett Hankinson, who was with you guys, and then with the assistance of a canine officer. Do you remember who all went into the apartment?
I don't know if anybody went into it. SWAT did. I don't think that I saw, I'm 100% positive, none of the narcotics people or CID people went in there. I think somebody, your guy may have done a walkthrough or something. I don't even know if they went in. I know they were over there by the door. SWAT, I think, were the only ones that went in. I don't think any other officers went in. Or that I'm aware of. Because with that, potential armed suspect, we were just holding the perimeter and letting SWAT come handle that.
Okay. So, after, I guess, SWAT ends up getting it cleared.
Yes.
You were there for that?
I was there, yes.
Okay. So SWAT gets it cleared. And then kind of run me through what happens from there. I guess it's chain of command start showing up.
Yes. During that time, I contacted Major Barbara to let her know that she already knew at that point. She was like, I'm on my way to the hospital now. I guess she probably got the command page, I guess. But I tried to call her whenever, as soon as we got John in the ambulance and gone, I immediately called her. As far as command showed up, I said it was Lieutenant Isaac Manley from the 3rd and Major Shine. They were out with a barricade subject in Paradigm, so they went from that to that. Colonel Judah showed up. Trying to remember who else.
Did you tell anybody about what happened?
What do you mean?
Did you talk to anybody else about what happened? As far as like, did you share the whole incident? Did you share?
Well, I talked to Major Burger and let her know what was going on. And that was basically up to the point of where I think got John on the ambulance. I don't think that the guy had come out yet. He was still in there at that point, I'm pretty sure.
I guess, let me say it like this. Other than informing command of what happened, did you talk to anybody else about it? Anybody else, like another peer or something like that? So like me and him are peers, I'd say, you come up and be like, man, this is what happened.
Well, I mean, we had other guys from CID showing up that work, they're currently in my and good friends of John. So, I mean, that's the main thing is just kind of explain to people like, man, I think he's all right. This was kind of what happened. Just getting the gist. I didn't go through like a detailed, anything like that, but I felt that was something I should inform them. I couldn't start with all labor. I mean, that's a good friend of theirs that they've worked with for years in their life. So, I felt somewhat I was obligated, but in order to comfort them a little bit, so they knew what was going on with their friends.
So you didn't cover like in depth detail or anything like
that? No. I was just saying, we were making entry and man, we were immediately getting fired upon and we drove John out of there. And that was kind of the gist of it. It wasn't obviously nothing detailed like this. It was, of course, I'm running around, having calls from each other and stuff like that. I didn't really have time to sit around and conversate a whole lot.
Do what you basically what you pay for, right? At that point,
Some, I guess.
I mean, it sounds kind of.
You're exactly right.
To put it that way, but I mean, it's, right?
Yes.
When we kind of start this commanding officer,
That's true.
You mentioned SWAT guys, I think kind of cleared it.
Yes.
You don't need their names, do they?
Well, see, because when I was asking, I was like, are y'all going to clear it? They're like, we've already cleared it. I think I talked to Sergeant Brandon Hogan, and I think at that point, they had already, because they were there, and I know I told Brandon, I told him, what the situation was, but then either Major Burger called me or I had to call her or something. I think something along those lines, and then I believe Miles talked to them to kind of fill them out. So that way they were made aware of what the situation was. But they went in, they were able to clear it quick, because I believe they were able, at the doorway, they were able to see, the subject that was down.
So there's 4 apartments in this little alcove?
Yeah, I would assume this one probably goes like that. I'm assuming, I didn't go in, so I have no clue what was inside.
Plus you remember 4 doors in your little.
Yeah.
So the guy that was upstairs, you have
was above one.
Okay, so.
He was above, this is actually number 4. I did a terrible job at that. I was just listing 4 apartments.
So he was above the one he was doing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
It was one of those things I wish, at the time, I was just worried we're trying to get in the door, the guy's coming out. I know he was a taller gentleman. It seems like, I don't know, at all. He seemed like he had darker skin tone, like he could have been possibly Hispanic, or maybe like some black. I'm not positive. It almost seemed like he had what's the word I'm looking for?
Accent.
There we go, an accent of some sort, just of what I can remember, because I'm trying to watch that and watch this door at the same time, so it was, but as he was going by, he was talking to somebody in the apartment, and it just, I don't know why I remember that, but it seemed like he had an accent.
I kind of want to circle back to something. So when you guys decided to knock on the door and use that instead of the no knock, like
Yes.
would it be fair? Because I don't want to make assumptions and put words in your mouth. Would it be fair though? And I guess this is, I know from my experience in training, that sometimes we do things like try to get somebody to come to the door. It sounded like you guys were using more of an approach of trying to be more cautious and also trying to mitigate, the higher risk of the no-knock.
Correct, and I believe that they were all signed as no-knocks due to that whole group with their, with the narcotics trafficking, guns. I believe First Vision was done in one very basic fashion, vacant properties and houses down there. I think First Vision got like 7 guns out of those properties a while back. So I think they were all signed as that, and we were just of the mind that let's just try to do this as normal, because granted the judge signed it, we could have done it, but we thought this was the better alternative.
Would you say that you felt like it was safer for everybody to do it that way?
Yes, we assumed, never assumed, but I assumed somebody would come and answer the door. That was our intention, to give that opportunity to, it's after midnight, you're breaking in somebody's door and it's dark and they're in bed, startled. So we're trying to give them a chance to answer the door, and on top of that, it keeps us from having to tear up their property, and not that we're going to try to do that to avoid the blue team, but, there was a lot of things that pointed us in that direction of let's just not go on this door. We just.
Well, you had how many members of your unit with you who have umpteen warrants and numerous years of narcotics experience.
Between Tony James and John Madden alone, just those two. And then you had Brett and Campbell. Nobody, there was nobody that said, no, let's do the no. Everybody was in agreement. We've done a lot of warrants, they probably done more than I have, but, everybody, that seemed to be, to us, the best option. That seemed to be the right thing for us to do on that.
Sure. One other question. I'll tell you what we'll do is, do you have any objections if we have any further questions tomorrow or day after, if we, contact you, reach out to you, and follow up with you? Do you have any objections?
No.
What's the number for you?
502-744-4253. That's my personal. 744-4253. Yeah.
Are there any questions we have not asked you, or any other information you have that may be beneficial to this case?
No.
Okay. Is there anything you want to state for the record before we?
No.
Is everything you've told me the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Will it include the statement, permanent time is going to be 0.
Any questions for Detective Fogg about Lieutenant Hoover's interview? The process of your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
One question. Was he asked specifically based on his position, or
I think he said at the beginning of the interview, he talks about he's at the rear of the stack, or toward, not complete rear, but he was behind Mattingly, James, and Cosgrove. He mentions he mentions hearing him, and he mentions he couldn't really tell exactly what he looked like. He said he was light skinned.
Anything else? Did you obtain a copy of recorded interviews that had been conducted with Kenneth Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
And when were those interviews conducted?
Those interviews were conducted on March the 13th.
And where were they conducted and by whom?
They were conducted by Louisville Metro Police Department Public Integrity Unit. They were conducted by Sergeant Amanda Seeley and Sergeant Chad Tennell.
We'll start with the first interview. Do you have, well, we'll learn what the time is. We'll go ahead and play the first interview.
So do you know who we are? We're the Public Integrity Unit. We investigate officer-involved shootings. So we're here just to try to find out what happened. So we take our step to Commonwealth Attorney so we can find out all the information that we can. So you were asked about your parents earlier. Talk to you about your dad. Are you close with your dad? Is he still coach at Atherton? Okay.
He started young coach because I had to start coaching somewhere else.
Atherton Hayden puts in. Yeah. And Sergeant Tennell actually spoke to your parents.
I did. So, we told them that everything we know at this point, which is, pretty much in the early stages of investigation, right? And we told them that, you were ready to come back here and things like that. And I was actually with a guy that knew your father from Atherton football. We spoke for a couple minutes and just kind of told him as much as we knew at that point. And that was about it. We left, with a good conversation. And Kenny, kind of same thing, right? I mean, we're going to tell you everything we know, okay? And like, he was telling you, this is like the internal affairs unit, right? So we're just kind of figuring stuff out at this point. And you've got a pretty good perspective. You'll be obviously that'll be all right.
Before we get started, I just need to go over, I'm going to read this rights waiver to you. And you sign it. Just read over it. And then just check and tell me what's going on. This is Amanda Seeley, Metro Police Department Public Integrity Unit. Also with me is Sergeant Chad Tennell, BAU Office 3682 Heather Boulevard. Today's date is March 13, 2020. Walker? The 3rd. Okay. What is your date of birth? Okay. Social? Do you have a home phone or cell phone? Not a cell. Thank you. Where do you currently reside? Is that an apartment? So we're here about an incident that occurred at 3007 Springfield. 3007. That's 3003? I'm sorry. 3003 Springfield Drive. Who is that? Whose apartment is that to you? Girlfriend? What is her name? Breonna Taylor? What'd you say?
I'm scared.
I'm just trying to find out what happened. Do you hang out at your girlfriend's house a lot?
Yeah. She's off work and stuff.
So had you been over there all day?
Good day today.
You had a good day?
Took a friend to run some errands. Went to go eat, take some drives. Came back home, was chilling, watching it.
Did you and her? Do you else live there?
Our little sister, but she's in California, but visiting the free run.
Oh, okay.
Free riders.
Good.
Actually was.
Was it? I've heard of it.
It's an old movie.
Oh, was it?
Teach you how to have kids and stuff.
I think I've heard of it. So did y'all finish watching the movie?
Went in bed. It's a loud knock at the door. We both jumped up. Actually, she had fell asleep when the movie was
Oh, hang on, I'm sorry. I need to finish this paper real quick. I'm so sorry. I got tired of listening to you. So let me read these real quick and then just go back to where you are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer prior to any questioning or making of any statements, and have him present with you while you are in question. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed by the court to represent you before questioning if you desire. You may stop questioning or making statements anytime or refusing to answer. Further, provide requesting to consult with an attorney prior to continuing with questioning or making of any statements. Just need you to sign this. This is, I have read the statement of my rights. I understand what my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or will of any kind that will be used against me.
license. Yeah, I just don't like when people do that. Yeah.
There's the dog right there, right behind me barking. I'm out there with no shoes on, clearly nothing, walking in water and stuff backwards. And he's like, I'm gonna let this dog on you. You're going to jail for the rest of your life. And I'm like, what are you looking at right there?
Was it, you know, it was an officer uniform?
Yeah, definitely officer uniform. The first one I came in contact with.
Well, they had body cameras and stuff like that. Okay, and we had ways of doing that, so we had, we'll watch them for the body cameras.
And he asked me, were you hit by any bullets? I said no. He said that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not.
Exact words.
That's not appropriate.
So can I think be good to sign this and then get you do your statement? Leave you alone. The more we know, the more we can look into and see what happened and
she pops up, I honestly was scared to death. Me too. Like, who is that? I was honestly thinking it was because we've been on and off together, whatever, for like 7 years, whatever. So this guy that she was messing with or whatever throughout that time, you know, and he popped up over there once before while I was there, like a couple months ago. So that's what I thought was going on. So it was a loud boom at the door. First thing she said was, who is it? No response. So we like, what the heck? We both get up, start putting on clothes, another knock at the door. She's like, who is it? Loud at the top of her lungs. No response. So I'm like, what the heck? So then I grab my gun, which is legal, like I'm licensed to carry everything. I've never even fired my gun outside of the range. I'm scared to death. So she says that there's another knock at the door. She's yelling at the top of her lungs, and I am too at this point. Who is it? No answer, no response, no anything. So we like, what the heck? We both just see what happened. Grab the nurse, things aren't even mine, it's hers. Like. So we both were just putting on something to go answer the door and see who's knocking at the door. It's late at night. So when we come out, when we get out of the bed or whatever, like walking towards the door, the door comes like off the hinges. So I just let off one shot, like still can't see who it is or anything. So now the door is like flying open on one shot, and then all of a sudden there's a whole lot of shots. And we both just dropped to the ground, and the gun like fell like right over there. And I because I'm like scared to death. Like now we're seeing lights and stuff. So I'm like, okay, it's the police, and there's a lot of yelling and stuff. So they're just shooting like we're both on the ground, and when all the shots stop, I'm like panicking. She's right there on the ground, like bleeding, and yeah.
So was there any lights on in the living room or the hallway? Was everything off because you guys had gone to bed?
Everything was off. The light, we were. And actually that light was off at that point. Like we were done. It was just, the movie was watching us more than we were watching it. And when it's a long hallway, as you can see, like, so, like, all you can hear is a knock at the door. Even if somebody was saying something on the other side, you probably couldn't hear them. But as loud as we were screaming to say, who did I know whoever would be on the other side of the door could hear us. So, that's it. Next thing I know, she's on the ground and the door's busted open and I hear a bunch of yelling and I'm just panicking and I'm telling somebody I'm yelling at him because she's right here bleeding and nobody's coming and I'm just confused and scared and I feel the same right now. That's it.
So you said you grabbed your gun. Do you have a CCW?
Yeah.
What kind of gun do you have?
It's just a 9mm.
What's it look like?
Silver and it's black. A Glock 9.
So you said you grabbed it?
Just because we were scared at this point, like this loud boom, it's late night, and we're asking who's at the door. Nobody's saying anything, and you keep knocking and you're not saying anything. So I'm like, what's going on? Like, I didn't expect. It scared me when the door like got kicked and stuff. So my only reaction was to do that. I'm trying to protect her. Like she didn't have a gun, so like.
Does she own a gun? So did both of y'all step out of the bedroom? Were you in the hallway?
Yes. Like didn't even get all the way down the hallway to the door before it got kicked. She literally got shot right at her doorway in the house. Like we both literally stepped out of her doorway and then they came down the door and I left the shop in the hallway next to each other.
Okay.
So then they just start shooting like 10 shots.
Where did you go then?
I just dropped on the ground, like right next to her, but where I dropped on the ground, like there's a room to the left when you come out of her room. So there's a wall, like right here. So when I just dropped on the ground, I like scooted over, but I'm trying to like, I didn't know if these shots, where they're going or stuff, you know, I'm scared. I've never been that close to somebody shooting a gun. Unless it's in a controlled environment, such as at the range or something. So I'm like freaking out. I can't register anything that's going on. So
she just fired at one?
Yeah, just one. That was just the one. I don't know who's coming to this door. The door just got kicked out the hinges, so I'm scared. One shot, boom, and then there was a lot of shots, so I just dropped like.
What did you do with your gun when you dropped?
I kicked it up under the bed. I told the other officers, because I didn't know what's going on at this point. I was just scared, and if they did, I'm thinking like somebody's gonna like come in, because I'm noticing it's the police now, because I hear them yelling and stuff after the door's already been kicked down, after I'm yelling for help, and she's right here on the ground. So I didn't want anybody to be like thinking I'm trying to be, do something. If they come out, I just want her to get help at this point. Like I don't even care what happened to me at that point. Like she needed help, and all of that was for no reason. And nobody still said anything about what they were even doing at the door, because I know for a fact they couldn't have been coming for either one of us. Like there would be no reason for that at all. And that other, I don't know who he was, but he came and told me there was some type of misunderstanding or something like that already.
An officer told you that?
Yeah. And the police car on the ride over here, we pulled over in the parking lot, and some or she lied. He was like, well, we'll talk about that when you get to where you're going. Lost it. And he was like, just wanted to let you know right now that all of this was, they had a misunderstanding or something like that. To me, it seemed like they realized that they were at the wrong place.
So this person in uniform?
No, he wasn't. He was driving like a silver SUV.
So you and Breonna had any kind of interactions with police or anything lately?
No.
Does Breonna work?
Yeah.
Where does she work?
She works at the hospital at right off the highway on Breckenridge Lane. Health was U of L, and she also works at Jewish as a part-time job.
Okay. Where do you work?
I'm employed right now. I just lost my job January 21st from Coca-Cola. I was working there for 2.5 years. I actually just got hired on at the post office in a place called Magnum, making seats for the floor.
You just got hired?
Yeah, post office.
Kenneth, what do you want to be called? I never had the luxury of like shortening my name. All of a sudden it was cool. It was Chad. So, what are you going to do with that, So, and then I kind of just want to go back over it and kind of, fill in maybe some confusion that I've had. So these like loud bangs in the door, and you are yelling, who is it? Who is it? That kind of thing. How many loud bangs there was?
So first it was dum 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 dum.
Okay.
Like, what's that? So now we cannot put no gloves.
Yeah, because y'all are in bed.
Yeah. So we cannot put no gloves.
Naked, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we get up, all right, I probably get my pants on. She probably gets some pants on, and it's another night. Dum 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 dum. She's like, who is it?
Right.
Like loud.
Still in the bedroom?
Still in the bedroom. Because we're trying to get decent to go into the door,
Right.
wherever it may be.
Is the bedroom that first bedroom on the left down the hallway, or is it on the right? I didn't make it all the way down there.
It's all straight back.
Straight back?
You come in the door,
Right.
you just keep on walking straight and you'll be in the
Okay.
It's all the way down the hallway.
Sorry to interrupt you, go ahead.
So after that second loud bang, where she's still yelling, who is it? Like I said, I grabbed the gun.
Sure.
So now we got enough clothes on. I still didn't make it even put shoes on or anything. I don't have anything. So,
yeah, no, I said it, yeah.
So after I grabbed that, we start walking towards the door to go see who it is.
Sure.
Another loud bang. Well, not really, I don't even know if it's another loud bang, but the door is coming in. When we got to the doorway to go see who it is, the door is coming in.
The doorway, like
The doorway, no, we never made it past the room.
The bedroom doorway?
We never made it past the second bedroom in the home. That's on the left, there's a bathroom that's on the right if you're coming from the room. We never even made it like mid-hallway.
Okay. So you never made it past the bathroom?
No, if you saw where her body was at, and I saw before I left, there was holes in the back wall, like of the hallway, so you can see exactly where we were at, like coming to the door.
Right.
But as we're coming to the door like comes off the hinges.
Okay.
Like, but you can't see anybody though. Like when the door comes off the hinges, it's happening fast, like it's like an explosion.
Sure.
So boom, one shot. Then all of a sudden there's a whole lot of shots. We both dropped to the ground. But I just hear her screaming.
Did you shoot towards the door or just like up in the air or
like towards the ground, really just like warning shots. So if it was somebody that run off or something, you know what I'm saying? Just like somebody's at this point, somebody's breaking in the home. Like we don't.
Did you see anything in the door come off the hinges? Did you see anything at that point?
No, I couldn't see anybody. It was dark. There was no lights. out there. So all we hearing is these loud booms, and we're saying who is it, nobody's saying who it is, and then the door gets kicked in.
Where were you at? Where was she at? Where were you at when that shot was fired?
So say she was right here,
Right.
and I was right here.
Is this the other bedroom door?
This is the other
This would be
bedroom
the
door right
bathroom.
here. This will be the bathroom, and she's standing right here.
And you're all bedroom.
We just came out. She really came out first, but she was kind of like next to me, so I come out. And then the door gets kicked in, so I'm right here's the other room. She's right here, so it was one shot, boom. Damn, the door's flying open. There was a whole lot of shots, so we both dropped.
Right.
But when I drop, you know, I'm right here closer to this room. She's dead in the middle of the hallway. So any shots coming in don't have any choice to go right there.
So are you right-handed?
Yes.
You shot with your right hand?
Yeah.
So did you shoot before the door flew open?
Yeah. Or like, it was all in like one motion. As it flew open, like boom, boom. Like it was like simultaneous.
It was kind of like that, like I like a boom.
Yeah, not really. I feel like I aimed down.
Aimed down a little bit.
Yeah, like, cause I wouldn't, of course, I don't need to kill anybody if, you know, if I can just get you out here just by you hearing me. So.
Did you hear anything, any other words? I mean, was anything being said at all when the door flew open, or
No.
did you hear anything?
No, just the door coming open, and at that point, they're shooting and she's screaming. And I'm on the ground, my feet are kind of into the other room at this point. So when the shots are going off, I'm scooting, like, you know, and like I said, so when I let off the shot, and I dropped to the ground, the gun dropped like right here, and that's on the ground, I kicked it like that with my foot.
Into that other bedroom?
Yes.
Underneath that bed?
Yes.
There?
Yes.
Is that her sister's room?
That's her sister's room.
Okay.
She's not here right now, she's in California, so thank God she wasn't here.
At what point did you realize there was police?
When the door was open and she was on the ground like leaning, so now I'm right there with her, and like I can hear like a whole lot of chatter and stuff outside, but I'm hysterical like at this point, like I'm yelling at somebody to come help her or whatever, and then after it's been like 5 minutes, like I called my mom and I told her that somebody just kicked in the door and shot me. So at that point, when I called my mom, I still didn't know it was police. So I told her on the phone, somebody kicked the door. So I hung up on my mom's like, call 911 right now, call 911 right now. So I called 911 and I told them what happened. I'm still not knowing it's the police. Cause then I called Breonna's mom. I hung up on 911. I told her my name and I told her what happened and I told her where I was at. Then I hung up and I was like, I gotta go. So I called her mom. I called Breonna's mom, and then I told her what just happened. When I was on the phone with her, that's when I kind of realized that it was the police, because now they're yelling like, come out, come out. And I'm on the phone with her. So while this is all, I'm still yelling help, because she's over here like coughing and like, I'm just freaking out. But I'm on the phone with her mom now at this point. So they keep yelling, come out. So I'm like, okay, it's the police. So now I'm like, okay. So I'm coming out or whatever. I still on the phone with her mom. Before I stepped out, I yelled to them. I'm like, hey, I got my phone in my hand. Like, I'm unarmed. Like, you know, so I come out. And I like, you know, I'm like this. They're like, put the phone down. So I put the phone on the ground. You know, just like this. And they're like telling me to walk backwards to them or whatever. So I just start walking backwards, and I'm like, there's something that was blocking me or whatever. They was telling me to move out of the way, and like the dog is barking, and that's when I got close to the edge, and the dude was like, "Are you hit with any? Did you get hit by any bullets?" And I'm like, "No." He said, "Oh, that's unfortunate." And then that's when they had the dog right there. I don't have any shoes. I clearly have nothing in my hands, anything. I'm walking backwards, and he has this dog right here barking like 3 feet behind me, like the dog is going crazy. And he's like, if you don't, if you don't get down or something, you know, I'm doing everything they're asking me to, slowly and truly, like, I'm like scared to death. And I told him like I'm scared, like, and he was like, if you don't get down on your knees, I'm gonna let the dog go. I'm gonna let the dog go. And I'm just like, please don't let y'all go. Like, so now I finally get down, and then they come and they put the cuffs on us, and then they walk me away. And that was it. That was the end of everything.
Where did you put your phone down at?
Right in front of the front door. And her mom was still on the phone while this was happening.
What's your phone look like?
It's got a red cell phone case on it. So iPhone 11 Max Pro.
Does it have a passcode that locks it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the passcode?
1017.
Did she have a phone?
Yeah.
Did she call anybody like when y'all first heard the name in?
No, I didn't. I called people after everything had happened, and nobody. What really made me not realize it was the police either, because nobody was like rushing in after all this happened. They all like stayed outside. So I'm like, what the heck was that? Like, so now because she was shot, that's what made me call my mom and call her mom and let everybody know what just happened.
So you called your mom, then 911,
Yeah.
and then her mom.
Because my mom told me to call 911.
So do y'all have like patio doors in your apartment as well? Did you see anybody? Did you come out of the hallway before?
I never came out down the hallway until I walked all the way outside with my phone. I never came all the way down the hallway. I didn't know what was going on. I was worried about her. She was on the ground.
So were you walking out of the apartment backwards, or did you walk forward
I walked
until you got to the door?
until I got to the door, and I yelled out the door, hey, I have my phone in my hand, I'm coming out. And when I came out, they told me to put the phone down, and they told me to face towards the other door and walk backwards towards them.
Did you see anybody or anything at the patio doors or anything? And what were they yelling to you?
Just come out. They were just yelling, come out of the apartment.
So once the door flew open, you never saw anybody's?
No.
Never heard anything?
No, after the door flew open, I guess they like dispersed or something, which makes sense because I let off a shot, so I guess they just moved from right there. But I still not knowing who it was or what just happened. Like everything happened like in the blink of an eye. Like literally it was like 5 to 10 seconds or less. Like all of that happened. Like,
You know, any idea how many shots you heard after we fired your numbers?
like 10. It had to be at least like 10. Like it was a lot of shots. I seen for sure on her, I was right there with her, like, I don't even know, like 3 holes under her leg, then on the wall, like right behind where she was, it was like 4 holes on the wall. You know, like, it was a lot of shots.
So you said when you got to lay in your bed, you grabbed your gun, you keep your gun like next to you in bed, or?
No, like it was just like on the floor, I think, like in the holster. Just there, because I usually carry everything. I got a holster that's supposed to be inside. I got my pants on me at the end of the day, whenever I come in the house, whether it's her house, my house, whatever, I'm just gonna say something. I don't have any kids or anything, and she don't either, so I really didn't have to like get put up or say anything. So. put one in there, because nobody was seeing who was at the door. I never keep it in the chamber because once upon a time I got, well, not pulled over, but the police kind of put up on us just when I at first. Well, I didn't even have a gun license yet. And, well, no, I did get pulled over actually, and I had one in the chamber. The police told me, he said, hey, for future birthday, took my gun or whatever, and they took out the clip and they ran my ID and stuff. And then they came back and he was like, I never hand anybody guns back. So they threw the clip in my front seat and they put the gun in my trunk. And he was like, for future reference, never keep one in the head because that's a charge or something, like 10 or something like that. So since then I never even keep one in there. So.
So you don't
I don't know how true that was, but I mean, it made sense to me, so I'm like, I don't want any problems, so I just stopped keeping my everything.
So you don't know how many you had your clip?
I say maybe like 7 or 8. It only holds 10 plus 1, I think.
How long have you had the gun?
I think it was like a year and a half.
You go to the range a lot?
No, I've only been to the range like 2 or 3 times. I only shot taken in the range once actually.
Do you have other guns?
Well, I did, but I only had one other one, the AR-15 pistol, like the small one, but I had the same color.
So you don't have that gun? So is there any other guns in her apartment? So the sister doesn't have one that would be kept anywhere?
She's only 2 years.
And the Breonna's never had a gun before?
She's supposed to be getting her.
Anytime especially ammo or anything like that, you carry just ball ammo or carry ball points or anything. I'm trying to make sure I ask you everything.
Is there anything that you can think of that we have to ask them? So did you actually talk to a dispatcher when you called 911? Someone answered? And what did you say to them?
I told him someone just kicked in the door and shot my girlfriend.
Did you give them the address?
Yeah. I told him my name, and I gave him my address, and that was it. I was heading into it, so I started crying on the phone, noticing what's going on with her, and I just told him I gotta go, I gotta go.
So was there any sounds in the apartment that would be picked up, you think, that was going on at that point while he was on the phone with 911?
Maybe TV, because the movie was still on.
But nothing from like outside in the hallway or the door or
I don't think so.
no one yelling? What's your mom's name?
Alicia Walker.
Her mom?
My mom's name.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry. Breonna's mom.
Tracy. Tamika. Okay, her real name right now is RCP. Well, I call her Reason.
Oh. So you're thinking Tamika?
Tamika Palmer.
So you said that you and Breonna been on and off for 7 years? So you You said that she messed around with somebody else before, or?
Yeah, it was really, she messed with him before me, and then we started messing with each other, and then we wouldn't mess with each other, so she kind of messed with him again, you know, and then it's that sort of situation. But me and her always, that was my best friend.
So have you guys known each other longer than 7 years, or?
I say, man, like 2012 or 13. So when I say we went out for 7 years, really like the first 3 or 4 years of us knowing each other, like we weren't even together, like it was just like my best friend.
Did she always live in this apartment?
Well, first she lived with her mom when I first met her, and when she moved into that apartment. It was her first apartment, so she probably lived there in like 2014 or 15, and she's been there ever since.
And then your apartment's over out at Iroquois Garden, just too far.
I just moved there in July, so for the last 2 years before July, I lived there with Breonna at Springfield.
Oh, you lived with?
Yeah,
okay.
For the last two, maybe 3 years before I moved to my own apartment in July.
Okay, of 2019.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you live there by yourself?
Yeah.
And you often stay at your apartment too? Sometimes?
We do pretty much rotate. Cause like I said, her sister lives there too. So if her sister was there right now, we probably would like went over to our apartment. But her sister's out of town right now, so we just at her apartment.
Have you kind of schedule where you are at her house a couple of days, then at your house, or just?
Just depends on what we feel.
You said you don't have your roommates? It's just one bedroom?
Does she have anything over at her house?
Toothbrush, a flat iron under the sink.
Girl stuff? Do you have any clothes, or did you keep anything over there?
Mail or anything like that?
I have like a t-shirt or something over there.
She travel with her stuff? Like when she would come and stay at her place, she'd bring a bag, or?
Well, it really just depends. I mean, she only lives right around the corner, so we didn't ever really like plan specifically to stay anywhere, but just whatever we was feeling at the moment. And if she didn't have it, it really didn't matter because we would get up and we would get up around the corner of her house or something. She would get up and leave or whatever.
When was the last time she stayed at her apartment?
Maybe like a week ago. Yeah, maybe like a week or two ago. Her apartment is better. My apartment is better sometimes. So,
A little smaller?
not so much stuff.
Do either one of y'all have any children? No? Do you all both have your own cars? Do you drive over there? Is your all's cars in the apartment complex parking lot, like right outside the door? What kind of parking here?
2014 cars.
What about hers? She,
The 2019 Charger RT.
Yeah, let's take a break for a minute. Anything?
Little snacks or anything like that? I don't know if you're hungry or hungry.
We'll come back in about 15, 20 minutes and kind of talk a little bit more. I just want to take a break for a second. Okay, kind of process some of this stuff. You have any questions for us before we go? Why would they even come there? Yeah, so we're in the early stages and stuff like that, and that's kind of something I want to figure out.
And why he say to me that there was a misunderstanding?
No, that's new information for us as well. That's what we're trying to learn.
The officer who was in the car with me while me here, she heard him say it too. Because he told her to roll down the window. And he was like, man, his tone was totally different from everybody else's. He was like, we'll get you over here, anything, ooh, like, he was being real nice. So, like, I'm not an idiot. I feel like that they figured out something. They did something wrong.
Well, let's look into that. We'll figure it out in a second. We'll be back in 15, 20 minutes. Okay? Give us a second here, buddy. Let me make sure the restroom's clear. So we'll get it figured out, okay?
Okay, that's the end of the first interview with Kenneth Walker. And so we're ready to go off the record now because lunch is here. 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 Okay, we're going back on record at 12:59 p.m. Detective Fogg is back to begin testifying, still under oath. Detective, the interview that we just heard with Kenneth Walker, which began at 3:53 a.m. Then there was a second interview.
Yes, ma'am.
When did it begin?
It begins at 5:14 a.m.
Okay, and, oh, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
From the last one, just based on the recording, do you know if they recovered the gun holster that you mentioned that was recovered?
I'm not certain on that. We didn't have a photograph of it, so I'm not sure if they collected that or not.
Okay. And then the other question is, as far as the calls that we made, do you have recordings or record of those calls they made?
They had the 911 calls.
So they're not to his mom or her mom?
No. There's phone records, but we don't have the calls, no.
We didn't get those?
No, we wouldn't have those. No.
So we can't confirm, or we can't confirm?
I don't have the records in front of me. I know on his recording, there is the 911 call. It sounded like he was talking to someone else. We don't know who he was talking to.
There was one other thing.
Yes, sir.
On the last recording, it showed that there was about 20 minutes left.
That's when he was being photographed, is by the crime scene.
They just kept recording.
Yes. He's getting photographed by the crime scene technician.
Sorry, one last question.
Yes.
He mentioned that she had a Charger. What was the car that they were part of the search warrant? Was there a car as well?
Yes.
Was it her car?
It's for a 2017 Dodge Charger SRT 8, and it gives the registration.
And what color was that? Is it listed in there?
It's red in color.
A 2000, and what year was that?
Yeah, and this one says 2017 Dodge Charger. And this one has a Mississippi registration on the search warrant.
Okay, perfect.
Just to advise the grand jury in regard to the questions about the phone calls to his mother, there is an interview that was conducted with his mother, as well as an interview with Ms. Taylor's mother, if you wanted to hear those. Those, as far as the phone call.
Did they mention the call?
Okay, so the second interview with Kenneth Walker, you can play that.
Anything I'm sitting here that. So the other kid mentioned that Breonna had been on and on for some time. She messed around with something, we thought maybe that's who come to the door. Any idea who that was, or could have been? Who was the guy that she was messing around with before? Sure, talk about it. You don't know anything about him, like, was he involved in anything that would link him to her, that would raise questions? So I don't think you'd be a fan of this dude. He was messing with your girl. You don't know if he was involved in narcotics or any kind of drug stuff, but maybe he kind of used her as use her place as like a scapegoat, or something that would get the police to go talk to her and not to him, And if she kind of did him wrong and he was mad, and so he would say, hey, this is the address, or, do you think?
That ends the second interview. A very brief one. Any questions in regard to that brief one?
Was there more?
So then the third interview, Detective Fogg, the third interview begins at 5:19 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You said a.m.?
A.m.
What time was the second one?
5:14 a.m.
You'll find out.
So we'll go ahead with the third.
Just change the batteries. Time now 05. I'm sorry, go ahead. Breonna Taylor.
Breonna? You said it was the cousin. I think she was at CO.
I think she currently works at like June now. Like I said, I lost my job in January, so she was actually telling me about the position open there, just working with kids. So I'm sure that's what she does. Kids, she's seeing it's like kids who they don't stay there, like they just transition to the place that she works.
ever noticed Breonna have any kind of people coming in and out of the apartment, or?
Definitely, she hates people. Like, coming over there.
Do you know the dude that she kind of messed around with when you guys were on or off that would come to the apartment? So you can't think of anything or anyone that would cause the police to be looking at her apartment? She's never talked about anything she would maybe be caught up in or tied up in that calls the police come knocking on the door.
She literally my best friend. Like, there's nothing we didn't talk about. I talk to her every single day. So, I would, even if she didn't tell me, I would have called. I noticed there was something. I don't know where they're
When you guys would be on your off, would you guys still be in contact with each other?
Yeah.
So you'd be not dating, because she'd be kind of dating somebody else, but you guys would still interact?
Yeah.
That'd be hard.
It was.
That's what she's not trying to do.
But it was only like that because, like I told you, like when we first met, originally we was friends. So it was like no matter what, like it was always gonna be friends. And like, no matter what we going through, she'd be there for me. No matter what she was going through, I was there for her. And it wasn't a whole lot of dudes. It was just one dude. It was just one dude. I mean, she messed with him before she messed with me. So it's like a really random guy.
You don't know his name?
Someone goes by,
She was more than once then during the time of your all 7 years? You guys talk a lot. I would think she mentioned his name or see his name on her phone. So you guys would be on your off and you kind of date around too?
But we would never like lie to each other, you know. That was going on, was what was going on. But my phone was still in her name, and like I would going to her house and that was my best friend. Like so it was like a side of our relationship stuff, even when that wasn't right, like we were still friends, we were still family, like I still talk to her mom, her aunt, her sister, and all of them have like my cell phone number, I had theirs, or I talk to them, and I wouldn't even talk to her sometimes.
Yeah, and they never mentioned anything about this guy, like, I mean, we don't like him, we don't want him, because it seems like they liked you, you were that close with them, even talking with them, even when we got dating at that moment. They would say that this guy's not good for her.
Yeah, my business day, stuff like that, I don't know anything about that dude, unless I don't even want to, I don't know him, I don't even know him, that's not my friend, that's not my associate or anything, so.
Her mom didn't like him. Maybe because she liked him so much. She was trying to push him out so you just keep staying in the front.
But I was gonna stay there regardless.
So it was by her side no matter what. I'm thinking she's messing with somebody that wasn't even good with her. You being that close to her, love her like you do.
Can't speak on no other guy, it's gotta figure out he's no good around.
True. Sometimes.
When you like somebody, so no matter what somebody else says about you, never not like them for yourself until you not like them for yourself.
Exactly.
So, wouldn't matter what I said or anything, that's what you want to do. It's what you're going to do until you feel like it's not what you want to do. Took me a long way to feel like it. Took me a long way. Like I said, we've been with each other for years, so.
So mom never mentioned the name, or y'all never crossed paths ever you ever seen?
Well, I've seen him one time, like, probably like 4 years ago, and I told you, one day I was over here, like, he popped up over there, but I never, like, saw him face to face because he was, like, calling our phone and stuff. And we had, like, people over there, and then, like, she had just went outside in the parking lot and talked to someone about staying in the house, like, and she just came back for like 2 minutes and then came back in.
So you never saw his name, like she didn't have like a code name or anything on her phone that it would pop up, so.
It was actually no name, it was just a number.
Yeah. She really never see. Do you remember what he looks like?
Black guy.
And so I don't know if he was from the area, local.
I really try not to look too much into it, not to drop myself quick, because at the end of the day, we have like an understanding, so it's like, until we decide how we're gonna be together, then whatever we do is whatever we do.
Okay, because the reason I'm at it, we're just trying to figure out what would be the reason for, police coming.
They already told me they made a mistake, so I'm knowing that was a mistake. And then they kept on asking me, is there anybody else in there? I'm like, no, it's just her on the ground, got shot her. And they kept asking me, is there a white male in there? I'm like, no, there's not a white male in there. There's never been a white male in there. So they must have been looking for a white male and knocked on the wrong door. That's my conclusion. I'm almost 100% sure that's what happened. And then when I told them that there was nobody but me and her in there, when after that dog was barking at me and stuff, and I'm getting on my knees and I put handcuffs, I see all their faces. I told them there was nobody in there but me and her, and they're like just looking around each other like kind of like scratching their heads like did it go to the wrong place? Like I seen it on their faces. Like there's no reason, like literally for the last 4 days in a row, she's been working 12 hours a night for the last 4 days. I've been over there playing my PlayStation.
In her apartment?
At her apartment for the last 4 days. And today was the first day that she was off. And she was actually saying that she was going to go to work today at whatever, last night at 11 o'clock if they needed somebody to come in, but they never come. So, that's even the right direction and she ended up going over. It's literally no information I have. I have a clue why they were at the door. I know if they were coming to talk to me or her, there would have been no reason for them to be so mean of her. There would have been no reason for them to be even thinking about kicking the door in. Like I'm sure y'all can look at both of our records. She's never been in any type of trouble that I know of. She's never even been in jail here. And I just went to jail for the first time ever a couple months ago because I wrecked my car and got a DUI. And I'm still going to court right now for that. It's probably going to get this, I don't know what this court, whatever now, but other than that, I got locked up in Warren County, Louisville in like 2011. I stole a hat from my mom. It's the only other time I ever been in trouble besides the DUI when they pulled me over or whatever and they took my gun. And I went to court for that or whatever. They were trying to get me carried and consider that weapons. They just, my lawyer, like I said, they haven't even charged me anything. So they said if I get a gun license, then they'll bump it down or whatever. So then they just turned it so they come up and I had a gun license and they gave me my gun back. So
did you drink it?
well, yeah, but that's not what the gun situation. I was just drinking. And, but I had
earlier, but I got a wreck on Barstown Road I think it was in like October, November. I just wrecked my car, hit another lady's car. Nobody got hurt or anything, but I just went to jail for like a day or two. I came out and I've been going to court before, but that's it.
Breonna,
We literally don't do anything.
you don't do any kind of recreational drugs, anything on the side, you guys are chilling?
She doesn't do anything. Like she drinks like a couple coolers or something like that. She doesn't smoke weed. She doesn't smoke tobacco. She doesn't anything. I smoke weed from time to time. I smoke tobacco, but she doesn't do anything. But drink, and then it's only maybe like once or twice a month because she works so much. So.
You ever did anything more than weed and got involved with some shady people that?
Not at all. Not at all. And everybody out there, what I've been doing pretty much my whole life, from school and playing football when I was younger and stuff. I don't even deal with random people. And like you say, you know my dad, so you know I didn't grow up in the hood or anything like that.
Any kind of family members or anything are involved in anything?
Me? No. Not just our mother's family is from Lexington. She has 9 brothers and sisters. Only 2 of them live in Louisville, and they're both older, of course, like 50 years or older. My cousins that live here, that's my mom's sister's kids. Both of them got like master, doctor degrees. Graduated from UK, Ohio State. Yeah, like so.
Your dad's side of the family pretty sort of way?
Yeah, I mean everybody's older. That side of the family, like nobody. That just works. That's it.
I know you said you smoke weed, I gotta ask, do you have any weed today?
Earlier today, before we went to Texas Roadhouse.
So about what time today?
About 6 o'clock.
Okay. Is it, I mean, do you normally smoke weed? Did that?
I used to smoke weed like a lot, but like I haven't been because for one, I'm trying to get a job right now. The only reason I smoke today is because I just took my drug test for the post office and for the other job that I'm gonna get. I took both of them like yesterday.
Okay.
So, I took them sometime this week, so I was done doing drug testing or whatever, so.
So how many times this week have you smoked weed?
Twice.
I mean, what about like this month? How many times this month have you smoked weed?
Like 5 or less.
Okay. Is that pretty consistent, like five or less times a month, or is it more?
Even when I was smoking consistently, I smoked like 1 time a day.
When was it? Like
when I got off work.
Okay. Like,
So I go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning. I get off anywhere between 5 and 6. And when I get home, I get in the shower, smoke, play my game.
I got you. And like, when did that start and when did that end?
Smoking.
Yeah, like after work.
Really just whenever I felt like I didn't smoke weed until like 2012. Well, I went to WKU, so that's when I started. I didn't smoke like when I was in high school and stuff. I played football, so I didn't have time to smoke.
I got you. So maybe like 5 times this within a month period from now, and then what, like 15, 20 times prior to that month?
Yeah, I'd say.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to make sure, you want to like, how we right now, no. Are you doing any type of medication or anything like that? You're just nothing like alcohol? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Well, I had a big margarita at Texas Roadhouse, but like I said, it was at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then her friend was asking us to take her to drop her kids off. So after we left from there, like I was riding with her, she was driving today. So when we left from there, like we took her friend, was over if nobody knocked on that door. We'd been asleep. I would have been asleep. She was already asleep, and I would have been asleep for the next 10 to 15 minutes.
She don't smoke weed at all? No.
I'm trying to get into it before, but
No. Not happening.
good for her.
Man, and help me kind of understand something, right? So I know you originally told like the officers or whatever that she shot him.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I was just scared. I didn't want them to think that I was like on something where it's like when I first came out and stuff, I had no reason to say, like I said, my gun's legal and everything. Like clearly I was scared. Like, I don't know, like, nobody announced themselves or anything. Like, clearly, like I said, me and her have no dealings with the police or whatever. So if I were to hear at the door, oh, it's the police, it changes the whole situation. There's nothing for us to be scared of. Like, we were literally on the way out the door, we came up to the door and say, hey, like, what's the problem? What's going on? You know, even if we were to get detained or whatever for a second, I can talk to you. Like, I know I haven't done anything. I know they have no reason to be looking for me. So there's no reason why I would be hostile at all. The only reason I even had to gun out because we didn't know who it was. So if we knew who it was, then that would never happen. The only reason I even said something about the ex-boyfriend or whatever was like I said, neither one of us in anything. So I can't for the life of me imagine why anybody would be knocking on the door at this time. And just like if it was going to be anything, it could be that. What else? Like what other? I just don't. There's no possible scenario for anybody to be knocking on the door at that time of night. You know, and then for it to be that hard, that loud, and you're not revealing who you are. That's weird. Like, you know, it's the middle of the night, on the door, and not seeing who they are. You know, what are you gonna do if you're home with your family? Somebody's knocking on your door, and you don't know who it is after you've had who it is. Like, I know y'all have been you're gonna grab and talk. Okay, so what's going on? You're creeping towards me. Like, who is it? Who is it? I don't know who it is. Is the door closed open?
So you had the TV on, watching the movie, so was TV loud?
It was in the window. I say it was on like 12 or so. Like, she don't like the TV that loud. Like, if I have the TV place, I turn it down. I think I'd be so loud. You know, so it wasn't that loud.
Music on during this banging or anything like that? Were you all in the process of being intimate or anything during the banging? Were you just laying there?
She was asleep.
Yeah.
She had probably been asleep for like 10 minutes. I was actually kind of bitching at her because she wanted to watch that movie.
Yeah.
And she fell asleep.
Yeah, I agree. Man, is there anything at your apartment or anything like that that would kind of help us in this investigation?
No. Like, I literally don't understand this at all. I have no reason. Like, I don't understand at all why I would be knocking on her door unless it was a mistake. Like, and I asked that out there a million times, like, why were y'all even at the door? Nobody had an answer.
That's what we were figuring out.
And I know it was a mistake because they kept saying it was a white male and I was hiding a white guy. And like, why? Like,
She ever mess around with the white guy?
no,
She ever white guy friends?
no, not ones besides ones that work with. Like, and I talked to them on the phone and stuff while she's at work, but she's never seen them outside of work except for maybe like a coworker dinner with everybody out there.
So you don't think she's ever messed around with someone that maybe she's never been
No.
You
So us in the car were going this way, so we're facing this way, she's facing this way. He pulled right beside us. He told the lady who was driving the car, I was in the road down my window. And he asked me my name, and I think he ran us with my social security number or something like that. And I asked him what she did. He said, well, we'll discuss that in a second. We'll get down there and I started crying. But in the midst of that, he was like, there's been a big misunderstanding here tonight. And I was like, what do you mean? Well, I think that's when I asked him what she did. And he was like, well, we'll talk about that in a second. I started crying and just walked away. But that was the first officer who he seemed apologetic, like I said. He's like, oh, well, we're talking to me, how to get you this, get you that. And just like, I don't know, like he knew everything. It was a mistake or something.
I knew there was some confusing, because when we wanted to talk with you, and we thought you were still on the scene, and that you'd come in here, so. I don't know that that's what he meant, but, because I wasn't there and I didn't say it, but I know there was some confusing, because we didn't know where you were at. When you come here.
If you think of anything else in the close, small on that door, all right? Well, we're interviewing everybody, police officers, anybody that's on anything, stuff like that. So just give some time, okay?
That concludes the third interview with Kenneth Walker. Are there any questions for?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it normal to read somebody Miranda rights after you started interviewing them? I mean, because they read his Miranda rights in like 7 minutes and 45 seconds into his interview, the first one.
Well, you can talk to them a little bit before you do it. Usually it's done, it doesn't have to be done right at the beginning. You can do, like, questions or conversation, just kind of get to know each other. She admitted she made a mistake, but she should have done it a little earlier.
Okay. So, and he's in custody within the whole time doing all 3 of these interviews?
He's been detained. I don't know at what point he was in custody.
Well, detained. Okay.
I heard at one point they stopped to go down to Brooklyn after the first interview.
I think that was, I think after the first part, my understanding is they just took some photographs of him. And because they went to go do, from what I understand the transcript, they went to go check on some more information, and the crime scene technician came in and photographed his clothing and everything. I don't know at what point he was taken into custody officially.
Anything else?
Was he asked to take a lie detector test?
We don't have that information. It wasn't in any of these interviews, which.
Okay. Detective, did you obtain a copy of an interview done by a Public Integrity Unit of the SWAT commander, Lieutenant Dale Massey?
Yes, ma'am.
Who arrived on scene at Springfield?
Yes, ma'am.
After. And you have that today?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant Dale Massey interview.
Sergeant James Vance, Louisville Metro Police Department's Public Integrity Unit. Today's date is Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. And it's $1,300. We're here present at 3672 Taylor Boulevard, Public Integrity Office. This is a reporter statement from Lieutenant Dale Massey. Statement is referenced to PIU case numbers 20-019. Present with me is Lieutenant Dale Massey. Attorney is not present. And Sergeant Jeremy Word from the Public Integrity Unit. Lieutenant, are you aware that this statement is being video and audio recorded?
Yes, sir.
Does this meet with your approval?
It does.
Sir, please state your full name and spell your last name.
Larry D. Massey Jr., M-A-S-S-E-Y.
And sir, what's your code number?
2459.
And where are you currently assigned?
SWAT, Special Operations Division.
And how long have you been in that unit?
Unit 3.5 years.
And how long have you been with the department?
19 and a half.
Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicants this time?
No, I'm not.
Are you taking any kind of medication that would affect your judgment or your ability to think clearly?
No, I'm not.
So this one, covers multiple things. We're going to bypass this because it doesn't cover this. Because the statutory requirements of KRS 67C.326, I'm obligated to advise you that this is a criminal investigation, not an administrative investigation. However, you are not the subject of this investigation. Knowing this, are you willing to give us a statement?
Yes, I am.
Correct. So, what this is in reference to is that, we had an officer involved shooting on March the 13th at 3003 Springfield Drive in the 3rd Division. And as a result, reviewed body cam footage and also just knowing, the course of investigation is obviously SWAT responded to that location and cleared it, secured it, if you will, prior to PIU's arrival. And reviewing some of the documentation provided to us by CID, we did not receive a operations plan. So one of the questions we wanted to see if you guys were, I know you all had briefing before the search warrants because there was multiple search warrants served that night. Is it some of the information that you all gathered from the briefing and what information were you all provided before that night?
Okay, backtrack. So we had information on these wars probably about a month in advance. There was one show operation. Sergeant Cassie, Sergeant Barton kind of points on. So what kind of happens now with us is we'll put out our reminder scores. They'll call me, put the sergeant kind of gets the planning phase and kick it out to our officers who do the recon and start our planning process. In the meeting a month prior, they've gone to multiple locations. Our guys advised them, hey, we need to take this slower, regular 8 orders one night, simultaneous orders around that business touches because they had danger of doing 2 locations at once. How about we do 2 this day, 2 next day, and so on and so forth. And there was mention of the address on Springfield that email sent to Joe Cassie. Fast forward to a week before, so he gets 2 addresses, both on Elliott, one's a vacant. We're across the street from each other. Detective James comes in the night of the warrant, we do the briefing. We bring both of them up on his end and our end. So he'll give us the intel behind his case, what he's learned, which we counted. Easily enough for us to understand that it was our 5th time, I think, in 18 months doing it. So we have a pretty good idea what that house is like. And thank you, next door, dealt with that as well. He goes through his whole brief, giving us his intel on his side, so we go through our brief on tactical plan. So what we've done since going full time is we completely overhauled how we plan wars. Back in the day, we take a lot of detective information and take it as golden, not anymore. It's often, there's no kids, there's no dogs, there's kids and dogs. So we have an exhaustive recon process that we go through. He made mention of another address, 2605 West Ali that night. He said something to the effect that we're going to do that night. But at a later date, at no point did I ever hear the word Springfield mentioned in the briefing. Someone else may have, I never heard it. It was never said that we're doing any other words. We rolled out to Elliott with the understanding of who the holes in the world that night. Okay? Well, we're on the scene, so we're across the street from each other, so it's kind of a tactical destination, trying to play this house while you're working this house. There was like 10 or 12 people in this house. So I'm with a barricade in the middle of both locations, kind of just surveying what's going on. We're about, 2 or 3 minutes of working the door, we're calling people out, and on our SWAT watch here, over here, shots fired. Wait a second, shots fired. Is everybody good? My guys get on the radar, leave here. It's like, yeah, we're good at the breach point, whatever. So we don't believe the sergeant with the flag comes on our SWAT shell, said, yeah, Springfield, gives the address, we an officer while shooting. I'm in the barricade, so we kind of gather our bearings. So like, we're talking about, again, back to the point that we have no idea if they'll do it more essentially. Gather our bearings, kind of get up the QRT together, I know it's me, Sergeant Myers, Sergeant Cassie, Sergeant Hogan. Scott Walker was dropping a barricade, I believe Chris Baker. There was about 10 of us that went over to Springfield. So we leave Molly, or excuse me, get to Springfield. There's some kind of as these kind of situations unravel, like the address I gave them first was a different address than we're actually at. So it took a little bit to get there. We had to actually barricade through a chain link fence because it was a one-way go around kind of street. Get there, and pull the barricade up pretty much until the side of the car, the driver's side. And I see to my right a row of police cars, and when I have to catch between officers with long guns pointed directly at the door, the slide glass door. I believe I see Lieutenant Hooper take a shot, just kind of in there. So we kind of get our plan together. As we're rolling up, we're getting into, hey, the shooter's in 1015, he's over here. He said there's a female inside, or something of that, but again, as candy because these things are, the exact murder. But to that effect, I was really confident that there was not going to be more resistance in the house, but we were trying to go check on the possible female, right? So it's preservation of life. So I kind of talking to Major Shine and said, who do I make? Get over here by cover, because when I initially get there, as I'm looking for that sliding glass window, our initial thought is, oh, they're shooting out the window at the police, right? Or at the door, I should say. Get some more intel. I sent a team up there, and I kind of stayed behind the barricade. I said, all the patrol officers, check their rifles up, because they're still literally just pointing, and they don't know what to point at, more or less. I mean, there's target identification, there's nothing to point at because there's curves and everything else. We're just pointing guns, just pointing at. Get a plane together, they roll up, go to one side, look at our throw up. Ricky inside, and they can see down the hallway, they can see a person down. I mean, it was a Wednesday, so they go in, search it, possibly hurt people, whatever. Come back out, get it all clear. The patrol officer holds them on the 3 side, they're holding down another window, there's a white Malaysian, they had him at that point, but I'm like, that's a different apartment, so that guy back there is fine. So, obviously, chaotic scene, do the best you can when you get there, try to slow everything down, and just try to provide the best service we could, and help them as best we could. But getting back to the planning phase, we had no idea they were going to be at that point.
And as far as the information that you guys received, did you all receive the search warrants? I mean,
yeah, what happened is they'll do a risk assessment matrix and search warrants. We get copies of those. I've got an extra link now, but I have to require them to give me a higher number for that extra layer of safety. Master awards for different units where multiple units are looking at it, and unbeknownst to us because we're supporting it. So higher number. Some detectives will above beyond with the PowerPoint that we supply to them, hey, that is information. But at the very least, the risk assessment matrix, copy of the high number, and actually search warrant affidavit was required.
and just for the tape, I mean, a HIDE is a deconfliction site.
Correct, yes. Deconfliction sites to ensure multiple units are planning police action at the same locations, meant to stop little blue violence or little blue shooting.
And during the course of your all's preparation, what significant, if any, information did you all learn beyond what was provided by CID?
In this case, not so much because we've done the housing before. On LA, we've done it literally 4 or 5 times in 18 months. So we knew we were going to get. They provide some information, I think the door may be barricaded, but through what's going by, hey, we see people in and out freely. We're getting updates as the road there, there's people in and out. I mean, it's a very hot area, a 24-block alley. So nothing stood out other than there could be possible follow-up wars later on down the road, but nothing about the 2 locations we were given that night. It was just a house we done before.
As far as Springfield goes, once you make it over there, you guys, make it safe and secure it for us, PIU. How long have you been seeing after that occurred?
After we caused the house up there?
Secured it.
Wow, and we didn't stay long after, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Just long enough to where I knew that everybody was going to be safe. Like there was no threats to the police or solution on that, and that they kind of helped they needed. I said a couple things to Major Shy, and I put around the window like, hey, you should probably get out. That's where officer figure out who did what, but I said our role as the tactics parts out. I'm not going to say part of that, but you should probably consider a couple things related. So probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Now, did you learn any information as far as, that incident on Springfield after you guys came out and while you still around?
So originally, when I was there, Detective Cosgrove was providing the best intel, the best information out of anybody hands down. He had a rifle slung. So I assumed, just having a rifle slung, he was there after the fact, okay? So I know the bag was involved in it. While we're on scene, we learned that Kyle was involved in it. Like, I had no idea he was part of it. And then through the course of, Sergeant Barlow attested to this, a couple of guys went to the neighborhood apartments to ensure there was no other casualties due to gunfire. I don't know, at one point, they were pointing out the window, and Detective Hanks on the door and kind of made a motion like that, like tapped his chest almost to say, yeah, that was me type thing. So as we were on scene, it became pretty apparent to us what we thought happened, as far as what happened initially at the breach point, and then when those how many rounds were fired through the windows and doors.
You said you learned that Cosgrove was involved. Did he tell you that, or were you told from another
I was told by somebody else because I said, I was like, man, get him out of the mix. He was still in the mix, doing stuff. I was like, get him separated from everybody.
Who told you that?
I don't remember. I really don't.
And was he removed from the scene?
I don't think so. Okay. And like I said, so we're all there, and it's obviously hectic, like I said before, but I do remember saying, hey, separate him, he's involved, he was made to the mix, you know.
Sorry, Bert.
LT, going back to the briefing, I know there were two on Elliott they talked about, one on Ali, and it was decided Ali would be done at another time. There was no mention of Springfield. Through our investigation, we've learned up to this point from information provided by CID that Springfield was directly related to Elliott. Is it common with the amount of warrants you do for CID and other, I guess, units, if you have a site that is linked to other sites, would that be briefed during that time?
Oh, 100%. We should have knowledge of what they're doing. And kind of that's too caught up in the rabbit hole here. Since going full time, the team has got millions of dollars, not because of me, it's because of the guys. We treat safety very important, right? So like simultaneous wars, bad business. Someone goes down like we just saw, who's there to go out our priorities are people, right? So like to us, we need to be briefed on everything, but at the same time, like there's been some understanding in our privacy and CID that we're not going to rush in and get dealt. We're not going to treat human rights more important than anything, right? So with the time, our tactics have changed as well. So they should definitely let us know as far as what they're doing so we can provide assistance. Because in a case like that, hey, if y'all have to make it to Springfield, y'all sit there and watch it, we can send some guys over, or if y'all are going to do it, let us get y'all there first so we can push harder your way to be able to support them. You know, from CID, I don't know how many awards they do a year, because we don't give ourselves oil, obviously, but we always try to just push them the safest way they can do the awards, if that makes sense. So they should definitely bring us on any location they're going to be at during a bridge, just so we know.
Okay. And back to that point, I guess the Elliott was deemed at the time, I guess those were the two targets. Was it known at the time the targets were at that location, or were there unknowns where?
I want to say there was two main targets, and forgive me, I don't remember the names. I want to say that they did a vehicle takedown on a ruin, or maybe two that looked the location, and one of the other targets, there was like 3 or 4 targets. I think at least one was in the house, and I think 2 were taken down as we were around, or as we were working on the first incident. But the timing of that, and I don't know which one was the main target versus the secondary target. They provided like 3 or 4 different names.
Okay. You mentioned the email to Sergeant Cassie about Springfield, I guess he may have more intimate knowledge of that. But was that around the same time the other warrants came in, like a month prior to?
Well, I was on a conference call with Colonel Chavis, Major Gregory, Major Burbrick, and myself talking about debriefing the incident, kind of what we can learn from it. Because I think there was I heard some things that came from the initial interviews with PIU that said SWAT and narcotics and CID weren't communicating effectively. And I was brought to my attention that maybe it was my fault, maybe it wasn't, so we had to turn in the air. That was the first time I was ever made aware of that email because she provided a copy for me. But I don't think I ever received an initial email, and if we did, it was 30 days prior. So mentioning in a briefing or tell us in a subsequent meeting, we're not going to remember that you said Springfield a month right here.
Okay. Colonel Chavis provided that.
I don't know, her Major Margaret, what was it?
Okay, so Major Berger.
She brought to my attention, hey, this email existed 30 days ago, not 30 days, one of the wars, March 13th?
March 13th.
It may have been March 1st or 2nd, maybe 2 weeks, 2 weeks to 3 weeks. But I don't look at my email, I don't know that I received that email, I may have not double checked. But that was the first time that I recognized that Springfield's mentioned.
Jason, you have anything else?
Yeah, as far as that, I guess you'll have a meeting afterwards, like a debriefing meeting. I mean, clearly you had some concerns that night. Did you voice them that night to anyone? Who did you voice them to, if any?
We talked to John as a team, figuring at some point we would call it here because everybody kept footage. I think we were the most unaffected by that because we were after the effect. Obviously, we were there for initial shooting. And Jill and I asked, because they're in more stressful situations, can process information and slow things down. So we talked about it internally, 100%. And, that's why I was kind of alluding to earlier, like our priorities are people, adults way down here. So that's why we move slow. That's why we mitigate our actions. And going back to how I was really big in the meeting about the no-knock thing. So these no-knock boards, if they provide us a no-knock board, we do, we knock the heads. Okay, the only time we'll do a no-knock board is if we will press one, if we're going to explosive breach charges of breach board, where you can't make announcements, right? And we usually reserve those for homicide suspects. So we would take the extra step. Yeah, it's no knock board, but we're still not going to announce our presence just because of the initial danger of the breach board.
Well, that's actually a good question. Did CID request a no, or did you tell CID that you all requested a no-knock on Elliott?
Did not. We've done that in the past. Elliott, when you enter if you all have never been done, you enter a common area, and that's where they do all the drug sales, a lot of the drug use hang out at. Every time we walk in that house, we encounter people immediately at the threshold. We wouldn't enter the house, we called them out to us. We called every single person out to us on Elliott. I left that time, but the time before, call everybody out, send nobody in, then we go and secure. So that the house had a track where it's too.
And had you known that CID was going to serve that warrant on Springfield, would you advise them not to do that?
I would advise them 100% not to do it until we were done doing what we need to do. Like I said, we can't do every single,
thank God.
We can't do every single lure for them. So if she was at one of the matrix, which I never saw that matrix, so frankly I can't speak to what she would have showed up with the matrix at all, I don't know. Then I tell people, like, when we use a SWAT team, that's a higher level of force. So we can't do every single warrant the way we would do a SWAT. But I was definitely told them, hey, wait till we're done, we can move some more to you, or give them alternate options. Hey, we can send 4 or 5 guys over there after the fact to just do some round call out, because if the warrants for money, which is my understanding of what it was, is if there's people with money there, you can't destroy money, they're not going to destroy money, just call out to you, like, if you want to breach the door, make announcements, this police, So we tend to take the triage more that way. It's just the way we operate tactically, the way CID operates tactically, they're completely different.
And not to beat a dead horse, but on the briefing Elliott, there's no mention of Springfield, so is it safe to say no matrix or ops plan, anything with no knowledge whatsoever about the warrant being conducted at the same time at the Springfield?
No, sir. I'll take a step further. I've never received a matrix from CID that we can do a warrant on. That's a policy thing, so it's not a you all thing, but I never received matrices on the ones that we do, only the ones that we do for.
What about the operations line? Did y'all receive one of those?
No.
So nothing?
It still happened to this point?
Okay. What about the Elliott? Did you receive one there?
So when we do their awards, we have to do our own ops plan, so they provide us the information, like I said, going back to the past about we want to get our own eyes on look at it. So I would say the information they provide, we come up with our own operations plan because our planning process is more intensive than theirs. So as long as they bring the board and the matrix, we get the plan put together ourselves because we're the ones that are going to be executed.
Back at Springfield, when you all arrived on scene, you had mentioned something when you first arrived on the scene. It was your initial thoughts that officers were receiving fire through a sliding glass door.
Yes.
Can you kind of expand on that a little bit?
So as we begin there, we hear that there's not about gunfire, there's a rifle play, there's a rifle play. We kept on hearing that number. So my assumption was when I saw the number of what I thought to be initially exit, bullet through the windows and hang on doors. I just assumed, okay, hey, well, that's what I shot at as a regular approach. Then I figure out now it's in the breach point. So then it becomes pretty readily apparent to me that those rounds, after 3 or 4 minutes, they came from outside. So those rounds that went inside that I thought initially were coming out were actually going in the apartment.
Okay. And you may or may not remember, because a while has gone past, but on that sliding glass door, do you remember, were there shades or anything over that door? Could you see into the apartment?
I see from the apartment. I want to say it was those white vertical blinds, but I could be wrong. There's definitely a white barrier in that, and you couldn't see any windows that I could see. I mean, because we couldn't even see any light or darkness. It was just, like I said, just a white window vertical blinds.
Okay. And in your all's training and experience in training to the department, is it pretty much given that we're trained to, you have to identify the target as part of training and just kind of your all's continued training?
Yeah, 100%. It's target identification and know where your backdrop is are probably 2 most important things as far as when you fire your weapon. 100%. Like, you have to know, A, what you're shooting at, B, what's in front of it, B, what's behind it. There's no other way you can operate.
And this is a question I'm not sure you can answer, or you're the appropriate person to ask this, but, you know, since you have a lot of weapons training experience, if someone is to fire a weapon in an illuminated area into a darkened area, would that muzzle flash project into that dark area?
If it's covered by cloth, windows and stuff, no, it's either. All you can do is hear what would probably be a very rapid firing of a gun that you could mistake for a rifle. I don't know. Like, you could definitely be able to see if they're at the breach point. Because again, like I said, initially we were like, oh, we're coming outside, and then we moved over, kind of saw the door, and oh, there's a door, and then they had worked on the sergeant right in front of us. So I was like, okay, that's what I said, more information on what happened over here.
And one more question. So this table is about 36 inches wide, and the entry door at this apartment was 36 inches. Well, the biggest entry door they have. Is it practical, or is it even common for not just SWAT? I mean, clearly SWAT works, and they have different tactics, but for any, you know, CID unit, investigative unit, when they do an entry into a house, would it be common for 3 people to be in what we consider the fatal flaw?
Absolutely.
So you've been here almost 20 years. Have you ever seen where someone's punched out like this? Cover 2, if you will. So first light, cover 2 is punched out, maybe behind a little bit, and there's a third person between the first light and cover 2. Have you ever seen that?
No. Not in any kind of scenario where you're trying to knock in, speak to what kind of stuff lives on the street, but no, never would, you know, yourself in that situation.
But even, you know, in your experience and just, you know, I know you had experience in the 2nd Division Impact, or Flushington. Have you ever seen anyone from a police department do that?
Back to the scene on Springfield when you arrived, you mentioned you learned Detective Cosgrove actually had fired his weapon. And I think you may have said it, and I missed it. You advised someone that he should probably be secured. Who was that?
I mean, I may say some Lieutenant Hoover, because it was kind of, because you had the 3rd Division Major was there, then you had their lieutenant. I don't know if Lieutenant Hoover was there from the beginning, but I remember saying, I think it was the Lieutenant Hoover man, you had him separate. He was too involved with what was going on when we went there. He needed to be checked out. He needed to be off to the side, you know, the emotions, the adrenaline dump, you know. He provided good information, don't get me wrong, he had the best intel, he still needed to be out of the base.
Okay, so at that point, the major of the division.
He was already on the scene when I got there. They had another situation in the 3rd that evening they called me about. It didn't rise to our level of need to assist, so we were able to spring to the Lord's Island. So that's how I got there. There was, I mean, he was there was probably 70, 80 police cars. We didn't come from like Elliott all the way. I mean, we were by the road for 20, 25 minutes. 20 minutes just get there and back. It's how long. So yeah, he was already there.
Okay. Other than in how our structure in the department is set up with officers such as detectives, sergeants, lieutenants, majors and up above. Lieutenant Hoover would have been in charge of that activity or that one.
If he was there.
If he was there for the beginning of it.
But then he kind of gets murky whenever our major shows up. Hey, no, that's not my unit, but it's your division, so the whole ICS, you know, but.
Okay.
That's all right. Just a few more questions, I'll take. Are there any other questions we have not asked you, or any other information you have that may be beneficial to this case?
I mean, just based upon what we saw that night, not having been privy to any of the investigation, just the, and not so much my interaction with Detective Anderson, with my guys, we just got the feeling that night that, you know, something went bad. And that the target identification, we don't think, again, we did the investigation just based upon our initial, what we saw, what we were told, kind of how we replayed the thing, because we want everybody to be safe, right? That's our ultimate goal. We don't want us to get hurt, innocent people, even the bad guys. I mean, no one's got to die, no one's dying. That's $14,000 is not worth it. Any amount of dope's not worth it either. As we debriefed it, how we know it was just an egregious act. I mean, from a law perspective, that is in fact what happened. Other details come to light, it is what it is. It's just, it seemed like there's no target identification whatsoever for those rounds and shots under target.
Any follow?
On Elliot, who was in charge other than you all? Can you think of any command who was in charge down there from CID or?
Sergeant Fawn was there. I don't remember, was Lieutenant Huckleberry there? I don't think he was. I think Colonel Chambers was out with him that night though. I mean, I think she was out by the way. She may have not out with us. I don't know if Major Bernard was out or not. So they none of them came over here. The only person from our college said that came over here was Detective Chambers. He's the only person that we knew for a fact was there. And he told us, man, I got Sergeant Fawn on the backside. He may have mentioned some other people that were there, but they were already in place in the high because of those cars. So I know James only came to actually brief us in there.
Okay, which isn't uncommon. If he's the lead investigator, he's going
We
to
actually
do that.
prefer less people there because if you have 30 people there, it's too out of the way and you can't hear the brief.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to state for the record before we end?
No.
Is everything you told me the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
We will now conclude the statement time now approximately 13:20 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you said they was at 21st and Elliott before they got there?
24th.
24th?
Yes.
He spoke really fast.
Yes, he does.
You all have a transcript.
Yes, we do.
I was curious, he gave sort of a explanation of the no-knock policy, or
I think he gave an explanation of his.
yes. I was just kind of curious as to how they approach that.
While we're looking, while Ms. Weather's looking that up, you had a question. Yes, ma'am.
I have another transcript question.
Yeah, he spoke really fast.
Yes, he did. So,
Right.
all right, let's get this one. Let's get this one.
Yeah, the last part is what I just wanted at the front. He said they asked him other questions and he got a statement after that point.
That is the only one else.
Yeah, mine was it.
I mean, he can replay it, but it doesn't, he speaks so fast, a lot of it, I was like, what?
I would have got mine read.
Yeah, it's not, he spoke like too fast.
We can always come back, because I haven't had it.
I have the timestamp behind.
Wait, I'm in the middle. Okay. Page 2.
I I'm sorry, I should have done that.
Okay, listen, please. This is reference to the no knock. Okay, we talked about it internally. Yeah, 100%. You know, that's what I kind of too early. Like our priorities are people. Like dope's way down here. So, and that's why we move slower. That's why we mitigate our actions. And going back, I know it's really big in the media about the no-knock being thing. So these no-knock warrants. If they provide me with a no-knock warrant, you know what we do? We knock and announce. Okay, the only time we'll do a no-knock warrant is if it says something. If we're blank one. If we're doing explosive breach charge at the breach point where you can't make announcements, right? And we usually reserve those for homicide suspects. So we even take the extra step, hey, it's a no-knock warrant, but we're still going to knock and announce our presence just because of the initial danger at the breach point.
Okay, and this warrant was executed according to the investigation detective where there is actually a photograph of the whiteboard?
Yes.
Where it is stated, knock and announce.
Yes.
For the Springfield. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
I don't know if the timestamp helps, but it's around 27.45, right after he talks about was an egregious act. And then there's something about justification.
Yeah, there was no justification for the rounds being fired. That's
what I wanted to hear what he said.
I want to hear what he says right there.
Around minute 27.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. While she's doing that, this may help you. We'll get back to that. I'm going to read this. Like, answer that. We're going back to your question. 16? Okay. Actually, it's the same one. He asked, are there any other questions we have not asked, or you, or any other information you have had that may be beneficial to the case? This is Lieutenant Massey. I mean, just based upon what we saw that night, not having been privy to any of the investigation, just the and not so much my interaction with Detective Hankinson, but with my guys, we just got the feeling that night that, you know, something really bad happened and that the target identification, we don't think, and again, we didn't do the investigation, just based upon our initial, what we saw and what we were told, kind of how we played the whole thing, because we want everybody to be safe, right? That's our whole ultimate goal. Is we don't want us to get hurt, innocent people, and even the bad guys. I mean, if no one's got to die, they don't have to die. Like, that's $14,000 isn't worth it. Any amount of dope's not worth it either. As we debriefed and kind of looked over, it was just an egregious act. I mean, from what our perspective, if that's in fact what happened, have other details come to light, it is what it is. It seemed like there was no target identification whatsoever for those rounds that were shot outside the apartment. Yes.
Those will be the shots coming through the window.
He's referring to Detective Hankinson's.
Yeah.
And he said no target identification.
Right.
Not
Yes.
justification.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
When he was discussing, when they were talking about the blinds, was his answer that you don't put words in his mouth? You can't really see muzzle fire?
Page.
Or you could? Yeah.
Wait, we can get there.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Couldn't see anything inside the doors, like barriers.
Start with page.
So he also said you couldn't see.
Yeah, page 13. Page 13. Line
560.
560, yeah.
Okay, vertical blinds, this is Lieutenant Massey. I could not see anything in the apartment. I want to say it was those white vertical blinds, but I could be wrong. It was something. There was definitely a white barrier in that, and you couldn't see in any of the windows like there that I could see. I mean, because we couldn't even see any light or darkness. It was just like I said, just the white. I believe they were vertical blinds.
Yeah, and then they asked a question, then there's,
Okay, I got that to the bottom. Question 1 is, and this is a person I'm not sure you can, this is a question I'm not sure you can answer or either. You're the appropriate person to ask this, but you know, since you have a lot of weapons training and experience. If someone is to fire a weapon in a illuminated area, into a darkened area, with that muzzle flash project into that dark area. If it's covered by cloth, windows and stuff, no, you wouldn't see anything. Yes?
This is directed, I think it was about Hoover, but it was basically, I'm just trying to get the gist of what he's saying. Not saying that this is the way everybody does it, or that this is the only way to do it. But I guess, was he implying that if someone is involved in this, they should be separated from, once SWAT goes in and everybody's checking everything, that they should be removed and not...
Yeah, yes. Best practices, anybody involved in a shooting like that should be separated.
He's talking about Costco?
He's talking about...
Yeah.
I'm just asking, you know, the comment.
Yeah. No, best practices, and that's what he's saying. Cosgrove was still giving briefings and talking to, and Lieutenant Massey at some point tells someone, he can't remember, that he needs to be separated.
Okay.
Cosgrove needs to be separated from... Yes, ma'am.
Search warrants. He made a comment about the search warrants, like we need to do them. Is this something the search warrants are done by regular police and SWAT, or SWAT's the only one who does search warrants?
Both, because...
I figured both, because
Well,
this is their normal.
Well, and SWAT, from what he said, SWAT serves the higher risk warrants.
Makes sense.
And he wasn't apparently, according to his statement, he wasn't aware of Springfield occurring at that time. But he would have suggested just wait till we get there to assist.
Right. But they did say they were all at the same briefing, well, the things we've heard is they were all at the same briefing.
But if you remember,
SWAT would someplace else first.
Well,
Right, well, you've got your briefing on Elliott, and then you have your...
but if you remember what Lieutenant Massey says, he doesn't remember during the briefing Springfield coming up.
Right.
Right, but the others all said it did. He was at a SWAT briefing.
But they had a separate SWAT briefing, yes.
Oh, okay.
Two separate briefings. Yes, sir.
The lieutenant from SWAT, if I'm right, they have a procedure on how to enter for a no-knock. And it was his statement that he felt like they should have waited for SWAT to employ that procedure. Is that correct?
But they were going to, the detectives were not going to, they not agreed that it was not going to be served as a no-knock warrant.
Right. But what I'm getting at is, there is a procedure.
Well, it's SWAT's procedure.
SWAT's procedure, okay.
SWAT's procedure.
Okay.
Ma'am? Did you have something? Okay, yes, sir.
Several of them have mentioned the matrix, and I'm assuming that it's a risk matrix where you do a risk assessment before the entry.
Speaking generally, yes. I don't know their specific standards or what they look, but yes.
But that's the procedure.
Yeah, that's Louisville.
They go through what could go wrong, what will go wrong, what could go wrong.
Who's there? Anybody? I would assume anybody that's got any possible weapons.
And then they assign a risk assessment to that, a number or something to that to figure out whether it's high risk or minimal.
Or exactly whether they need to involve SWAT or whether it's a lower level of threat.
And he did confirm that he did not see or know the operational plan for Springfield.
That's correct.
Or a matrix for that.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
But basically, he was briefed 2 weeks prior, right?
There was, yes, there was an email that he originally said 30 days prior, but then later on it says maybe 2 or 3 weeks prior.
So Springfield would have been involved since it was only issued the day before.
Yes,
Well, for the briefings, SWAT had their own. Were they also included in the everybody briefing?
my understanding is yes.
Okay.
Because that's when, that's
Had something been mentioned about Springfield in the everybody briefing, he theoretically should have been in there and should have heard about that.
well, if Lieutenant Massey, I can't go to theory, but Lieutenant Massey said that he was at the briefing. He says he doesn't recall Springfield being brought up, but then one of the interviewers said, well, Springfield was connected to Elliott, correct? Yes.
Wait, this is the Elliott one that even over there, they didn't enter.
He's,
Everybody comes out.
he said they called him, more often that they called him out. Because they're out in the breed, they were in the front area apparently, and they would just call him out. That's what he said.
So their assessment on Elliott, it is better to have them come out than for them to go in.
Did you say one of the buildings on Elliott was a manager building?
I think he did.
Yeah, like across the street.
Yeah, he may have, but we're trying to focus
On Springfield.
Springfield.
Right.
So his assessment for Springfield is he didn't need to have any of his people at Springfield.
Well, according to him, he didn't know Springfield was going on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say again?
I need to take a break.
Okay, break time.
Okay, we'll take a break now, so we'll go off record. Okay, we're back on record now, 2:31 p.m. and Detective Fogg is still testifying. Detective, earlier, I believe yesterday, you presented one of the body camera footage of Sergeant Brandon Hogan.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Hogan was leading the SWAT team that actually entered the apartment and cleared.
That's correct, yes.
And was he subsequently interviewed by the Public Integrity Unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And you reviewed that interview?
Yes.
The transcript of it?
Yes.
Was Sergeant Hogan specifically asked a question by the interviewer regarding the shooting through the glass door with the blinds and curtains, and whether or not that would be something proper?
Yes, he was asked that question, yes.
Okay, would you read the question asked of Sergeant Hogan and then his response?
Yes. This was part of an interview with Sergeant Hogan that was taken on March the 20th. Question, and not really specific to this situation, but as a SWAT operator, given certain circumstances, if you're in a position where you cannot see into a building or a room because of curtains, blinds, things like that, how as a SWAT operator would you address that situation? And I know it's kind of open-ended. If you can't see in there as a SWAT operator, would you shoot into a window to where you can't see, or a door? Sergeant Hogan's response: no, you all know, you're accountable for every round. If you do not have good target identification, an ID that they are a threat, you cannot shoot. That's basic academy stuff. In regards to shooting through a window and stuff like that, we, even on like patrol or whatever position you may be in, you still cannot fire into an unknown. You don't know what's behind it. You don't know if there's kids there's whatever, people that aren't even, that aren't supposed to be there that are friends. You have to have good target identification and to make sure that they are a threat before you can actually put rounds on that person.
Okay, that's all. Now, you discussed and we listened to the interview yesterday with Detective Cosgrove that was conducted back in March. And did you yourself conduct an interview with Detective Cosgrove?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
That was September the 18th.
And was that interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you play that interview at this time?
Yes.
I thought we listened to that one yesterday already.
No.
Is this a different one?
No.
There was one with
DUI and there was one.
No, we didn't listen to the second one.
Okay.
The one yesterday was the one conducted in March.
You said it was what day?
September the 18th.
Did we listen to another one that you conducted? Because I know we listened to at least one.
Tony James, that was with Detective Tony James.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
That was on September the 11th, Tony James.
Okay.
Sorry, the Cosgrove was yesterday was March. Do you remember the date?
18th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. First interview with Cosgrove was March 25th. The interview I conducted with Cosgrove was September the 18th. You're welcome.
Before you start the interview, Detective Fogg, when you listen to your own recording of the interview, and there's maybe a 30-minute period in there that you determine was about things that were not really relevant to the actual events of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
So when it reaches that point, are you going to summarize?
Yes, ma'am. At the 40-minute and 30-second mark, I'm going to summarize from that point to the 1 hour and 10-minute mark. I'm just going to summarize what was said. That's some things that occurred after the main focus of this investigation.
Okay, go ahead.
Following with the Attorney General's office, it is September the 18th at 15:25 hours. We're at 1024 Capitol Center Drive in Frankfort, Kentucky. Speaking with Miles Cosgrove, also present is his attorney, Jerry Beck, and Assistant Attorney General Barbara Rayleigh. Detective Cosgrove, please spell your first and last name, please.
Miles Cosgrove, Miles, M-Y-L-E-S, Cosgrove, C-O-S-G-R-O-V-E.
And how long have you been with Louisville Metro at this point?
Approximately 15 years.
Okay, on March 13th of 2020, what unit were you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the criminal intervention unit or the narcotics unit.
How long have you been in that position?
4 years maybe.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go over the events that occurred on the morning of March the 13th, 2020. If you would please start at the location of who was there at the meeting point right before you hit Springfield Drive.
What do you mean with the meeting?
You all met somewhere right when you staged up in the 2000 Springfield Drive.
Okay, so it had just finished raining, and I was probably, I may have been the last person pulled in the parking lot. We were behind a liquor store or a church parking lot, kind of both right there. So it's either the church parking lot or a liquor store about 3 to 4 minutes from the location we were going to go.
Who made you there? Detectives were there.
Mike Campbell, Tony James, John Manley. Correction, Mike Campbell was already at the address. He
set out, like, this is what everybody's goals will be, an actual execution of the warrant, or is it just gonna kind of going as you did?
No, we always have a formal,
So what was your role? What was your role when you did that? When you made executed the warrant?
my role was, I mean, there's no formal order for it. My assignment would be the exterior of the building. Due to those gentlemen already having assignments. So my assignment was the sliding glass door. That was my assignment, the exterior of the house. Okay.
So have you executed certain warrants with this group of people before?
Yes and no. I've worked with all of these guys for the past 3 years, and I've also worked with them in other aspects. So have I served warrants with all of them? I would say probably yes, but...
Let me phrase it. Have you executed a warrant with this entire group as one unit, where everybody has the same job?
No, absolutely not.
So what time did you arrive? Did you all convoy over and follow each other over there, or did you all drive kind of just get there when you can? Kind of thing?
Oh, no, absolutely not. When we go to the target location, we are in a convoy. We follow each other to the target house as best we can.
Okay, so what time do you all arrive at Springfield Drive?
I don't know. I mean, I know now. All I know is it's about midnight. I'm not really paying attention to the clock because it's a simultaneous warrant. So I'm really just paying attention to when I'm told to go do the job, if that makes sense.
Who tells you to move from your staging point? Who says, let's go?
I'm not sure if there was a formal order. I know John.
Who's watching the radio for what's going on in LA Drive? Somebody's listening to
John and Hoover have had a radio.
So one, either Sergeant Manley or Lieutenant Hoover, they say.
Correct, yes. Let's go. Yeah. And Lieutenant Hoover actually rode with me because you're trying to consolidate so you have less cars going to your spot. So Hoover is passenger in my vehicle up to the house.
Okay, so when you get on scene, where do you park your vehicle in relation to the target park?
Okay, so if you're looking at that building, there's a dumpster or recycling box or some kind of big trash can thing, which would have been to the right, which was, I don't know distance, but it was a fast walk from that spot to the house.
Okay.
So where you wouldn't be tired or windy, just a reasonable, safe spot out of sight.
Okay, I understand all the figuring part of it, but I'm trying to get details about specifically where you park.
When you pull up to the house, you always want to try to be inconspicuous. And you want to be able to move your car around. I gotta make sure Hoover can get out. I don't want to be boxed in. So I park right next to a trash can, which is, it's a parking space. I park it. Everybody's marked cars know where yes, correct. Correct. Yes. And once you pull up to your spot, there's no assigned parking for any spot. You just kind of get into a spot.
So does everybody, everybody gets there, parks the car, everybody just goes to the door, or they get together, they all walk up to the doors? That's the group.
We don't necessarily get together, but everybody gets out of your car and your situational awareness, so you're watching people. And then as you walk up to the house, you're still watching people, making sure you got bodies, or making sure everybody is supposed to be there.
Okay, when you're approaching the apartment, do you see any lights on in the apartment?
No, absolutely not.
Any TVs?
No.
Any lights? Any signs of activity before you approach?
No, all I saw was just darkness.
So do you remember, I'm not familiar with how the stacks do you remember how the stack was as far as personnel when they approached the door?
No, not exactly.
I do the best you can.
I can't tell you the stack. I can tell you from once they start knocking on the door, I can tell you who those two people are. John knocking on the door and Mike Nobles with the ring. The other folks in the stack, I can't tell you what.
So his Nobles actually
my assignment. Sorry.
Max O'Malley was knocking on the door and was police search warrant? Does he make any verbal commands, verbal statements?
So, I am not in the stack. I am in the...
Do you need to use his pointer? He's got a picture.
Now, I haven't seen these pictures since that night. I've seen the news stuff. And seeing that makes me super uncomfortable because I don't want to make a mistake here. And I only saw that house for that evening. So I will tell you and do the best I can. But you understand, I haven't seen these pictures. And I'm like, okay.
It was just an offer of an aid to help with your...
I've been calling this kind of like the vestibule, which is the bottom of the stairs.
I call it
breezeway. Okay. So I am at this breezeway because my initial assignment was to watch this door.
Before, just remember, before the door was breached, where were you? This way?
No, I'm to the right. I'm at that corner. I'm right there. So I can see kind of what those guys are doing, but my main focus is still this door because I want to be able to see if a light comes on or if someone peeks through the blinds. I want to be able to see that and communicate what I can see to my people that can't see what I can see.
Makes sense. Okay. So, how long is the staff outside the door approximately? No time to sleep, but approximately how long are they outside the door knocking, detecting nobles, like an answer before knowing anything?
He's talking, he's right on the bus.
No, it's not exactly.
I use the word an uncomfortable amount of time. 90 seconds. I feel that we are out there knocking on this door way too long due to the other factors that happened while we were knocking.
Okay, that's what we're going to go next. Okay, well, they were knocking. Is there anything else that is kind of unusual or distracting?
So, during this knocking, and when I say knocking, this is not where after making a ton of noise. Not yet. John, and I know now this is John knocking on the door. Someone knocks on the door like a pizza guy, like a normal person would knock on the door.
No, not a police officer.
No, absolutely not. No, not to vibrate the house, you know. And then a gentleman from the apartment directly above the apartment right to the right of the stairwell, to the right of that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, correct. Yes, that was it. A person, a man, comes out of that apartment, not out of the apartment, but opens the door and is standing more or less at the door.
Are you seeing him or are you listening to him?
I'm listening to him.
Are you still there?
Yes, yeah, at the end of the stairs. Yes, correct. Are people talking to this guy? Yes. The only person I hear talking to this guy is Brent, because Brent is loud and confined space, so it amplifies your voice.
About where is he at this point?
But this here, it's way over the cup down.
Where is he at? You're here. He's talking to this guy here. Where you're saying approximately.
I would say towards that grave, whatever that grave thing is behind that. And
Here. He's right here.
in
Approximately.
Where?
in that, yes, within it.
Thank you, sir. That's what's saying, he's right here. I just pointed there.
So logically, and I'm speculating that that's.
I'm not talking about
Some feedback.
He's known.
I just know that.
All right, go ahead.
So there's this conversation. There's this like hostile yelling back and forth between the guy upstairs and Hankins. And there are words said, and I don't know what these words are, and I believe I've never said what the words are. It's like, leave the girl alone, or there was no girl there, or something like that. And I remember hearing the word girl. And now I'm like, okay, we're out of the apartment, we've been told there's a girl that lives here. So that's good for us. So there's a girl that lives in this apartment. Now I hate to speculate because I'm reading stuff in the news. So that's all I do. I just hear Brent and this guy and this verbal verbal confrontation back and forth and shut. And then I hear the police knocking, if that makes sense. We are knocking on the door, yelling police, not we, those guys at that side.
Police,
no, yes, and no. I'm sorry.
It's okay, just relax.
All right, so.
There's no cameras here.
We have John has done the gentle knock on the door. Brett has had this rhetoric between the upstairs guy. Now there is forceful pounding on the door. Then there is forceful pounding on the door with the police, the verbal command, police search warrant. What we always say. And it's loud. You can hear, I know it's loud because I'm like, man, that's loud.
Okay, well, this is going on. You're still standing there looking at the patio door. You see it at this point? You see any movement? You see any lights coming on? You see
No, absolutely not. And that's still my sign. That's still my sign. So there is a command given to hit the door. I don't know who gave the command. I just hear hit the door. So now, things step up a little bit. Things always step up a little bit when you do these types of movements. So obviously, when the ram hits the door, your attention, no matter how hard you train for this, you are going to look at the noise, if that makes sense to you. Oh, we hit the door. I'm looking at a door that has nothing. You know, your interest kind of goes from one thing to another. Nobles hits the door. Once, twice, maybe 3 times, but Nobles hitting the door. And that's when I realized that Nobles does not have what I call a cover two or a cover person, meaning that Nobles is hitting a door by himself. And Nobles has a 20-plus-pound stick of concrete in his hand. And is extraneous, he is physically exerting himself hitting this door. And that's when I say to myself, subconsciously, because I've had training and I've done this a lot, that he needs somebody to protect him because he is working right now, and that is his job to work. So if somebody opens the door or whatever, Nobles just has this tool in his hand and can't do anything to help himself. So when I see that there's a mistake here, I, from this breezeway area, go to where Nobles is at. The door is now open. I don't see much of this opening.
So do you get there and the door is opening, or do you get there still a second before the door actually opens?
No, I got there after the door had already, well, obviously after, because John would have gone in first. So if I got there before the door would open, it would just be run into stuff.
I'm not saying that. You just want to get. My thoughts on that is you're going to get cover, Nobles, security, give him security. You get there before Nobles makes the last slam on the door. You get there, and he makes the door opens, Nobles retreats. Or is he still saying?
I don't know what Nobles did. Nobles hits the door. I am, if I was in that cover two spot, the position I'm in now is not the correct position, because now I'm, 2 steps behind where I should have been if that was my assignment. So I'm slightly behind the 8 ball. Meaning that when someone, the number one person, if they go in that door, they expect me or the person in that assignment to be right behind them. So, due to that little gap right there, and I'm saying little, and this is a little, I perceive this to be a minuscule gap, like 2-step gap. So, the door is open and I don't really see much due to my angle. I see John go in, I see the door open, I see John go in, and then
That's all that's like.
Okay.
So the door opens.
Well, the door doesn't open.
It doesn't open, the door is open.
Yes.
Okay, please don't split hairs. The door is open. The door is open, or whatever it means. Madeline's on, looking at the door, he's on the left.
Yes, he is, but I don't know.
Do you not approaching Nobles, you don't see him at all? You don't know that Madeline is right there?
The way the stick works, I'm still. Okay. So to answer your question, I'm sorry, I'm good.
Yeah, you worked on it,
So to answer your question, I knew John had knocked on the door. I knew that Nobles was hitting the door. I don't know if they had changed assignments. I don't know.
You're just saying
I mean, Madeline could knock on the door, and then some other dude I didn't know could be the number one guy. I don't know. And to me, it doesn't matter. I need to do an assignment that I see. I need to fix an assignment that I see is wrong, and that's what I did. So I don't know who goes in. I mean, I do know who goes in, but you know, I don't know if you're.
I think what he's trying to say,
I'm sorry.
he's parsing it a little bit harder than he needs to. I think what he's saying is at that moment, he wasn't absolutely certain that was John.
Any decision he made, I'm just trying to get, and he's trying to be stressed, that he's here talking to us. I don't want to put him in any undue stress.
Right.
Just, the deal with the details of this.
Of course.
It all happens 10, 12, 15 seconds, whatever it happens. And I know.
And this is the important part?
Is that correct? And I don't mean to put any undue stress on you, I apologize if that's the case.
Okay, so the door is open. John goes into the door. I am what I call a step or two behind him. As soon as I am at the vestibule of the door, the entryway to the door, I'm at the threshold of the door, I am immediately overwhelmed with bright flashes and darkness and what I describe as a movie reel that's doing that ticking where you see white and black and white and black. I know John is now not where he's supposed to be. There's nobody in front of me. John is now on the ground, or John is below me. And there are still these flashes happening, these vivid white and black flashes. Go ahead, Jack, something.
No, please, go ahead.
So,
I know it's tough. I know it's stressful. Maybe it is easier if you ask him kind of like.
That's why, man.
Yeah.
I was reading from him. He was having trouble getting to past certain things. My questions were to kind of nudge him on to the next.
Get into the next thing.
Just take a minute. Just there's no rush. If I had another bottle of water, I'd give you.
So there are these vivid white lights followed by this darkness. And the room, and I don't see a room, I just see this hall, this tunnel. And this is almost instantaneous that I realize that John is kind of at my feet and he's moving around. And I feel at one point I either step over him or he crawls through my legs, something like that. I know there's somebody below me. And I know that I'm fired because I just sense that I'm fired. And I know I earlier told folks that, it's like a surreal thing. Like if you told me I didn't do something at that time, I believe you. If you told me I did do something, I probably believe you too. So I know John, my friend that I've known for 15 years, has been shot in this confined space, and I know this person is down, and I sense that there's still these gunshots happening due to those bright lights that are just I can't even explain what it is. I kind of get stuck there because I don't know how else to really explain.
Let's back up. Just to get you back kind of in less stressful. Let's back up a little bit more. So, everybody's in the breezeway, does the team, not specific, but does the team, do they have their flashlights on?
So I've asked myself that question a few times because I know I had a flashlight just prior to, I knew I had a flashlight because I used it to, when I say, try to illuminate that crack in that door to see.
You're talking the slide.
The slide glass, whatever, see if I can see, between the lines or whatever. So I knew at one point I had a flashlight. I know that when I got to that door, there is no light. I see nothing. It is, to me, it is black. The only, what I call light that I see is from these flashes. That if you turn the flashlight on, you turn the flashlight off, turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight on. And that's what I'm seeing when I see those flashes. I'm seeing just a light. I'm seeing light.
Do you remember, and I can't begin to know what you're going through on this, so I can't speak, but I can begin to know what you're going through there. So, after John, Sergeant Bradley goes in, I know you may not be able to get to that, but can you remember, he gets shot at some point. He discharges his weapon, kind of steps out, falls down, something. When you say you're stepping on him or over him, or are you in the doorway? Are you out in the breezeway? Are you a combination of both? Or can you speak to that?
I am not in the apartment. I did not make it to what I call the welcome mat. I'm where a person would be knocking on the door if they were to come.
So you never called for this part right here?
No. If anything of my body crossed that, it would be my hands from being extended to courage. But
so would you think, I'm just asking, do you think when you were stepping or on or over your Sergeant Manley, was he here? Was he here? Can you speak to that?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I want to say I know, but logically it makes sense to me. But I do not know if he went to the left, if he went to the right, if he went behind me, if he did something completely different. I do not know.
Well, you're not looking down at him.
No, absolutely.
He's right.
I would assume you're still, man, remember, but I assume your eyes are fixed on something.
Correct, yes.
We're not going to be before I should ask this other really good sidetrack. When you were here, did you kind of see Knowles needs assistance or security? Do you have your weapon drawn or your hand on the weapon or is it drawn or do you remember? When you were moving forward,
I mean, I don't remember, but
when you won that, did you?
I don't remember, but logically, it would not be in a holster.
People do different. You're not the entry person, so you might not have your weapon drawn. So
I don't remember, but normally it would be out.
So, the lights come on, you're having your, you see the lights. What, after you think you fired, can you speak at all to how many rounds you think you fired?
So, can we back up just one second?
Yes.
I think it's important for me to tell you what that. So during this flashing light, I am seeing this human shadow figure. I don't think I've said that, so I just want to say that. So, as the round count that I
Let me up there, wait up there. Is this shadow figure down the hall? Close up to the door? Large, small,
The shadow figure, it's just a human, larger than normal human shadow figure.
You say larger, you mean taller, wider?
It's wider than it's a.
So I know it's
It's like see a tall person, tall human shape followed by like a rounder shape connected to it.
Like side by side like this?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's hard for me to even kind of, but that's what I saw between those.
Let me ask you more about the flashing lights. where will the lights come? Were they lights in the hallway? Were they up close in your eyes? Were they coming from the side of inside the apartment? Or were they just around you? What context were you seeing the lights?
Those lights, to me, were encompassing. They are in front of me. It's like it's like you're looking at the sun, and you open your eyes and you look at the sun. It's just this big flashes of big light. I'm not seeing the stars, if that's what you're asking. I'm not seeing it over here and stuff like that. I'm seeing big flashes of light. And it sounds, I don't know if it sounds unbelievable, but that's what I'm saying.
Nobody said good. You just tell us what happened from your perspective. And that's just what it is. I mean, nobody here, there's 4 people here, only one person was there.
Exactly.
I've been doing this a long time, but I've never been in a situation like this, so I can't relate. Everybody that was there that evening, every officer involved, experienced it differently. There's no right or wrong way to do it, and I'm sure people told you that. You don't need to hear that from me. But that being said, I'm just trying to get some information the best we can. Back up on the human shape or form or whatever how you describe it. Did that shape or that you saw they make any actions that you recall? Hands up, hands moving, squat?
That was within
No,
a heartbeat. I am not seeing that kind of detail. I'm seeing. I'm trying to understand. So you. Yes, because it wouldn't. And again, I say yes, but I'm not 100% on that. I mean, I try and make some logic out of this and try and put it together, but I would think so, yes. That I believe John is already down when I'm seeing these flashes. Now, I don't know if it's up and down or down. I don't. So it's convoluted for me too, and I was there and I don't understand some of the stuff.
So you think you fired? You can speak to how many you fired?
Correct. I've had some time to analyze it, after the fact. And there's other things we can talk about later on in the time. But I am fairly certain. I know that I fired a low amount of rounds. That's how I feel due to something later on that occurs.
I found any type of stories is best try to be sequential.
Yes.
From start to finish. That's what I'm trying to.
So at that,
So if you you step over around John, then the next thing you remember is what?
So I had fired, or there was gunfire, and if you told me I didn't fire, I'd sure believe you right now. So the gunfire is over between. I sense that I sense that John is no longer behind, that there's this emptiness, that John is scooted away or something. And I say I see it, but I'm not entirely sure that I actually see John scooting away. But I feel that there's this emptiness, there's this time to go, that John has been moved to safety. And I'm only at this door for 40 seconds. I mean, it's a very short amount of time. It could be 6, it could be 5, it could be 2. I'm at this doorway for a very short amount of time. And then I leave the door.
As you leave, are your senses starting to come out of the lights,
So I leave the doorway, the breezeway, and I see a sea of people huddling and tugging, chirping.
You think your good senses come back?
Yes, they're coming back. But
as you're going, toward, leaving there for that door, parking lot,
Yeah.
people, are you hearing any shots alarms?
So during this event, I have this I don't even know what word to say. There's this utter muteness happening. Like it's like I'm in a cave of complete, utter silence. So I don't hear anything. When I'm in the breezeway going to the parking lot, I still see these flashes in front. They're not in front of me because I can see people in front of me. And I would not run towards flashing light. That would be asinine, you would think, right?
Are we talking about like back toward the apartment? You're seeing the flashes?
No, these flashes are coming from, and I hate to use direction during this stuff, sure, but there is what I'm fairly certain to be flashes of light from the parking lot that are gunfire from the parking lot. Okay. And I hate to say that because it doesn't make sense to me.
But that's
You don't
have to make sense.
Yeah. Not hate to say it, it's just, what happened.
Right.
And you're an investigator, you know how things are, but the whole story, as it were, is a bunch of different stories.
Yes,
It's like a puzzle piece. And your puzzle piece is this thing. The whole puzzle is this. We concentrate on this part, like puzzle, what puzzle you can describe. You're heading toward the people, you kind of give your sense about you. At that time, do you hear or see, maybe gunshots, or they?
There are bright flashes of light to my left, because it's not directly in front of me, and it is definitely not to my right, because I don't remember anything to my right. So the only directions I'm sensing is straight ahead and to my left.
So if that.
No, I have no sound until where we're about to go here in the next paragraph. So I'm in the breezeway going towards the parking lot. I'm seeing these flashes to my left. I'm seeing, I hate to embarrass them, but I'm seeing my candles, big dumbass on the ground.
Relax, just tell them what you remember. As best you can. Don't worry about embarrassing anybody.
And I think my camel has been shot too, because he's on the ground.
So where did you go, best you can remember, in the parking lot?
After you see Campbell, where do you go?
Those other guys kind of bulldozed over Campbell. And I went to the right of them because they're in I don't want to go to NFL team, try to get to safety. So I go to the right of this pile of men, thinking that Campbell has been shot, and thinking, oh shit, there's a lot of problems now. This Campbell's a big dude. So we're talking about.
So you're coming to the right.
So I'm in the right side of the parking lot, and we didn't talk about this earlier. There's a white car in the parking lot, a white SUV or a minivan or some white freaking car. So I'm in front of this vehicle, but I'm not in front of the vehicle. I'm behind the vehicles that are parked in the parking lot, but in front of this white vehicle. That makes sense. John is closer to the white vehicle than me, because he went to the left, or straight, and I went to the right. So I'm behind cover, and okay, so I am magazine on the ground, and I've loaded the magazine in the weapon.
Okay, where are you then? You already moved out, it's back there by the breezeway.
No, I'm in cover between the white car and the parked cars.
Okay, let me ask you the detail there. When you went to reload, and I found when you go to the details, it kind of helps you, man. Where did you get your magazine from? Where'd you get your spare magazine?
In my, front package.
On your vest?
Yes.
Was your slide locked back? Or was it?
I don't remember, I couldn't tell you that. No, I can't. It was not. Because the magazine was in and out, there was no working the slide or anything like that. It was so fast. And that's why I think I messed up. Because I should have done an administrative reload. That's what I felt like I should have. That means I should have put that spec magazine, the one that had stuff taken out, back in my vest. But I'm under stress. I'm losing, I'm stressed, obviously. And I made a small mistake, and I'm not even going to call it a mistake. I should report that. I made a small mistake, but then I reloaded the gun right around I did.
Did you, when you dropped the magazine, did you let it hit the ground like a train, or did you case it and put it in your vest?
No, it's on the ground. I did not have that. I mean, because I don't know where it's at.
Yeah. Just trying to get stuff.
Sure, just trying to specific details. It's like you said, that always.
And sometimes it jogs memories.
And it did, actually, when you said that about the slot, I think he's like, oh, yeah, I remember.
So after you reload, you can tell now your senses are starting to come back. Still panic.
Yes, no, they are coming back, because I'm also I see my ankle now.
You've always seen Mike come out and say you reloaded.
Mm-hmm.
Then what happened?
Then what you do? Then I got to find work. You got to find work. You can't stay in one spot. I go to John, and I'm sure John was.
Okay, now that I'm not going to summarize the next 30 minutes or so. They're working on, Cosgrove says they're working on Sergeant Manley giving first aid. He suggests to them to move Sergeant Manley behind that white car he's talking about. Once Cosgrove makes it to the white car, he does not hear any gunshots or see any flashes. At this point, he's talking, his senses are starting to come back to him. He takes his tourniquet out of his vest, his ballistic vest, and he throws it, Manley's on the ground, he throws it on top of him. Cosgrove is standing at the back of that white vehicle still, watching the right side of the building, right here. At some point, Cosgrove leaves that area and goes and gets his car from this area here, where he originally parked it. And he takes it back to where Manley is. He takes his AR-15, his rifle that has it on duty, out of the trunk of his vehicle. He goes to the glove box and takes some first aid supplies and he throws that on Manley for them to use to first aid. Lieutenant Hoover is having trouble applying the tourniquet on the magazine. At this point, Tony James is helping Hoover tend to Manley. Cosgrove, at this time, still says he is helping. He's still covering the building, watching the building. Cosgrove says at some point about this time, he hears someone on the radio, very loud. He can't make out what they're saying, but they're very loud. Shortly after he hears ruckus, when we think that the gate being ran, a patrolman shows up into his area. They put Manley on top of Cosgrove's trunk, and then they start to withdraw him from the area. This is Cosgrove, someone is driving the car, and they're going to have to go past the window to apartment 4. Go back that way. When they first start out, Cosgrove is trying to keep up with the vehicle kind of for security reasons. But within a couple of steps, the car starts going too fast and he can't keep up. So at this point, Cosgrove is back near the area of the white vehicle that he keeps talking about. He's watching the building again. He says at this point he has low, poor line of sight. He can't see all of this, but he's at the corner of one of the vehicles, the back of one of the vehicles. At this point, he still believes there's only one patrolman on scene. Detective Campbell states he hears someone in the building, not necessarily inside apartment 4, but someone in the building. At this point, Detective Hankinson begins attempting to call the person out. Cosgrove had asked Campbell to, but Campbell apparently was winded. He couldn't get his breath back in. Sometime later, he can't get his time. He sees someone in the breezeway. At this point, he starts understanding there are more officers around him now. As the person coming in the breezeway, a canine officer begins talking to him and trying to call him out. Cosgrove is he's not really watching what's going on with the subject at this point. He's still watching the building. After the subject comes out, let's turn up to Mr. Walker. After he's taken away, Cosgrove at some point talks to Detective Cole Gibson on the scene for a few minutes. And Cosgrove states after he leaves the scene about 30 minutes after that. Then he leaves to go, he was taken to the LMPD's Internal Affairs office, which is PIU. And that's where we're back at, getting ready to start back. And we're starting back at about the 110 mark, minimum.
Okay, let's depart from that night. Let's go back to, and we don't know what asking, we're trying to place some fault or anything. We're trying to figure out, because how many times a year does Louisville LMPD go to the fire range?
Twice. Fall and spring, I think.
Okay, do you do?
Maybe it's 3 times fall, spring.
Go to night fire and that long gun?
Yes.
You probably do 4. The 2 pistol.
Well, you do that, it's all one.
Okay, y'all do yours. Because we always did our responding separate.
Well, you do go separate, it's like another 10 minutes.
Well, I don't mean separate. I'm just talking about separate. Yeah. So, you look at main question. Okay. How, if you could, you don't have to go back to when you were younger, to the academy. But how are you all trained on not so much use of force, but like when to discharge your weapon?
Well, I can't give you a definition because I would discharge my weapon when my life was in imminent danger, or when somebody else's life is in imminent danger. Those are pretty much the only times that I'm going to.
Yeah, I didn't mean that, but I maybe didn't phrase myself, articulate it correctly. So, years ago, I went to the academy in 1993. I went to Richmond. Back then, Louisville was Richmond, but you came on in. Back then, we were taught if we wanted to discharge a firearm, we shoot 2, reassess, and then go to the low grade. You came on what year? What year came on the police department? 2005. So when you went through firearms training at the Louisville Police Academy, back in 2005, how are you all taught? Are you all taught that make sure that you've got, I'm asking you, if please correct me if I'm wrong, Are you all taught, once you feel that you are justified in using deadly force, which is use of a firearm is, are you all taught to make sure you have a target, not use it? If you think shots are coming from there, from anywhere, are you all taught to make sure you have a target? And are you taught to shoot the threat stopped? Are you all taught to trained to shoot a certain amount of rounds and reassess? Or I don't know. I'm asking. If you can articulate that.
I'm not comfortable answering that. I'm not an instructor. Especially in
Well, how do you interpret your training?
If you interpret a threat, if you perceive that there is a threat.
I'm not getting to whether you were justified or not. That's not what I'm asking.
Right.
I'm not going there. You did what you thought you needed to do. I'm not going there. And this is an area that I know it might be hard for you to split. I'm just saying. And in general, okay, let me go back to my training. I was taught two shots, reassess, and then if you need to shoot more, shoot more. Back a few years later, mid-90s, that training was changed.
I would agree. I will agree to you shoot a. I agree that.
Were you taught at some point that you're responsible, and when an officer, not you, but when an officer discharges a firearm, they're responsible for every round that they. Were you taught to, I'm going to break this down again like I did earlier. Are you taught, when you were trained, were you taught to shoot till the threat is stopped, to reassess? Or were you taught fire two, reassessed, and fire additional rounds if needed? Well, you come up with facts.
We're taught to, I don't know about the number thing. I mean, that may be an informal thing.
That was the formal thing in Richmond, that's what it was. It changed, you came on.
I think that's what it's saying, is that.
I'm not going to put a number on it.
If you want, that's fine.
We are taught to neutralize the threat appropriately.
Exactly. And, but then after you stop firing, are you trained to discharge, you shoot till you think the threat is stopped? Are you taught to go to the low ready or high ready, reassess the situation, scan for any further threats?
Yes.
And then engage them if needed?
Yes, sir. Because it gives your brain a mental second to.
And that's what I want to make sure. I'm not talking about what happened at night, I'm just talking about how you train.
Yes.
That's you, all elements.
I would agree with that, yes.
And please, if something I just said, that's not correct, please correct me. For 2020, as of March 13th, have you been to the range at all this year? Do you remember?
Shoot, I don't know. I really don't know that. Spring and fall, I don't know.
We always think we are the coldest of the month.
Yeah, so I know fall is always cold because of the AC and the vents, but.
You don't shoot inside?
They just.
They're still running AC even though it's cold outside?
No, they're sucking the cold air in. I'm not sure if I went to the range this year. And when you go to the range, it's not a, and I'm sure you know this, it's not a memorable event. You go and shoot your whatever you shoot and you're done, even though it's an 8 hour class, you're there for 3, you know.
Yeah.
It's not a memorable event.
When, prior to this event, not range stuff, had you had any formal, like I got to go back to the, I say academy, I don't know if you guys go to Richmond or all over, I say Richmond, the DOCJT. Had you taken any additional firearms training, whether it be long gun, shotgun,
so the
combat course?
The only thing that I've done with the department, and that would have been, I don't even know, 2000. Oh wow, at least 3 to 4 years, 5 years ago, I took the SWAT basic class.
top of Louisville, is that top of?
That's top of the Louisville's.
So the training standards were probably the same as far as threat assessment, target
Well,
assessment.
that class was not shooting, that class was tactics and scenarios. There's no shooting.
Okay.
So maybe it should be, I guess I answered your question.
Barbara?
Yes, that's part of it. It's called the SWAT basic, SWAT advanced course. But again, there is shooting in SWAT basic or in SWAT advanced, but it's not tactical shooting.
Just like that range.
It's range shooting.
Right.
It's range shooting.
Oh, yeah. We had a guy.
I forget that you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Well, you would identify a threat. I don't like answering that question because I mean, obviously, if someone is pointing a rifle at you, that is a threat. But if somebody has a knife at you, is that a threat? Yes, it is. But is it a different threat? Yes. So yes, there are ways. I'm not even answering the question. But yes, they teach you to perceive threats during the training, or in the police department.
You think over shoot or don't shoot scenarios with you?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, this is a Mike's question, and he may not be able to, and he may not feel comfortable. Either or, either both. And I know from what you said earlier, I know what the answer probably would be. Were you aware that, not, you may have heard conversations with someone on the news later, but that night, were you aware of any actions taken by Detective Hankinson after Sergeant Manley was shot? Up to the point that he was bringing Mr. Walker out of the department. Were you aware of any of Detective Hankinson's actions in the time?
Well, yes, because he called up to the. Maybe I've seen.
Between the time that Sergeant Manley was shot and the time that Hankinson was calling Mr. Walker out of the subject out of the apartment, were you aware of Detective Hankinson's any of his actions between that time period?
No. The only person I remember is John, the patrolman, Tony James with the gloves, and Hoover putting the tourniquet on and helping me put him on the trunk.
And Mike.
And Mike.
I've seen Mike Campbell 2 times.
Right. Yeah. So.
Well, 3 times because he pulled up your AR-15 long gun,
right.
and he was winning. So 3 times.
So I did not see. I didn't thought about that. So no, I didn't see Brent that entire time.
So you were at the time you were not aware that Detective Hankinson had discharged his weapon. Fired his weapon.
Oh, correct. Yes. No. I thought John and Robert were the only ones, plus whoever else is shot.
But at the time you didn't know who the other person was.
Correct. Now that you say that, that's so later on.
Yeah, later.
Later.
People talk and then.
Well, it would have been that night. No, it would have been that time in the parking lot. I believe, because well, maybe that's not true either, because Mike Campbell was standing there. I'm thinking maybe they separated us, but how would Cole know that?
Well, don't speculate.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't remember.
So no, I didn't know Brent had fired until much later, or until later.
But you knew that John had fired?
Yes. I knew that there was gunplay in that doorway, in that gunshots happening from the truck.
You perceive some of those gunshots at least are coming from John.
Correct, oh, yes,
Yeah.
correct, yes.
Okay. I think that's what she was saying.
Okay, yeah, correct.
This is relevant, it's not really relevant. Actually, it's really relevant. This is back all the way up. When do you think the lights, or the tunnel vision, or whatever you want to call it, when do you think that started? Is it after the shots fired? When you started approaching? I know it's approaching is relative. Everybody's got
Right,
time.
and I keep saying, as soon as I turn into the doorway, that is immediately what I see is blinding, flashing lights. Immediate. It's not that I'm standing at the doorway and I can see anything else.
And I do realize this is the 4 or 5 second.
Right, 5 seconds.
Event. So.
Well, I'm glad you do because I can't.
Well, this is why I want to explain it. So, is there anything else from that 10 or 15 seconds of the incident? The door being rammed, the shooting, shots fired, you withdrawn. Is there anything else that you may, after as we've been talking, that you can remember that might be relevant that we have, has been
So
brought up?
this is not relevant. So as God damn, I fucking shit. It's not relevant to you. It's relevant to me because it irritates me. Tony James walks up to the vestibule, or to the breezeway. Tony James is in the breezeway with that tactical ballistic shield, which I've never heard of. We've not discussed a ballistic shield. A ballistic shield is a complex piece of, it's simple. A person would think it is simple. It is a very complex tool to use. It's not a tool that one person can use. And that irritated me that Tony James had a tool while we walked up there. But
does it irritate you that he had it, or does it irritate the fact that he wasn't up front?
it irritated me that I didn't know that we were taking the shield up there.
Well, apparently you weren't the only one that was surprised when not getting any specifics, what other people say about. You're not the first person that said that.
Which makes a lot of sense to me,
Because as you know, it's complicated.
Well, most shows I've seen, like I've been on Frank, I was on Frank for 20 years. This was a horizontal type shield. Hold it like this. Ours are tall, and they're woman carries. They're longer than this one. This was this one carried this way, so that was unusual when I saw that.
I've never seen that until then. I'm not sure how to see it, but I've never
seen it.
We don't use them. We don't use them. I mean, do we?
None of Frankfurt, nobody using this for SWAT.
I was going to say, it's interesting, so when he was telling me about that, I was imagining the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but no,
That's right.
What do you say is this? How many shots did you think you fired?
It's not until much later that I could come up with a number. And that evening, I think I changed it. It doesn't matter.
Did you know? Did you even?
At that evening, I didn't know. It's not until like I was kind of able to decompress it and whatnot, and maybe by seeing some of the things I've seen on the news, it's influenced my thought process. So I think that I fired a very low round count of 4 or less, and that is why I think I felt that urge that I made a mistake in parking lot. Reload.
Is that like the first moment you thought to yourself, okay, maybe I've only shot so many times, and I still had live rounds here, I didn't need to reload. Like, is that the kind of first time you really thought about it?
I don't know if it's even a thought. When you shoot a firearm, there are many things that happen. It's physical, it's mental, it's visual, and I'm sure it's something in my body saying, I shouldn't have done that, buddy. that night, I had no idea how many I shot.
But you knew that John was down.
Oh, yes, 100%, I knew he was down.
And you knew where the shot had come from, or where it come from.
I perceived because of those flashes that was directly in front of me. And I've analyzed this 100 times. I freaking dream about it. And I'm thinking to myself that if I'm seeing a flashlight in front of me, then that has to be a gunshot. I don't know what else it could be. And that's what I saw, is a gunshot from a flashing light. Or the muzzle flash of a gunshot.
You're saying like directly in front of you, so like, I guess the whole way.
Well, when I say directly in front of me, it is, I'm seeing, so that makes sense, I'm seeing boom, right, yeah. It's not, I'm not seeing the flash down here, flash over here, and a little flash over here. I'm seeing the sun, followed by darkness, followed by the sun, followed by darkness.
But in front of you.
Just encompassing, yeah. And then, like I said there, I think you used the word tunnel vision, and that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this confined space with the flash, you know.
Mr. Beck, do you have anything?
When we're talking about when you're shooting, you're pretty sure, of course, it's all happening really, really quick, right? I mean, you're trying to remember as best you can, but we're talking what, at most like 5 seconds. I mean, really, that you're in the doorway.
Yes, very, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that John's shooting, returning fire, he says. Right.
Yes, I know there are gunshots from the person in front of me.
You know someone has
Yes.
fired, right, and John's in front of him,
Yes.
and he's going down.
I don't know if I know that, but I knew that a second later. I know that someone is down, you know, from my sensory.
And that's when you find him, right?
Correct.
And you're doing that because you're trying to protect him and protect yourself, right?
Yes, very much so, yes.
And you're aiming at where you perceive that threat to be coming from, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. This is our interview with Miles Cosgrove. It is 16:57.
After hearing that interview, are there any questions for Detective Fogg?
Yes, ma'am.
It was established that there was no interior lighting in that vestibule area, right? It was dark, you had no lighting.
That's what he said, yes.
Was there lighting in the general area of the apartment, such as the parking lot or lighting on the ends of the sidewalk?
We didn't address that in the interview, but
Oh, yeah, there's one right there.
right there.
Well,
Yes.
Okay, in his original interview, he said that he was right behind Avenue, just pretty much instantly. In this one, he says that he was further back, 2 steps, then he was at the door. Once he got into the door, Avenue is already falling back. He doesn't know it's Avenue, but somebody's falling back, he's below his feet. Then all of a sudden, he sees 4 flashes. Pow, 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 pow. He doesn't say 4, but he sees flashes. He sees what he thinks is a shadow at the far end of something, and then he opens fire. He said that he emptied his clip the first time. This time, he says he is blinded. He only shoots what he thinks is a few times. Then he gets out of there because he feels Mattingly is no longer in his feet. He retreats out of there and gets out a breezeway. But now you can see from the left side of his eye, somebody firing into the window, which is Brett, I believe.
He sees lights.
He sees lights, right. But I'm glad you said it. The whole time is what I'm hearing him say is that he's blinded. He's blinded as soon as he makes that turn into the doorway and he sees those lights. Either he sees a shadow of a person or he doesn't. But he's blinded.
He said the shadow both times.
He mentions the shadow both times, but I think he is, in general, from both interviews, he is consistent about when the tunnel vision or whatever.
See, any types of past?
It's encompassing, that's all they said, it's encompassing, the lights is all around.
So I've never experienced that, so I can't speak specifics. All I can tell you is what he said.
Right.
You know, you hear me asking him multiple times, are his senses coming back? You know, he talks about when he's leaving to go toward the parking lot, he talks about seeing those flashing lights. Still doesn't hear anything.
Right.
But he describes those shots when he's leaving as gun shots.
Yeah, at some point he does mention that I think they may be gunshots too. That's correct. I'm sorry.
Does he have a history of panic attacks?
I'm sorry?
Does he have a history of panic attacks?
Oh, I don't know that. It's these type of situations, whatever happened that night, everybody responds to it differently. So,
Yeah.
yes.
How often, I mean, how many interviews have you heard during the police where they really can't describe what was going on?
You know, I haven't investigated any other police shootings where an officer is shot, but I've interviewed, I don't say hundreds, but a lot of people who's discharged their firearms. And it's not uncommon to them not to be able to give you a complete recollection from the time they drew the gun to the time they stopped firing. Now, sometimes they're just playing or trying to be evasive. Sometimes they're being the truth. And it's difficult to tell, but I will say it's not uncommon for people to experience that. It's definitely not uncommon to say, from my past, if someone shot another human being 4 or 5 times, even more, that they may think they just shot once. So that's common. Yes?
I've noticed that we've gotten flashing lights multiple times. I noticed when you showed that her body laying on the floor and that her phone was right next to her, could there be any way that she could use her phone flashing lights?
I would think it was
camera, wide
because if it's dark and that door is open, he sees flashes.
That's the only thing, especially if it's pitch dark.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we can't speak. We can only speculate what happened down the hall. You know, what we do know from people talking, our interviews we've heard to, they open the door, the lights, the hallway's dark.
Yeah.
Everybody says that.
Hallway's dark. Mr. Walker talks about the TV being on in the bedroom, but he says that's the only light on in the house. So we can't speculate on.
Is any of that stuff included in your investigation? Because I would assume that someone had to do a clean sweep and an investigation of that scene. So they would have seen whether the TV was on or made that account. They would have gotten her phone to see if any action had been taken on it. His phone, if any so is that any of that stuff included in any of the things that you all looked at?
I can't speak to, because what we are doing, we're presenting information that was accumulated by multiple people. I can't speak specifically. Now, the scene was processed. We do know that. I don't have that report to say whether the TV was on. If you remember the photo.
But you can't go back and video because also the data room is on.
Well, but we saw in the video, one video that they turned the lights on for security purposes. We didn't see anybody turn the TV on.
Do we have any pictures of the TV in the back if it has been shot or anything? Because I know they said they shot into that second room.
Well, the video.
In their bedroom, you can see
You will hear more about the evidence collection, the bullets and all that from another detective who will be tomorrow.
So you all only included what was provided to you?
No, we did independent interviews.
But as far as like people who process the scene, it's just what they gave you?
Yeah, as far as the scene processing, yes. We became
The
involved.
information they gave you from it?
Say that again, I'm sorry?
It was just the information they would have given you from that is all you know?
Yes.
Have these officers have been involved in any other shootings where they've had, not been shot, but like been shot?
I don't
So they would know
have,
how they would react.
yeah, I don't know the complete background of all the officers, no. Yes.
Initially, when we first started yesterday, we were told that Cosgrove shot 16 rounds. How was that determined?
You'll hear more about that later. Tomorrow, I said, so tomorrow? Tomorrow. That'll be, you'll have Detective Wolf be addressing that specific issue tomorrow.
And Haskins, whatever's name is, and his 17 shots will be addressed to him.
Yeah, all the ballistic stuff, the evidence collected, documented, and analyzed will be presented tomorrow by Detective Wolf. Yes?
I noticed when you said that when you went to the academy, or had training that shoot a couple times, reassess, does the Louisville Police Department have some sort of training like that also?
Well, and I also added on to that interview that our training changed somewhere in the mid-90s later on. You were taught to discharge your firearm until the threat is stopped, then reassess. I was trying to get out of...
This new training record, which is back.
Hold on. I was trying to get out of Detective Cosgrove, how he was trained. He just didn't want to address that or could not address that.
But they do have some.
They had that there. Sometime back in the late 90s, Louisville started having their own academy. When I went to the academy, Louisville's police department still went to Richmond, where I went. Sometime in that time frame, they started training their own officers. But it was to the standards set out in DOCJ too. Yes? Yes, ma'am.
But you said at some point it did change to you shoot until the threat is gone, then reassess?
Yes. Till you perceive the threat is stopped, that's correct.
That's what the army teaches. We've been mobiles anytime.
Anything else?
I have one other question. This is totally off the subject. Now that we've gone for a hard time. Remember the guy with the big SUV that was the first in line in the parking lot and went to get his kid from the upstairs apartment? When did he finally ever leave?
My understanding, he takes an Uber somewhere.
Oh, he did? Oh, so the car didn't go anywhere.
That was part of the scene, so he would never have been released, so he was the scene.
Oh, on the SUV, they showed the, I don't know, it's called the side load, I guess.
Is that what, I'm sorry?
On the SUV of the guy who was upstairs.
Yes.
When the detective was walking around to show the casings, he showed something on the side of the, I guess you step up on it to step into the car or something. Was that like a shot, or was there a casing on it or something?
I don't
That
know.
would be for,
There was some.
that would be for Detective Wolf tomorrow.
Yeah, any type of ballistic stuff. But there was, around that stuff they were working on, Sergeant Manning. There was the tourniquet stuff.
Okay.
That was about that issue. I don't know exactly what you were talking about, but any fire bullets or casings, Detective Wolf will address that. Yes.
One last question on what he said. If I understand correctly, it does match up when he said he came out and he was still seeing flashes of light and they were to his left. That would have been in accordance with Hankinson being on that side in front of the window and door, right?
Could have been.
Could have been. We can't sparse whether it was what he likes to seeing or if he's seeing Detective Hankinson's shots. We can't speak to that.
But the placement would have been elsewhere.
Yes. There's the crime scene video that you saw?
Yeah, that's in her bedroom.
That's the television in her bedroom.
I'm still curious, I thought the television in the living room was on.
No. Okay. So we are ready for the next, if we don't have anything else, that we are completed with Detective Fogg's testimony, and we're ready for the next witness. We'll stop the record. We'll go off record right now. Okay, we're back on record on September 22nd, and it's 4:09 p.m. And we have witness Detective Herman Hall. Go ahead and swear him in.
You do solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
And would you state your name, please?
Herman Hall.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Office of the Attorney General, Department of Criminal Investigations as a detective.
And how long have you been in that position?
I started with the Attorney General's office in January of 2011, worked Medicaid for about 2 years, and then switched over to the Department of Criminal Investigations about July of 2013.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I worked for the Kentucky State Police.
And go ahead.
I started my career with Kentucky State Police January 12, 1986. My tenure with the State Police included 6 years. I worked the road as a trooper. I switched over to street-level narcotics, worked street-level narcotics for about 18 months. After coming off of street-level narcotics, I was put into general investigations, and I got promoted in 2000, and I retired as the administrative sergeant at the Louisville Town Post, August the 1st of 2010.
And you worked at some other state police posts besides Elizabethtown?
Yes, ma'am.
Where else did you work?
I worked the hazard post. I tried to get a t-shirt from every post before I retired. So I worked the hazard post for a year, and then I worked Madisonville for 13 years. I worked Bowling Green for about 5 years, and then went to records for a short period and finished my career at the Elizabethtown Post as the administrative sergeant.
Thank you. Now, did you become involved in the Attorney General's investigation of this case, the shooting death of Breonna Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you become involved?
June the 10th of this year.
And as part of the investigation, your investigation, did you conduct interviews with some of the neighbors there on Springfield Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know approximately how many neighbors you interviewed?
Oh, gosh. I don't have the exact number, but it had to be 15.
Could it have been maybe even more like 20 or?
It could have been. It could be 15 to 20. I'm just trying to use a very conservative number. I know I visited that neighborhood probably 8 to 10 times, and there were a lot of doors that we knocked on where people were not home or they just refused to talk with us.
In particular, did you interview the residents of the occupant, well, the people who live
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
That was Chelsea Napper and her boyfriend Cody Etherton.
And where did you interview them?
They were interviewed at the law office of Brandon Lawrence. It was in their attorney's office.
And were the interviews of Chelsea Napper and Cody Etherton conducted separately?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay, well, let's begin with the interview of Chelsea Napper.
Okay.
And now this interview was not recorded, was it?
That's correct. It was not recorded.
So you have made a summary of what Ms. Napper said?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go ahead and tell us what that summary of her statement is?
Sure. The interview was conducted on June the 26th at 15:25 hours this year, and it was conducted in the presence of her attorney. In June of 2020, Chelsea Napper lived in that apartment with her boyfriend Cody Etherton, her 5-year-old son, and then their infant child that was born June of 2020. In March of 2020, the infant child was not born. Chelsea was pregnant at the time. Napper and Etherton dated about 5 years. They moved into the apartment March 2019, and she's the only name on the lease. Napper didn't know Breonna Taylor very well, but did see her in the common area once in a while. They did hang out together, and Napper believed Taylor worked third shift. Napper did see Breonna Taylor's sister often, but didn't know much about her or speak with her very often. On March the 12th of 2020, about 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., Cody and she went to bed in their bedroom as was sleeping in the other bedroom.
Excuse me, if you want to point to these locations as you're describing that.
They sleep in the master bedroom and sleeps in this first bedroom closer to the living room area. So they went to bed between 10 and 11 p.m. on March the 12th. Napper is a heavy sleeper and doesn't hear a lot after falling asleep. And Cody is a light sleeper and easier to wake. They don't sleep with any background noise or with the TV playing at nighttime, so there's no type of noise as a distraction. Sometime after midnight on March the 13th, all of a sudden there were loud noises coming from the front door area, which sounded like a door ram or gunshots, but she wasn't sure because she was startled from being awakened, and the noise happened all at once. Cody and she jumped from the bed, and it was like Fort Knox. After thinking about it, she said the noises that awakened them must have been a door ram because Cody was at the end of the hallway where the gunshots started. And if you want me to point that.
Yeah.
She's indicating in this neighborhood here. It was so fast and really loud for a couple of minutes. She recalled hearing gunshots but couldn't tell how many shots. It was like a huge explosion. She couldn't recall hearing any voices before the loud noises started. She was standing in the hallway near the back bedroom door, which would be the master bedroom door, here. She retrieved her phone and called her grandmother, Carolyn Richards, at 12:42 a.m. Napper thought she would need, the reason she called her grandmother was she thought she would need someone to get. She disconnected from the call and then called 911 reporting the incident. Napper mostly stayed in the back hallway area because she was scared and she froze. She was on the phone and checked on the other bedroom, which is closer to the front door. She believes Cody opened the front door first, and she heard the police saying, and these are the words that she used, "Get the fuck back inside, shut the door." but he can tell me more about it. The sliding back door glass was broken. The police thought their apartment was the same as the apartment next door, Taylor's apartment. Cody was wearing a red pair of basketball shorts, and the police from the back of the apartment were addressing him as red basketball shorts. The police had their guns drawn and were using flashlights as well as K9. The police were ordering Cody to come outside from the back, and Cody said to her, "Call the police and tell them they have the wrong apartment," because he did not want to be shot. She didn't look out the back door, but was remembering seeing flashlights. After things calmed, she did peek out of the front door peephole occasionally. She did hear what she thought was a crying kid before discovering it was Kenneth Walker. She could hear him crying and repeatedly saying, "Help, breathe, oh my God, no." Walker was in the Taylor apartment. She did not hear any other voices, only Walker crying. At the time, they didn't know it was the police doing the shooting. Cody was looking through the front door peephole when Walker was walking backwards towards the police. There was blood in the walkway and on Cody's truck. An Asian SWAT cop came to their apartment and asked permission to take pictures of the bullet holes and damage inside their apartment. Cody and she said yes, signing a consent, giving the police permission to take the pictures. She asked the cop what was going on, where did the bullets come from, but they couldn't tell her anything. The incident went all night, so Cody and she took shifts staying awake. She believes there was a bright light on the outside of the apartment complex. She couldn't recall Breonna receiving a lot of packages before the March 13th incident. Taylor was getting some packages from Amazon and United Parcel Service after her death, and Elaine in apartment to get the packages. She again stated she didn't know if it was loud bangs or gunshots that awakened her. She acknowledged people would shoot guns in the parking lot often.
Okay,
We've got a question.
question.
Did she say she could, or she did, or didn't know that she got packages before the March truck?
She didn't know. She couldn't recall Breonna receiving a lot of packages before March 13th.
Anything else? Okay, now, on that same day, you interviewed Cody Etherton.
Yes, ma'am. That was also done in the presence of attorney Brandon Lawrence, and that interview was conducted at 16:08 hours.
And so what did Cody tell you about that?
He confirmed that he lived with his girlfriend Chelsea Nadler and their 5-year-old son and their infant baby born in June 2020. They have resided at the apartment about a year. On March the 12th of 2020, Chelsea and he went to sleep in the back bedroom. About midnight, he was awakened by loud noises at the front door. It sounded as if someone was trying to kick in their front door. Chelsea and he jumped from the bed and he said, "What the fuck was that?" Etherton started walking fast towards the end of the hallway. He couldn't remember if Chelsea followed him or stayed at the end of the bed. He was at the end of the hallway, entering the living room, but couldn't remember if that's the last time he heard the last boom or not. He believes he heard 1, 2, or 3 shots. He recalled seeing drywall dust coming from the wall and knew it was bullets. And the walls, he's referencing this dining room wall, which separates that dining area and Taylor's dining area.
And where was Cody?
I'm sorry?
Where would Cody have been when he saw the drywall dust?
He recalls coming down this hallway and the drywall dust coming from this wall. And he recalled 1, 2, or 3 shots. At one point, he said he must have lost his hearing because he can't recall how many shots were fired.
Okay, then what did he do then?
Once he saw the drywall dust coming from the wall, he knew it was bullets. He dropped down to the ground and kind of crawled back into the hallway and went back into the bedroom, telling Chelsea to get on the ground. It was loud initially, and at first, he thought it was someone kicking the front door in. But when he got to the end of the hallway, is when he recalled seeing the drywall dust, but couldn't remember the number of gunshots or hearing the gunshots. He identified the gunshots by seeing the drywall dust. There was a short pause, and he couldn't remember if he was hearing gunshots at that point. He waited for a second, and everything got real silent, and then he heard, "LMPD, get on the ground." And it got really quiet for a minute. He got curious and was wondering what was going on. He thought people were partying, and they got into a fight, so he opened the front door. He saw Breonna Taylor's front door busted open, so he looked into her apartment, but it was dark and he couldn't see anything. He walked past the stairwell and saw the police officers, and one officer saw him. The officers were yelling at Etherton to get back into his apartment. He did hear Walker from inside Taylor's apartment saying, "Baby, breathe, baby, breathe." He went back inside the apartment, closing the front door, and was walking into the living room when he could hear the glass patio door was shattered by falling broken glass.
So would you point out that?
So this back balcony, this door here, the glass was falling from it because bullets had went through that door. He walked to the patio door and pulled the door blinds back. He believes Chelsea was approaching him from the rear but had not made it into the living room. He looked through the pulled blinds and could see police officers lined up outside.
So where would the police officers he saw have been?
They would be in the yard area in this neighborhood. There's another, of course, this is a connected wall through here. Another, it's an apartment building that connects. So he would see them over in this yard area.
Through the patio door
Yes, ma'am.
that was shattered.
Yes, ma'am. He pulled the blinds back, the vertical blinds, and he could see the flashlights and the police officers through that.
Okay, go ahead.
The police kept saying, "Put your hands up," and wanted him to place his hands to the broken glass door. He refused to comply with placing his hands out of the door and went into the hallway, telling Chelsea to call the police and tell them they were not the same apartment. Let me repeat that. Telling Chelsea to call the police and tell them they were not the same apartment. He could hear the police radio saying "white male with red shorts," so Etherton was telling Chelsea to call the police and tell them they had the wrong apartment. Etherton did return to the front door and was watching to the door peephole as the police arrested Walker. There's a light in the apartment corridor, the breezeway, separating the apartments, and so he was able to see that. He estimated about 5 minutes between the shooting and the time the police took Walker from the apartment. Etherton was watching Walker walk backwards towards the officers and could see Walker get on his knees at the front of a pickup truck. About 45 minutes to an hour passed before a cop of foreign descent came to their apartment. He stated that unfortunately sometimes these things happen. They gave police permission to photograph the damage to their apartment. When it happened, Etherton went into survival mode and his adrenaline was pumping. He was thinking there were people outside fighting and they were trying to kick his front door in. He could not hear any voices or noises before being awakened by the loud noises that sounded as the door was being kicked in. He knows for a fact he did not hear anyone saying Louisville Metro Police Department or anything prior to being awakened. He would have felt safer if he would have heard Louisville Metro Police Department announced, because he was thinking that he was being robbed. After seeing the drywall dust is when Etherton got down and went back into the bedroom and told Chelsea to get down on the ground. There was probably a 15 to 20 second pause, and then he heard Louisville Metro Police Department saying, "Get down on the ground." There was maybe a 5-minute gap between the shooting and the Louisville Metro Police Department ordering Walker out of the apartment. Etherton really didn't know Breonna Taylor and Walker before the March 13th, 2020 incident. He did see Breonna's sister and her child almost daily coming in and out of the Taylor apartment.
Okay, questions about the Cody Etherton interview? Yes.
Etherton said that he felt like from the noise, he thought it was somebody trying to break in his door.
Yes.
does he state when he didn't, at what point he says he heard, because he said he didn't hear them announce the LMPD. Was this, he says this is before he heard all the, what woke him up, right?
Yes, sir.
So what woke him up was the heat when they was trying to breach the door.
The noises, I would assume,
Okay.
that'd be an assumption on my part.
Any other questions? Okay. Did you also conduct an interview with Elaine Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Who live, and where does she live?
She lives.
So where would that be on our photo up there?
This
is
Breonna Taylor's door. This is Napper African's door, and this is Elaine's door, Elaine Williams' door.
apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That,
When did you interview Elaine Williams?
July the 2nd, 2020 at 14:07 hours.
And what did she advise?
It was a recorded interview. She has resided at the residence about 14 months and lives alone. On March 12th, 2020, she was lying on her bed watching TV with the volume on medium. She usually sleeps with the TV on. She dozed off to sleep and was awakened by banging at her front door. It's hard to hear any noises from the back of her apartment where her bedroom is located. Her granddaughter lives in the next apartment building to Taylor's apartment. And she thought the banging was the granddaughter's mother dropping her off the next morning. She had her time orientation a lot. She thought she had overslept and it was morning. Williams babysits the granddaughter and will put her on the school bus in the mornings. She immediately got out of bed and went to the front door expecting her granddaughter to be there. She cracked the door open enough for the granddaughter to step in, but she didn't step in. At that point, she fully opened the door. It was dark, and she could smell gunpowder and what she described as gun pellets, meaning gun casings, and thought, what the hell is going on? She did hear them say, "Officer down, officer down." She did not see anyone in the apartment entry corridor, but could smell gunpowder. She ran back into her bedroom, picking up her phone, and the time was 12:45. She called her son, Elijah Williams, when her granddaughter's mother, Breonna Lowe, called her. She put Elijah on hold and answered Lowe's call. Lowe asked, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Now, Miss Lowe lives in the apartment behind Breonna Taylor's apartment, in that apartment building.
Okay.
Lowe responds, "There's police out here, they're shooting." Williams thought, okay, that's what's going on, and it was a shock. Lowe heard and knows more about the incident than Williams does. Elijah was telling Williams to go into the back master bedroom for safety because the bullets, master bathroom for safety because the bullets could come through the walls. She didn't take his advice until after the police came around the back of the apartment buildings. She did return to the front door and cracked it open. She saw Breonna Taylor's apartment door cracked open and could hear Kenneth Walker yelling and screaming for help. At that time, she didn't know a male was at the Taylor apartment and only knows 2 females to live in that apartment, and she didn't know they were sisters. She knew Breonna and her sister as casual neighbors. She only knows 1 male to live in any of the downstairs apartment, and it was next door to her apartment, in apartment 3, meaning Cody Etherton. She thought it was them, but couldn't picture in her mind why their door was open and Breonna's door was open because of the screaming. Walker was yelling for help, saying, "Baby, breathe, baby, breathe, baby." Let me start that over. Walker was yelling for help, saying, baby, breathe, please breathe." She still was thinking a male was in Taylor's. She still wasn't thinking a male was in Taylor's apartment and only knew of the male next door. Her heart was racing because the lady next door was pregnant and a little boy lives in there also. Williams thought, oh my God, something is wrong with her, she's pregnant. Williams never left her apartment and estimated hearing Walker scream for 15 minutes or more. She kept thinking the incident happened in apartment 3 instead of apartment 4. Because no man lives in apartment 4. She did not know Kenneth Walker prior to the incident. She learned his name after the incident. She added the second time she opened the door, she heard an officer say, reload, reload. Let's do what we need to do. The other officers in the back were saying, get down, get down. She stated the voices were coming from the left front of the apartment building in front of Breonna Taylor's apartment. She described being in her back bedroom when the front door closed and could hear Walker scream, with the front door closed and could hear Walker screaming for help. She did not return to the front door area, and the last thing that she did hear was them saying, put your hands up and back up, back up. She still thought the incident happened next door and was concerned about the pregnant lady.
Okay, so she was in her bed asleep
Yes, ma'am.
and was woken up by banging on what she thought was her door.
Yes, ma'am. She thought she had overslept and it was time for her to get her granddaughter. She thought it was morning.
And when she went to the door, she did open the door.
Yes, ma'am. She first cracked the door open enough for the granddaughter to slip in, and that the granddaughter didn't slip in, so she fully opened the door. That's when she saw the bullet casings and could smell the gunpowder.
And is that when she heard officer down?
I believe she heard it the second time that she went to the door. No, it was the first time. I'm reading in her statement. It was the first time that she heard officer down, officer down. The second time is when she heard reload, reload.
Are there questions?
Did you say that apartment 2 lady, what you just talked about, received some of Breonna Taylor's packages at her doorstep?
She did. She, after the March the 13th incident, she would get those packages and take them into her apartment, and Breonna Taylor's mother or sister would pick them up.
But she never had before the death. But the packages probably still were coming.
I believe she said she got a couple before, not we wouldn't. I think she said 2, maybe 2 before this incident occurred. And I did put that in her summary.
Another question?
Can you repeat what she said? She said reloading, reloading. What did she say after that?
Yes, ma'am. The second time that she opened the door to her apartment, she heard reload, reload. Let's do what we got to do. And she also heard get down, get down. Officers in the back were screaming, get down, get down.
So she heard the same officers that Cody Etherton heard from the back of the apartment.
I would make that assumption.
Okay. Does Williams also have a back patio yeah?
Yes, ma'am. She
Like
does.
apartment 3 has, the same design?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe if you flip that apartment, the Etherton and Napper apartment, a mirror image, that is going to be Lane Williams' apartment.
Any other questions?
Did she mention whether she heard get down from the front or from the back?
That would be from the front. All the noises, all the voices that she heard was from that front door position. And when she heard Mr. Walker, the front door was closed and she was in her back bedroom, but it's still coming from the front door area, that corridor, or in that.
she heard get down from the front door or from the back door?
No, she heard the get down when she opened the door the second time.
I thought you had said she heard officer down.
That was the first time.
First time, okay, all right. Any other? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, did she specify whether she heard police announce themselves?
She never.
She said she couldn't really give much.
Okay. Did you obtain an interview that had been conducted with the woman who lives in apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
Christy Vale.
And could you point out up here in photograph where apartment is?
That door.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right.
I can't.
Is directly above the Cody Etherton and Chelsea Napper apartment.
Yes, ma'am. It is.
All right. Now, who conducted that interview with Christy Vale?
It was an FBI task force officer and a special agent with the FBI, Special Agent George, and I believe TFO Hamilton.
Okay. When was that interview conducted?
(6/11/2020).
What did Christy Vale advise during her interview?
Vale has lived in her apartment for approximately 2 years. She recalled the events of March the 13th, 2020, and said she was home sitting in her bedroom checking her phone when she heard what sounded like someone beating on her door. As she made her way from her bedroom to her front door, she realized it was gunshots she had heard. She believed it was nonstop and thought somewhere between 15 and 20 shots. She heard officer down and reload. She also heard a guy she later learned to be Kenny downstairs yelling for help. She tried to find a safe place and went back into her bedroom. Vale did not call 911 because cops were already at her building. Later that morning, at approximately 1:30 a.m., an officer knocked on her door and asked whether she knew of gunshots coming into her apartment. She said she never found any bullet holes in her apartment. Vale stated she fell asleep approximately 5:30 a.m. Vale said she did not take any pictures or make any videos of the incident. She stated she did not know the occupants of 3003 Springfield Drive, apartment 4. And there's another paragraph if you want me to read it. I don't think it's applicable.
No. So she was awake at the time in her bedroom
Yes, ma'am.
when she heard also, as Elaine Williams, someone thought someone was beating on her door.
Yes, ma'am.
And, but did she ever open her door? No?
I believe she looked through the peephole, just my recollection of the recording.
Okay. And she heard officer down also and reload?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions about this interview?
Yeah, she was awake. She thought it was her door being knocked on. She never heard LM Louisville police.
No, sir, she did not.
Okay. Did you obtain interviews that had been previously conducted by a couple of agencies of the man who lives in apartment in the, if you would refer up to this photograph, in the section of that building?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is his name?
Jack Schuler.
And what apartment is he?
He is apartment.
Could you point out on apartment?
That's going to be this upstairs apartment, this location.
Okay. And so Mr. Schuler was first, well, actually, I think who interviewed Mr. Schuler?
Special Agent Russell and Fisher.
And
FBI
when?
Agents.
FBI agents.
Mm-hmm.
And when did that happen?
June the 12th, 2020.
What did Mr. Schuler advise the agents that he had seen and heard that night?
He's lived in the apartment complex for nearly 5 years. He lived previously above where the incident occurred 3 years ago. Schuler lives with his wife, Melissa Schuler, and 18-year-old daughter, Jacqueline Schuler. On March 13th, 2020, Schuler was in his living room watching television with the sliding glass door open. It was quiet outside when Schuler heard 3 quick pops that were gunshots. Schuler got up from his couch and moved towards the sliding door. As he made his way to the sliding door, there was a pause of a few seconds, followed by the sound of 2 more gunshots. When Schuler reached the sliding door, he moved the shades to see what was happening outside and saw a line of cars across the parking lot. The line of cars were parked such that the vehicles which were parked in the apartment parking spaces were blocked. After another brief pause, Schuler heard a 3rd set of gunshots. Schuler described the 3rd set of gunshots as sounding like the OK Corral and like a fully automatic gun was being fired. When Schuler looked outside, he saw people outside who were dressed in black and wearing vests. Schuler did not see anything on the attire of the people outside identifying themselves as police officers. At that point, Schuler did not know the people he saw outside were police officers. Schuler saw a man below his deck, which he now knew to be a police officer, hereinafter referred to as Officer 1, who was shooting at a residence. Officer 1 shouted out commands to the SWAT team to bust down the gate. Schuler heard Officer 1 say words to the effect of, "I don't care, break the effing gate down so you can get in. I want you in so the ambulance can get in." While Officer 1 was shooting, he had a 9mm Glock in one of his hands and was talking on the radio in the other one. It doesn't have radio in this, but he was talking on his radio with the other one. Schuler looked out further in the parking lot and saw at least 3 men dressed the same way as Officer number 1. Schuler was asked to draw a sketch of the location of the apartment complex and the approximate locations of where the people he saw were located. Schuler designated on the sketch the approximate locations of the police officers by labeling their locations 1 through 4. Number 1 represented Officer 1's location, and numbers 2 through 4 represented the locations of the remaining officers.
We have the sketch up here, which would be Exhibit 62. Can you point out where is Mr. Schuler's deck there, where he is on his deck, as he drew that?
Well, I believe this is his deck.
Okay.
And there's the number 1 designated by his R&B, I don't know. Russell. And then we got 2, 3, and 4. indicating officer 2, 3, and 4.
I think Officer 1 is down there by the deck.
There
By
we
the
go.
deck.
I couldn't see that little. Couldn't figure out what this was, but I believe that's correct. Yes.
And then 2, 3, and 4 are cars across
Those are officers.
officers.
2, officer 3, and officer 4.
Okay. Now, did he state that Officer 1 was under his balcony?
He did say that officer 1 was located below him.
And what did he say he saw Officer 1 doing?
He saw Officer 1 shout out commands to the SWAT team to bust down the gate. He heard Officer 1 say words to the effect of, "I don't care. Break the effing gate down so you can get in. I want you in so the ambulance can get in." While Officer 1 was shooting, he had a 9mm Glock in one of his hands and was talking in the other. And he does say that the man is below his deck.
With the radio and the Glock in one hand.
Gun in one hand, and from the recording, my recall of that recording is he was talking on the radio with the other one.
And the guy still was at the sliding glass door of his deck. He hadn't gone out onto still inside.
That's what I remember. I can't remember him saying he was on the deck at that point.
How does he know it was a Glock? Is he familiar with weapons?
He referenced his military background and his familiarization with guns. He visits the range often and shoots different types of weapons and stuff. Want me to continue?
But he didn't.
I got a question. So from his vantage point, he can look down at the officer between the cars and the patio door. That officer is firing into the patio, or maybe the patio or the vehicle.
That's his recollection.
Okay.
I can't.
So the officer that is doing the talking on the radio is below his deck, which is quite a ways from him.
According to his statement, the officer would be in this location somewhere.
He's in five.
Yeah, but
Now,
the officer was below his deck. So.
Right, so he's actually looking kind of pointing in.
Did he have any statements? Did he have any statements about the Officer 1, number 1, in regard to someone outside telling that person to raise their hands and turn around?
Oh, it may be further in the interview. I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead then.
Continue with the interview. Schuler saw officers 2 through 4 shoot at the direction of the department as well. Schuler realized at the time that he saw officers 2 and 4. The people he saw outside shooting were police officers. When they broke down the gate, Schuler went back to his couch and turned the television off to listen. Schuler heard Officer 1 had someone outside and told the person to raise their hands and turn around. Schuler assumed the person was handcuffed and taken away. Shooter did not know the length of the time between when he heard the rounds fired and when he heard the commands given by Officer 1 to the person to put their hands up, but estimated it was no more than 10 or 20 minutes. Shooter did not record any of the incident. Shooter knew the man who lived behind where the shots were fired had rounds go into his house. Shooter did not know this man's name and knew he would not speak with law enforcement. Shooter did not call 911. Shooter did not want to get involved. There were spectators outside, and the police had to call the apartment maintenance person to direct people to go back inside. The police told residents to go back inside, but they did not listen. Shooter was not interviewed by police. Shooter was interviewed by someone who worked, well, should I?
We'll just focus on
I don't think that's
what he
applicable
told
to
the,
us.
what he told the agent.
Details of the incident.
Right. And what did he say about his wife and daughter?
His wife and daughter were asleep when the incident began. Schuler's daughter and wife low crawled out of their bedrooms, and Schuler instructed them to get into the bathroom. Schuler's wife won't speak to law enforcement. Anyways, he goes on to give her phone number and did not recall his daughter's number. And he goes on to say Officer 1 was right under Schuler's balcony between the sidewalk and a parked vehicle. Officer 1 stepped beside the parked car. Once the shooting was over and before police had the person out of the apartment, there was a vehicle with red and blue lights on it. This vehicle did not show up until the firing had stopped. Schuler's first thought was someone wanted to shoot the apartment up. Schuler did not have any problems with his hearing, or it does not have any problems with his hearing or vision. Schuler wore glasses. Schuler was not wearing glasses at the time, but stated this did not impact his ability to see. Schuler talked to his wife and daughter about what he observed. Schuler did not post anything online about what he observed. Schuler had an Instagram account and took a picture of the memorial, which he posted on Instagram. He just saw Breonna Taylor in passing. He didn't socialize with Taylor. Schuler never walked onto his balcony during the incident. Schuler could see Officer 1 from the waist up. Officer 1 was on the sidewalk in front of a parked vehicle when Schuler saw Officer 1.
Any other?
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you say that he saw officers 2, 3, and 4 firing?
Yes, sir.
And they're across the parking lot from the apartment. Is that correct?
His statement is got them, yes, sir, across the parking lot. His deck is here, and Breonna Taylor's apartment is somewhere in this neighborhood. Her patio.
What's his address? What is his address?
I'm sorry, I can't.
So the first thing he heard while he was watching television in the living room was 3 quick pops that were gunshots.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he went up and went to the sliding door.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other? Okay, moving on to the next neighbor, the gentleman who does not live there, but at that time was at apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Aaron Sarpay.
Is this the guy who was walking out to his car? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He was interviewed several times.
Yes, ma'am, he
right?
was.
And you interviewed him at one point.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
But prior to your interview, he had been interviewed by who?
Louisville Metro Police Department Sergeant Amanda Seeley and Sergeant Jason Vance.
So, okay, the first interview with Mr. Sarpe, what date was that?
It was a phone interview that was conducted on March the 21st, 2020 at approximately 00:56 hours.
Can you summarize that interview or that phone interview?
Sure. The conversation was 3 minutes and 1 second length. Mr. Sarpe stated he was about to leave and go home. He picks up his daughter from his brother and mother's residence after he gets off work. Mr. Sarpe stated he walked outside and he was told to go back inside. When he looked out of the window, he could see a lot of police cars and saw them in uniform, so he knew it was police. Mr. Sarpe stated no one identified themselves as police, but he knew they were the police because of their uniforms. He stated he did not hear anyone knocking on the apartment door. Mr. Sarpe agreed to meet with us for a formal interview, and they did a second phone interview, which was on Friday, May the 15th at approximately 1400 hours, which would be 2 p.m., which lasted 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Sarpe arrived at the St. Anthony Garden Apartment Complex on Friday, March 13th, 2020 to pick up his daughter from his mother's apartment. Mr. Sarpe parked his white SUV in the driving lane of the parking lot behind cars parked in the parking spaces in front of. Mr. Sarpe was walking out the door to leave, and he noticed 4 to 5 gentlemen below the apartment stairs. The gentleman ordered him to go back into his apartment. When he went back into his apartment, he heard gunshots, pop, pop, pop. He heard the officers knocking on the door, and they were saying, "This is the cops." Mr. Sarpe then heard a man saying, "It was me. I didn't have anything to do with it." Mr. Sarpe stated he knew they were the police because they had bulletproof vests on, and when he looked at the sliding glass doors, he saw the police cars in the parking lot with blue lights on. Now you got to realize, Mr. Sarpe, there's kind of a communication barrier. It's kind of hard to understand him because I don't know what nationality he is originally, but he resides here now, and it's very hard to understand him.
Now, then you conducted an interview with Mr. Sarpe.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did he advise you?
That interview was conducted on June the 26th.
I'm sorry.
What date?
What date did you interview Mr. Sarpe?
June the 26th of this year at 10:59 hours.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He cares for his 2-year-old daughter and uses a lady that lives above Breonna Taylor's apartment as a babysitter. The lady lives in the apartment with Stanley and his daughter. The lady has been babysitting his daughter for 2 years. He usually drops her off at 1:30 p.m. and arrives to get her about midnight. On March the 12th, 2020, 1:30 p.m., he dropped her off as usual and went to work. A little after midnight, March the 13th, 2020, he arrives at the apartment to get his daughter. He usually parks in the middle of the travel section of the parking lot instead of using a parking space and will go upstairs to get her. He entered the apartment. Stanley was sleeping in his bedroom. Stanley's 7 or 8-year-old daughter and the lady were in the living room. He couldn't recall the lady's name at the time of the interview. Sarpe was gathering his daughter's clothes and I believe he said bear, preparing to leave. It usually takes him about 15 minutes to get everything together and leave the apartment with his daughter. He did not see any cop cars or police before entering the apartment. As soon as he opened the door to leave, they started screaming, go back inside." He said, "What's going on? I have to go." They said, "Go back inside." He had to go because his car, a white Toyota Sequoia, was in the middle of the street. They said, "You can't leave right now. Shut the door and go back inside." The cop was telling him this and recognized him because he was in uniform and there was a squad car. He saw flashing lights and did not see any undercover cops. He did not hear any knocking, but did hear gunshots. When he opened the door with his daughter, he saw 4 cops under the stairs against the wall by the ladies' apartment door, meaning Breonna's door. They screamed at him to go back inside, go back inside. The cops were in uniform. The armored police vehicle was in the parking lot and other police cars were coming in the parking lot. Later is when he noticed the undercover vehicles and they had his vehicle blocked in. He went back inside and looked through the sliding glass door and there were blue lights all over the place. He heard the rapid gunfire a few minutes before and then it was quiet. A lady cop came to the apartment he was in and told them to stay inside. There was a lady that got killed in there, meaning the downstairs apartment, is what the lady cop was telling him. Sarpay thought a guy had been shot in the downstairs apartment. There was a blood trail by his car, and the police used his car as a shield. The gunfire heard by him sounded like a machine gun, and someone had went on a shooting spree. He could not give a number of shots fired. He found a shell casing by his car later in the day when he returned to get his vehicle. After the shooting stopped, he saw some undercover cops about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He did not know Breonna Taylor and has never had a conversation with her or anyone that resided with her. About 6 o'clock in the morning, he took an Uber to go home, leaving his car in the parking lot. He returned about noon to get his car. He recovered the bullet casing from a hardscape area between the parking lot curbing and the sidewalk in front of Breonna Taylor's apartment. He described the casing like an M16 round. When he left at 0600, he noticed the sliding glass door to Breonna's apartment had been shot several times and saw the trail of blood. He did not have any knowledge of the origin of the blood. He described the police uniforms of the officers under the steps as wearing tactical style vests with the word police on the front. He again stated he did not hear any knocking prior to opening the apartment door the first time. He did hear the words, "Police, police." The apartment door was closed when he heard them announcing, "Police, police." He denied arguing with the officers the first time he exited the apartment and saw the officers that told him to go back inside. Once they told him to go back inside, he immediately returned inside the apartment. He estimated about 5 or 10 minutes after going back inside the apartment and then hearing the gunfire. Later on, he learned about a bullet coming from downstairs into Stanley's bedroom, and Stanley was lucky because he was in the room.
So what did you say about the bullet coming through Stanley's room?
Yes, ma'am. Apparently one bullet came through into Stanley's bedroom. I believe that's David Stanley.
Which is the son of his babysitter.
Yes, ma'am.
Stanley is. Right. Okay, so that interview you did, then he did hear announcing of police.
Yes, ma'am.
But no knocking.
Yes, ma'am. He did not hear any knocking.
In the first interview, he didn't hear any knocking. And the second one, he did hear knocking and announcing of police.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you noted, there may be a language barrier.
Yes, ma'am, there is. There was a language barrier, and I believe he got his sequence of events kind of mixed up a little bit, trying to describe the police uniforms. I believe what he was identifying as police uniforms were the tactical vest with police written on the tactical vest.
Go Go ahead.
Is he stating that he heard them announce himself as police when he's exiting and they're telling him to go back in police? Or is he saying, because it's not clear, and that's the only reason I want to hear his statement is to hear if they announce themselves at the knock, as they're going into the door. It's not clear. And is it, you think it's because they're born the language barrier? Or is he just never asked the question?
No, I asked him the question. He answered that he heard them announce police before opening the door to go outside. So he heard it with a closed door between him and the outside.
And this is every single statement, like, you interviewed him 3 times, right?
No, I didn't interview him 3 times.
You heard an interview?
I'm sorry?
You said that there was a phone interview first?
Yes, sir. There were 2 phone interviews conducted by Louisville Metro Police Department Sergeant.
There was 2 of those?
Yes,
you
sir.
interviewed him once?
Yes, sir. I only interviewed him the 1 time.
And every time he stated that he heard them say police?
Not every time.
Okay.
No. The first time, there was no mention of police.
Okay.
Yes.
The first time you didn't hear anybody identify themselves as police. Second time, he might have, and then when you interviewed him, he said he didn't hear anybody knock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess we're gonna conclude. We're gonna go off record now. We're gonna conclude for the day. Okay, we're back on record at 5:14 p.m. and Detective Hall, you are still under oath. So let's continue with your investigation. Did you interview Ms. Summer Dickerson?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where does she live? And could you point out where her apartment is? It would be on the, no, it would be another.
Sure.
Wendell Summerfield is down here, near the gate, as we heard from Detective Hall yesterday.
She's the one who called the police first.
She's over in that.
You want me to,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sure. If you want to point here, the gate is here, and her townhouse is, I'm assuming this building.
Yes. Okay, and yesterday we heard her 911 call.
Okay.
So you interviewed her when?
June the 26th of this year, 9:53 hours.
And what did she tell you about what she saw and heard that night?
She's lived at the residence with her husband for 4 years, husband Curtis and 3 children. The children are 11, 12, and 13. On March the 12th of 2020, she was in her bedroom with the window open, posting memes on Facebook being silly. Her bedroom window faces Breonna Taylor's apartment. She posted on Facebook, "Okay, I'm done playing with y'all." As soon as she hit post, she hears a pop and then hears a spray of bullets. Her daughter was downstairs making a sandwich and screamed. The scream was a bloody murder type scream. Excuse me. Dickerson calls 911 and runs downstairs checking to make sure her 11-year-old daughter is okay. Her husband Curtis was asleep, but all 3 children were awake when the shooting occurred. Her son was in his room, all the bedrooms are upstairs. His son was in his room watching something on his laptop, and her other daughter was in her room watching something on her laptop. The pop noise was a gunshot, and then she heard the spray of gunfire. There wasn't much time between the first gunshot and the spray of gunshots. She's familiar with gunfire because she has a carry and conceal permit and has been exposed to gunfire in the past. On the 911 call, she identifies a second round of gunshots, but believes it could have been the SWAT truck blowing off the parking lot gate. At the time of the 911 call, she believed the second round of gunfire was actually them shooting again. Later on, after the shooting, is when she learns the SWAT blew off the gate, and she's assuming that was the second round of gunfire. When she heard the first gunshot, she didn't think much about it because it's not uncommon to hear gunshots from someone shooting in the air or messing with their guns. It's when she heard the spray of bullets and became concerned and dialed 911. On the 911 call, you can hear her run downstairs and grab her daughter. By that time, she had looked out of the window and she sees the SWAT truck approaching. She runs upstairs, is looking out, and by this time, there are tons of cops on Springfield Drive. She's still on 911 call and has her kids in the upstairs bathroom. When she was downstairs, she sees a light. When you shoot a gun, it makes a light. She's referring to muzzle flash. She assumed it was gunfire. Her townhouse apartment is positioned in a direction that she sees more of the back of Breonna's apartment building. It would be Breonna's backyard area, and she can see this area. The kids were in the bathroom, and she disconnects from the 911 call. About 10 or 15 minutes before the shooting, she had taken, she had taken her puppy outside, and she did not notice anything unusual in the neighborhood. She knows what an undercover police car looks like, but did not notice anything unusual that night. She's nosy, and the cops are outside, so she decided to go outside. Just as she was exiting her apartment, she heard the third bang or noise, but was not on the phone with the 911 dispatcher at the time. It looked like they had just blew the fence off just before she went outside. She is standing between 2 vehicles, and she sees SWAT coming. Seeing the SWAT truck helped calm her down. She stands outside for a little bit. As she's standing, she notices one of the cops. He says, "Hey, aren't you Mom?" There had just been a dance at Trundle Elementary School, and the only reason she noticed him is he was dressed in a suit and his daughter had on a dress. She walked up to him at this point, recognizing him from the dance, and asked, "What happened?" He said, "Some drug dealing girl shot at the police." She asked, "Are you sure?" She had been recording everything on Facebook Live, and this was on her live feed. He's like, "Yeah, that's what happened." She didn't know his name, but described him as a short, black officer. He commented again, "Some drug dealing girl shot an officer." She estimated the shooting occurred about 12 or 1 o'clock. The next morning, she and her daughters are walking around the apartment complex looking for their lost cat. She was noticing canisters, maybe flashbang canisters. Police use them, and she doesn't know exactly what they're called. She thought the canisters were off. The police are doing their investigation, and her daughter says, "Mommy, that's Bree's apartment," meaning Breonna's apartment. Dickerson didn't know Breonna, but her kids knew her. Breonna was a mentor to a lot of the kids in the neighborhood. The kids were crying and upset, so they returned to the residence. She didn't want the kids seeing the apartment.
You said that when she, right before, the moment she hit post on the Facebook is when she heard the pop, the first shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get a copy of that Facebook post?
I did.
And that would be, Exhibit 63. And is that the post, the Facebook post?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what's the time on that up there under her name?
12:40 a.m., March the 13th, 12:40 a.m.
Okay. Questions for this interview? Okay.
You said that they saw some flash cam canvassers?
That's what she said.
I never saw that in the video.
No, she's talking about the green thing, the mark, I guess.
Anything?
Didn't the police say they arrived about 12:40 a.m. at the apartment?
It was around about 12:30.
No, they were still arresting them. They hadn't got there yet.
The 911 calls were all like 12:43, 12:44.
Okay. Detective Paul, have you discussed, or had a discussion and also a phone interview with Lieutenant Steve Lacefield?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And who is he?
Lieutenant Lacefield is the supervisor over the firearms training unit for the Louisville Metro Police Department.
And did you ask him some specific questions in regard to discharging the firearm in responsive fire or responding fire, return fire? Did you ask him a list of specific
I did.
questions? And did you record his answers?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm gonna go ahead and play. And this was a telephone interview.
Today's date is September 21st, 2020. The time is 14:37 hours. My name is Herman Hall. I'm a detective with the Office of the Attorney General, Department of Criminal Investigations. I conducted a phone interview with Lieutenant Steve Lacefield with the Louisville Metro Police Department. Sir, if you would state your name for me.
Lieutenant Stephen Lacefield.
And who you work for?
The Louisville Metro Police Department.
And how long you work for them?
Since March 24th of 2008.
Okay. And what's your current position?
I'm a lieutenant over the firearms training unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since October of 2018.
Relatively new position then, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, how long have you been in the firearms division?
Just since October of 2018.
Okay, so that was your, you came straight into that from your other position with the Louisville Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And I know we emailed you a series of questions, and I'll just go down that list and ask those questions, and you can just kind of give me your answer to them. What type of training does you give the police department?
The Firearms Training Center trains all of our recruits in handgun, patrol rifles, shotgun familiarization, and less lethal weapon systems. In addition to that, we do biannual qualifications, one of which those qualifications occur either spring or fall. One will be the low light. The fall qualification is an 8-hour workday. Some training is provided, and then the majority of the day is to qualify with all of the officers' weapon systems, to include patrol rifles, shotgun, off-duty, secondary duty weapon,
sorry, do you have something else to add to that?
Yes.
Okay. Does your training involve men to shoot their firearm? You may have answered the part A of that question. How many times a year do you give that training?
Yes, sir. 1 time a year.
Okay. As part of that training, are the officers trained to shoot at the threat?
Yes, if I understand that question correctly. The officer is trained to utilize their sights, have sight picture and sight alignment on a target or threat prior to pressing the trigger.
Okay. Should they be shooting to suppress or do they shoot and assist?
Our officers are not trained to shoot suppressively. We want them not necessarily shooting and assessing, but assessing as they're shooting. We're trained, our training is shoot until there's no longer a threat. So whether the threat is eliminated by the gunfire, through injury or impacting rounds, or if the threat leaves and the danger no longer exists.
Okay. I think that goes along with, do you ever shoot until the target goes away?
Yes, that does go along with that.
Should the officer have a target in sight when shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And are the officers trained on trigger control?
Can you elaborate on that one?
Trigger management, trigger control, like maybe keep your finger outside the trigger guard until...
Yes. Trigger control can mean a variety of things. So our officers are trained not to place their finger on the trigger until they have made the mental decision to shoot. And also trigger control as far as accuracy. We're trained to press the trigger appropriately so as not to put input into the weapon that would drive your sights off of the target.
And the Glock 22 that we're talking about in question here, that trigger can be reset without depressing the trigger completely?
Yes, it's called trigger reset. So when you pull the trigger all the way back, the gun fires. After recoil, the slide is operated, resets the mechanism. You just move your trigger finger forward until you hear or feel a click, and that's it resetting. So you don't have to take your finger completely off the trigger and go through all the travel in order for it to fire again.
Now, is the trigger pull the same?
Every time.
Does it change from a fully engaged trigger or from a reset position? Does the trigger pull change, or is that the same?
As far as weight, no, it does not, just in the distance travel.
Okay. Now, do you have to have a visual idea of the person before you shoot in that direction?
Yes.
And does there have to be a target in sight for you to shoot?
Yes, that sounds like, if I understand it right, the same thing.
Right. It may get back to the suppression. And again, you said that the officers are not trained to shoot suppression fire. Are you trained to be accountable for every shot? Well, I guess let's reword that one. Are the officers trained to be accountable for every shot? Yes. And what is the trigger pull on a Glock 22? Approximately 5 pounds per the manufacturer's statement. Now, can that vary? Yes. And what's the variance on that? Based on my experience, within a pound. Okay. And typically much less than a pound, but it can be up to a pound. A lot of that also depends on the trigger gauge. And you know, I asked you this, I remember our meeting that we had several months ago, and I asked you this. Does your department have a policy on altering the trigger pull of a service weapon? Yes. And are they allowed to alter that trigger pull? No. And if the trigger was altered, what kind of permission would they need to alter that trigger? We would not give permission to alter the trigger. The only case that would be applicable, there's what's referred to as a part that Glock puts in called an NYPD disconnector. And that takes the trigger, it's an 8-pound trigger. So if an officer had purchased a firearm from a private individual, or it came with an 8-pound trigger, we would want the standard 5-pound connector in there, and we would change that out at the firearms training center. You brought up something interesting, and I know that I'm adding some questions, but you brought up something interesting. Does the department supply service weapons to the officers? Yes and no. Prior to the merger of the City of Louisville Police Department and the Jefferson County Police Department, the City of Louisville provided, and that merger happened in 2003. Okay. Prior to merger, the city issued weapons, and they carried Glock 22s at the time of merger. The county police had, I think, 3 Model 6-hour pistols that they purchased themselves. It's our policy now when officers come on, and I believe it's my understanding that at merger, when we were the Louisville Metro Police Department, officers have had to purchase their own weapons since then. The only instances that an officer would be issued a pistol from us is a lower pistol. If there's one down was broken, we were working on it. They had been involved in a shooting, and we gave guns to the public integrity unit to reissue to that officer that they qualify with while their gun is in evidence pending litigation. Okay. So, or certain the SWAT team issues an additional pistol as well. But those are agency issued weapons, correct? Yes. And the new recruits that you currently got a class going now, the new recruits, are their weapons supplied to them by the Louisville Police Department? No, they purchase their own. But it's got to be an approved weapon by the department? Yes. And what is that approved weapon? We just, with this class, switched over to, it has to be a 9mm Glock, 17, 19, 45, 34. Those are the 4 approved service pistols for them. You're talking about the model? Yes. Now, that's not the caliber, that would be the model numbers that's approved? Yes, those model numbers are approved in 9mm. Okay. Or all of those model numbers are 9mm, that denotes the caliber of it. As far as an off-duty or backup gun, the 26, 27, 19, 23 are approved for off-duty carry, off-duty or backup carry. Okay. sir. Well, I believe that's all I got for you today, Lieutenant Laceville.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
I appreciate your time. I'm gonna turn this recorder off. The time is 14:50 hours.
Okay, Detective Hall, you had mentioned in that conversation with Lieutenant Lacefield that you had contact with him earlier this summer.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually see him at the Louisville Metro firing range?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you actually observe him in the range with the low light condition?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Firing the Glock 9mm?
Yes, ma'am.
And at your request, did you request that he fire 16 rounds?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you time the length that it took him to shoot those rounds?
I did not. Sergeant Culver timed him, and it was 5 seconds.
And Sergeant Culver is another firearms instructor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you all have any questions for Detective Paul on this?
What was the reasoning for asking him about the altered trigger?
I'm sorry?
What was the reasoning behind asking him about the altered trigger?
The trigger pull?
Yeah, the trigger pull.
Sometimes officers will alter those trigger pulls to make it a less weighted pull. They may take the manufacturer's pull of 5 pounds and reduce it down to a 3.5, making that trigger easier to pull.
Is this something you can answer as to whether any of the weapons used on March 13th were altered?
I cannot. I can answer that they have never given them permission to alter those triggers.
Were those weapons confiscated?
Yes.
But there was nothing to ever indicate in any of your investigation or Louisville's or anybody's investigation that any of those trigger pulls were altered.
That's correct.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So it's 5 seconds, 16 shots in the chamber. You said it takes 5 seconds.
It took him 5 seconds, right at 5 seconds.
Did you say he was shooting in a dark space?
Yes, ma'am. It's an indoor range setting.
And with that simulation, were you able to confirm the question we had earlier about if you were in an illuminated space shooting into a dark space, if in the dark space would show flashes of light?
There is muzzle flash that will emit from the end of any discharged weapon. And that would be a flash. I don't know exactly, when you say light, it's not a light, it's just a flash.
And it would be where the bullet is, or where the...
It's basically burning the gunpowder. You know, the gunpowder.
It would be at the place of the gun.
I'm sorry?
It would be at the place of the gun, not at the place of the shot.
The barrel.
The end of the barrel.
The end of the barrel is where you're going to see that flash, and that flash, it depends on the gunpowder load in that specific bullet as what kind of flash you're going to get. I mean, if I discharge the 357 hollow point with 180 grain, you're going to have a bigger muzzle flash. But if I'm discharging a 9mm Glock 22 with 155 gunpowder weight, that's going to be a smaller flash. And also inside that room, you got to take into consideration the size of the room will also dictate the light or the flash that will emit, you know, the reflection of that flash.
If the room is smaller, or if the room is more encased, with flash being bigger?
I'm really not qualified to answer that question, because there are several variables that play into that. I mean, if it's got a hard, let's say you've got a concrete surface and the walls are concrete, they're painted white. You know, you would probably see a larger flash or more of a light. than if it was softened by carpet, furniture, dark colored walls, stuff of that nature. So I'm really not qualified to answer. I can only give you, my experiences and some of my trainings that I've had as far as, what we discussed during trainings and so forth. But it would take a firearms expert to really give you the specific answer to that question.
Okay, one more question. Did the officer who was doing the demonstration, did he mention anything about spots for blindness after firing the weapon that quickly?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes Detective Paul's testimony today, and it's 5:43, we're going off the record. 43, we're going off the record. 43, we're going off the record. 43, we're going off.